Welcome to what we hope is going to be a very, very thought-provoking and inspiring event over the course of the next 2 days. The ISM is delighted to have so many people with us. Over 800 people have signed on for the event, and we're absolutely delighted about that. As everybody knows, I think it has been a very, very strange 9 months. The ISM has been going since 1882, and we've supported musicians through 2 world wars, the Depression, numerous governments, and changing musical tastes. But never have we been in a situation where musicians are being prevented from performing. I think you probably have to go back to the plague in the 17th century to find enforced theatre closures going on. And musicians have been prevented from working in concert halls, in local music venues, in churches, and even performing at weddings. So it has been a really tough time. So many musicians have not been able to work much, if at all, since March. And for others, they've had to find new ways of working, possibly doing Zoom teaching, using technology in ways that they've never thought of before. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to Oliver Dowden and Rishi Sunak for inspiring this conference, really. It was when there was that big debate as to whether the Chancellor had said that musicians were or were not viable, followed by, I don't know if you remember it, but the Fatima advert encouraging ballet dancers to take up a career in cybersecurity. And I think that really hit home. Suddenly we realized that actually our government just doesn't get the arts. It just doesn't get music and musicians and the extraordinary contribution that the sector makes to the country right across the whole of the United Kingdom, wherever musicians can be found. And it's not just about GDP, it's also about the contribution music and musicians make to things like mental health, regeneration, our cities, all kinds of aspects. So we felt it was time that we brought the whole of the music community together and to share the experiences and the learning that has gone on over the last 9 months, which has been so tough for so many people. And I think one of the things that we're also aware through the lobbying work that we've been doing, and we've been doing a huge amount of work to try and encourage the government to support musicians, particularly freelance musicians who are not able to work through the self-employed scheme. Some of that scheme is okay, but a lot of it we know is not as good as it should be. And we've seen other countries like Germany, all the Scandinavian countries and New Zealand really look after their music sector. And in the run-up to Brexit, we're also painfully aware that the government is very focused on fishing, which is worth a quarter of the music sector. It's worth, I think, about £1.4 billion, and music is worth close on £6 billion. So as a sector, I think it is absolutely imperative that we come together and that we really advocate strongly for the extraordinary contribution musicians and music make. And that goes right back to the dawn of time, if you like. I mean, Plato, who we all remember, fantastic philosopher, said that music actually is a moral law and it contributes extraordinary things to all of us in so many different ways, which I can only echo. So over the next 2 days, we've got a fantastic lineup, both thought-provoking and informative panels. We'll be hearing from performers, people who work in venues, who have had a really tough time trying to keep the venues going in some shape or form. We will be hearing from people who know all about tech. We're also going to be investigating the impact that COVID has had on diversity. And that is particularly important, given that this is been a huge year for Black Lives Matter, and the whole issue of diversity has really come to the fore. And certainly in music, we've had to ask ourselves some really big questions as to how the industry works when it comes to people from non-white backgrounds. And I think that is an issue that the ISM is very, very much aware of. And also, of course, the issue of women. What has happened to women who often are the carers? So we're going to be looking in some detail at the impact of COVID on diversity within our sector. And then, of course, there are all the things that you need to know as a musician. So it's not just about how do you get the right notes out and what sound do they make. It's also about things like marketing and making sure that you really know how to use your social media. It's also about making sure you understand about contracts so that you don't get ripped off and exploited. And that's incredibly important. The ISM legal team usually gets through about 1,000 legal cases a year. And this year, because of the huge impact of COVID, we are already at, as we come to the end of the year, at close on 2,000 cases. So what can you do to protect yourselves so that you don't get exploited? And then we will be hearing from a member of the ISM team on Brexit. We are keeping all of our fingers and toes crossed to try and get a free trade agreement. That is so important so that musicians can, after the end of December, move backwards and forwards across Europe and earn their crust of bread performing in Europe. But at the moment, it's not looking brilliant, I have to say. There are lots and lots of technical difficulties like carnets and CITES, which need to get unraveled so that musicians don't have the double whammy of COVID followed by a really harsh Brexit. So lots to think about, but we also have some wonderful keynote speakers. We've got Dr. Anita Collins, who will be kicking off the conference, and also Dr. Kadetu Kani-Mason, and two wonderful in conversations with David Lammy, MP, and Roderick Williams, OBE. And throughout the conference, we will have pre-recorded music and live music. Because we think it's really important that since this is all about music, we hear some music. So do hopefully enjoy that music too. To get you started, I just want to introduce you to our question and answer platform. It's called Slido. And Slido is a way of asking questions, comments, all those kind of interactive things which are so important to making the conference a great event. So please do use Slido. We're just going to have a little go with it now. And I'd like to ask you, where in the world are you watching from? So where in the world are you watching from? So just answer on Slido, and then we'll let you know the results of that a bit later on. And then one more question, and this is actually quite an important question for our campaigning. So on a scale of 1 to 5, what impact has the COVID lockdowns had on your work? So on a scale of 1 to 5, what impact has the COVID lockdowns had on your work? 1 is very negative, and 5, and I don't know if there's anybody out there like this, 5 is very positive. So let us know where you are between 1 and 5. Do use the hashtag empowered musician because we want to hear your comments. Use Instagram. Make sure that you also come to our lunchtime event at 1:15 today, when you can hear more about the ISM from Sam. And the joining link is at the bottom of the page on your program. So lots to get involved in over the next couple of days. And as I said, we really, really do want to hear from you. So I now just want to introduce the first keynote speaker, who is Dr. Anita Collins, who is an award-winning educator, author, and researcher in music education and brain development. So that's a big subject. She has interviewed over 100 neuromusical researchers in Canada, USA, Scandinavia, and Europe, and is a TEDx speaker and TED-Ed writer. So she's going to kick us off with lots of big thoughts this morning. So over to you, Dr. Anita Collins. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Dr. Anita Collins, and I would like to say hello to wherever you are all around the world. I'm speaking to you from Australia. We're heading into a summer, which I know many of you are not, but it is mostly sunny outside, and we're sort of coming out of this very difficult time in Australia, and our borders are about to open up, so we're in a special kind of place. However, I know that a lot of you watching this, wherever you will be, have dealt with a really, really difficult year. I don't think that anyone that we know hasn't had a difficult year. So the Empowered Musician 2020 conference itself is such a wonderful initiative to help us all connect, reconnect, re-find ourselves after what has been an extraordinary year, and a year where many of us have been tested in the way that we understand our work, the way we deliver our work, whatever that might be within the music setting, and has been one where we've really had to think again. But as my profession, I'm a music educator, but I very much am a student of how music learning helps the brain to develop. So not only just in childhood, but how that expresses itself in adulthood as well. And this year has been fascinating for me to understand what it is that we have learned through our music learning, wherever that might have been, and whatever role you might be doing now as a producer, a DJ, a composer, a teacher, a performer, how that training mostly in our childhood has really helped us deal with this year. So a few things have come to mind. The first is that this year has brought up an unprecedented amount of uncertainty. Now, not knowing what's happening, not knowing what the virus is, not knowing how we're going to deal with it, where we're going to come out of it, how it's going to affect us all in different ways. Really, really high levels of uncertainty. For me in the research, this is what I call being comfortable with discomfort. Now, I know it's like, that seems like quite a strange thing, but it's the idea that we can sit in an uncomfortable situation, and learning the craft of music and music making is most of the time an uncomfortable situation. We sit there, we try again, and we don't get it right. And then we suddenly do get it right. And we get a reward for all of that time spending being uncomfortable. But it has struck me that so many people who are involved in the music industry have traveled through this year really pulling on that skill of being comfortable with discomfort, comfortable with uncertainty, comfortable with frustration. And while it hasn't felt good or nice to be in that situation, I've found many, many people across the music industry have bounced back using that skill. Now, that skill was learned when we first did our own music learning or music training. And so that's something that's really helping us through this very difficult time. Another thing that struck me is that a lot of the research points to the fact that the making of music, the being trained in music, the being involved in music making, however that might look, is actually something that bolsters our health, and particularly our brain health, which is such an interesting idea about having a healthy brain. What does that mean? But it means having a brain that is synchronized, consistent, working effectively, well fed. And what I mean by that is not necessarily food, but through information, through learning, through challenges, through creativity. All of this contribute to brain health. Now, really good brain health is the best way to deal with stress. And I think we would all say that this year has been somewhat stressful. So a lot of the music making that we do, a lot of the music learning that we have done before has contributed to a very good level of brain health. And that has helped so many people around the world who are musically trained and in the music industry to deal with the stress that this year has brought up. Again, it doesn't feel good, and I don't know about you, but the stress that I have experienced this year has been unprecedented. But I have felt my brain helping me and trying to kick in and just taking that breath and saying, this too will pass and we will move on from here. Another one that's been fascinating, and this has happened all over the world, but as I watch news from everywhere, The ability to regulate our emotions and regulate our response to something, particularly when it's stressful and particularly when it causes immediate difficulty in our lives, has been something that has been very difficult and has really pushed every single human being across the world this year. Emotional regulation is extremely difficult and is something that, again, we learn through our music training and our music making in adult life about kind of what emotions feel like. And that's the very first step. If we can understand what an emotion feels like, if we can identify it, if we can name it, then we have the very first step to then dealing with that emotion. And I don't know about you, but I know that I have felt like I've got a shorter temper. I've got a shorter sort of patience at the moment, and every once in a while I have, said things I shouldn't have or acted in a way I wasn't really happy with. But the ability to first go, wow, that was not my best self. And then secondly, to say, how do I make amends for that? How do I work backwards from that? It's been a really important step. Again, through music learning and music training and music making, we build up that regulation, that ability within ourselves, not only just a vocabulary for our emotions, understanding and seeing and empathizing with someone else's emotions, and understanding how to say sorry, to come back from that, to get back on an even keel again. Again, we have not felt like we're on an even keel this year, but these are things that I've seen musically trained people pulling on. The other thing, and this was so heartening right back in March, particularly when Italy and Spain went into lockdown, and we started to see that people were restricted to their own homes. They couldn't go out for very many reasons. But the thing that they needed to do, not just wanted, but needed to do, was to connect. And a lot of the time they did it by music. The idea of coming out onto your balcony and all singing together, or listening to someone singing, enjoying it like it's your own personal concert. I do remember one amazing keyboard player was on their own balcony, and there was a saxophone player who was like a building away but leaning over their balcony, and they were jamming together. Music has been such an important point of connection between us, and I think it's helped us realize just how important it actually is to being a human. Music is one of the oldest parts of our brain, the oldest area that we have. We see this with dementia patients who are not verbal and they don't move and they don't speak, but when we play them some music, they seem to come to life. And that's because we're accessing that very oldest part of our brain, and the part of that brain that is incredibly vital and incredibly tribal. And when we come into this situation and we as our human tribe are, dealing with something very difficult and under threat, music is where we have gone back to. So it is such a vital part of connection that we have needed. We have tried in many ways to deal with the technology and the issues that come with that to try and connect via music online, as well as being able to do it in a socially distanced kinds of way. So I think in many ways our art form has been recognized as being vital and important to being human. And I don't think that's going to go away. I think that's going to be, it has been an unprecedented global experience that we have come to understand as being so important and something that we need to keep, because unfortunately, this will not be the last threat to humanity. And we need to look at what are the mechanisms that we can use to survive and indeed thrive through those. So we're coming into December. I don't know about you. We go here in the Southern Hemisphere, particularly in Australia, we come into our big holidays now. And I know many of you in the Northern Hemisphere will be going into your winter, and winter can be a scary time with the current threat that we're facing. We are also tired. I don't know about you, but I'm tending to wake up as tired in the morning as I was when I went to bed. And a lot of that has to do with this stress and this uncertainty and the frustration and the need for consistent emotional regulation that we've been going through. However, what I have been really interested in, and I also think is something that we should feel really confident in, is that the musically trained people in industries, in schools, composing, working on radio, all sorts of things, have really both come together and supported each other, but are coming through this as humans in a much better state. Now, there has been many calls for live music is dead, we won't have it for years. There's many issues still around the world about being able to make music in schools or community groups, singing or not singing, so many big questions that we have. But I think what is the most important part is we, in our musical training, wherever it's happened, are coming through this healthier as human beings, both from an emotional and physical point of view, so that we actually can be giving back to the community and ourselves as the industry much more quickly. One of the things, and again, I said I work in schools, so this is one of the interesting things I've observed, is that kids who've been in lockdown, who've been at home doing home learning for extended periods of time, they've kind of cognitively slowed down a little bit. And that's understandable. There's not as much stimulation, sensory information, not as many sort of friends to play with. They haven't got as much information into their brains and their bodies as they normally would. This has meant when they have come back to school that they have struggled a little bit kind of to get back into sync again and wind back in again. Now, one of the things that so many people have sent me sort of stories from around the world is that when the kids have come back in and they have been able to make music, even if that is clapping together, making rhythms in class, simple as that, it has done something amazing to their brains. It's reconnected them back again with their cognitive flow, and their learning has got a lot faster as well. I believe this will continue to happen not just for kids but for adults as well. Many of us have found our worlds have become so much smaller, so much more enclosed in many cases, whereas it's actually been really difficult to deal with that. And I think through the making of our music, we are actually bolstering our brains and our bodies to come back more quickly. We will be able to recover from this both as human beings and as artists and practicing musicians far more quickly than a lot of other industries. And that's going to start to happen, I hope, at the start of next year. We have been able to adjust and readjust all the way through this experience, which is just going to keep on going for us as we go into the following year. Hopefully, as we the virus itself becomes less of a threat to us. We are on a readjustment plane, and we will just continue to do that. The other thing that someone right at the beginning of the pandemic said to me, she said, I don't know about you, but I think this period in time will go down as one of the most creative periods the world has ever seen. The opportunity, the gift of time, as stressful as it might be and as difficult as and uncertain as it has been to deal with, has allowed people like yourselves and like me to reevaluate what we do, but also that time to just let our minds become more and more creative. I know for me, I have created more this year, I have thought more this year, I have redirected my energy so much more this year, and I'm very proud of what I've produced through the year, and I know of many other people who've done exactly the same things, and things that produce things wildly out of their areas that they have been really proud of to do and have been received incredibly well as well. So the reimagining of our work on both the online and the live sort of platforms, but as well going, okay, well, if the world is going to be like this, how can I still make my work and how can other people still appreciate my work, is going to be something that will stand us in really good stead, I feel. I'm already seeing it in kids in schools, and I believe we as the grown-ups will follow as well. The last thing I think that reimagining will help us to do is to understand the nature of thinking outside the box in our areas, but in a business way. How can we still thrive creatively as well as in a business sense in the work that we do? And where I think in many cases this opportunity has cracked open the imagination that was already there inside of us and given us the time to think about it, but also the time to make it. So as tired as you are, as tired as I am, as we come towards the end of this year, I really would love if you thought about the message of what your music making and music training has given you, the kind of person that you are, the opportunities that have come to you through this incredibly difficult time, and how you are going to take those into what we hope will be next year and coming out of the virus and the threat that is around that. We are an amazing group of people, and so many more have connected around the world because of COVID that I think we really, really can build on top of that. So please go into the holiday period, however long or short that might be for you, understanding that you have come through this well and you will come out of this well, and you have all of the training and all of the skills within you to do that. I wish you well, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Good morning. Hello, everybody at the Empowered Musician 2020 conference. I'm sure that you're all excited as I am. We are joined by some fantastic musicians this morning as we discuss the view from the performers in lockdown. We've had operas online, we've had people performing in car parks, socially distanced, choruses, musicians, and really, musicians are some of the most diverse and shape-shifting individuals on the stage. But how do we survive in a pandemic? And do we thrive, or do we find it even more difficult? Now, I'm going to introduce everybody to you, and they're going to say just a couple of lines about what they do, what their jam is, and maybe why they're here. Let's start with, we've got Lisa here, Lisa Jen Brown, over to you.
Good morning. My name's Lisa. I sing for the band Nine Bach. I also sing with Riff Reefs and public service broadcasting. And yeah, I'm from Snowdonia, North Wales, and I've been quite busy in the pandemic.
Fantastic. I think somebody's calling. Maybe this is the job coming in. Is it the Met? We can hear some. No, we're fine. We're sorted now. These are the joys of working from home. I'm sure we're all very used to this. Over to you, Raki. Tell us about you.
Hi, I'm Raki Singh. I'm a violinist and I'm also music director of Manchester Collective, organisation that I founded with a friend and colleague, Adam Sabo, about 5 years ago. The premise is that it's very flexible. We program what we want and we play where we want, which means we've done a lot of musical collaborations with people from different musical genres, and we also work with filmmakers, dancers, visual artists, so it's very free.
Brilliant and very collaborative by the sounds of it. Fantastic. Well, please feel free to book me as a dancer at your own discretion. Jazz, talking about dancing, I was saying this morning that I was listening to some of your music and getting down and funky. Tell us a bit about you.
Hey everyone, I'm Jazz Kaiser. I'm a drummer and a composer, band leader. So yeah, throughout this lockdown, I'm based in Southeast London. I've done a few live streams from home, and I've been gigging a lot with a house band in venue called Kansas Smithies in Shoreditch. And we had an audience out of lockdown, and then we had to do it virtually in lockdown, and yeah, been doing a lot of that over this time.
Making the most of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. And Gabby?
Hi everyone, my name's Gabriella Swallow and I'm a freelance cellist. Just before lockdown, I was touring with Rob Brydon, the comedian, and we hope to continue next year. I'm also in Nigel Kennedy's band, where we're meant to be in Russia. I keep thinking about where I was meant to be at the moment. And I run my own group called Gabriella Swallow and Her Urban Family. So lots of different things.
Fantastic. And lastly, Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Stark. I'm co-founded the Multi-Story Orchestra. In 2011, we play concerts in car parks. And when I'm not there, I work in community music and opera.
Fantastic, yes. Now, looking at that idea of thriving or surviving, the actual pandemic has brought lots of different opportunities, and we've had to have contingencies upon contingencies, which sometimes can offer up more positive opportunities than maybe the originals were. So let's just ask you, Raki, what would you say you're pressing save on in terms of practice or in terms of the things that you've learned during lockdown?
Well, we had to sort of reevaluate the way we were thinking. We knew that we didn't want to just stop making stuff. So we've actually focused on creating a new kind of project, which we'll be announcing next month, and that will start in January. But that's very much something that has come out of these restrictions. So obviously we had to make sure that we could survive, and the Cultural Recovery Fund and the Arts Council grant really helped to ensure that. But then also we tried to start thinking much more laterally. I mean, we like to do that anyway, but to think about ways we can still make things and still create something that felt very much us and still very music based, but starting to engage with other mediums even more than we normally do.
Absolutely. I found that really interesting, the way that everybody has embraced some actual technology that otherwise they wouldn't have. And hopefully we've got that in our back pockets now. Lisa, I loved what you did with the actual outside terrain. I'm not sure where you live, if you ever worry about social distancing because you're kind of in the hills and, probably got lots of sheep and that kind of thing for company. What has this been like for you?
Well, yes. I mean, again, I was thinking how I have, yes, being in the outside, obviously, and incorporating that into my music, which I'll explain later. But I've also, played with my toys a bit more. So we haven't had any time, and as Nine Bach, we've invested in a few equipment like the Helicon, a voice looper, and stuff like that. So I just haven't had time. It's been in a box and I've been touring without them. And then what it meant that rather than being a 6-piece band, we've had to go down back to a 2-piece band, and we're very drum and bass heavy. Now we've had to readapt all those songs, or how can we do them from the house, just me and my husband kind of thing. But that meant that I've been playing with my voice looper, playing with sound, and I've also taught myself how to use Ableton Live. So I've kind of been engineering myself, which is, I think, as a woman as well, that's really important that we get on top of it with technology and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's helped in that sense. But yeah, also being in the landscape and being in rural Wales, obviously the social distancing and also being in a band with your husband also helps as well, of course. But yeah, just really listening to the land, I've been sort of just kind of like, yeah, just using the earth really in my music more. So we did like an immersive gig for WOMAD Festival, and that was all recorded in the bowels, in the belly of the earth almost. So we went to do into caves and stuff, and old slate mining sort of quarry hospitals that's now a ruin, and sort of just brought all of that into our music. And that wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been slowed down and started listening to the country, listening to the earth.
It looked awesome. It made me think that you could do like a virtual reality kind of next time. We could all kind of just be in the hills with you.
Yeah, and it's so possible. Also using that natural, that you had nothing to sing to. As a vocalist, of course, you love your voice sort of drenched in sort of like this reverb, delay, whatever. Can't have that. You just have a microphone and it's so unforgiving, like you just have nothing to sing to if you're in the mountain, for example. But I was particularly enjoying the caves because you could just hear the drips, and the reverb was quite ugly in a good way, it's not, and so that was quite challenging, and just sort of, yeah, like, oh, my voice is like that. So I think we should all be doing that.
I think we all become so obsessed with quality, don't we, in terms of what our output is. And I know at the beginning of lockdown, sometimes you kind of had to blink twice to look at what this kind of pixelated figure, to see who it was who was playing. You're like, oh yes, it's Tasman Little, fantastic. But we've obviously got a lot better as we've gone on, and these are definitely things we can press save on for the future. Jas, let me ask you, how involved in the technical side of your production are you, and has that changed during the pandemic?
Oh yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I'm really feeling what you're saying, Lisa, about the kind of like hearing your own voice, like even on the drums, just being so much more aware of how you sound. That's a whole nother conversation. But in terms of the production side of things, yeah, I've always been kind of into like using DAWs. Like I was using Logic before, and my degree in college was contemporary writing and production. So I've been quite into that. So it hasn't been too overwhelming, but luckily when I've been doing live streams at home, one of my housemates is actually like very into like electronic side of things. So he's been taking the control in kind of hooking up the OBS with the Ableton and all of that. So we've had a lot of fun actually getting all of that thing together. But the other stuff I've been doing has been with the Jazz Refreshed gig and the Live in the Woods with the OCM and with Kansas Maze. So they've actually been in charge, and they've been really on top of getting the live stream together with quality cameras and quality sound and really focus on that. So I've actually had a good experience being able to just show up and worry about the playing, which has been really amazing, because I think towards the end of lockdown, a lot of people had spent a lot of time getting that together, so that they can actually do quality gigs, like you were saying earlier about just taking the time to put thought into it, so that when you do it's quality, you know. And I guess, yeah, this year people are really taking advantage of this online live streaming concerts. You know, I guess some people are getting tired of it, or some people are loving it. Who knows? You know, there's pros and cons to everything. But yeah,
absolutely. The appetite for the online platform has kind of wavered and bulged over the months. And also, we'll talk about it a bit more in terms of how we make this profitable as well. Like, how do we make it marketable and something where we can actually get paid our dues, and we're not just, you know, singing or playing for fun. I think that's tricky. Just a quick question for us muggles. Jazz, is it DNW, did you say?
DAW, yeah, DAW. I guess some people say DAW, some people say like digital, what's it called? Digital audio workstation or something.
Oh, fabulous. And does that help you produce your music?
Yeah, that's the softwares like Logic and Ableton and what's it called? Pro Tools and all of that. GarageBand or whatever comes on the Mac. Yeah, stuff like that.
Other doors are available, ladies and gentlemen, but please feel free to send for free. Now, over to you, Chris. We actually collaborated a bit during lockdown because we both work at Blackheath Hall's community opera, where we try to get fantastic professionals together with community singers and players in the orchestra. And we were meant to be presenting a live opera, which was obviously curtailed by you know what. What were the challenges for you in terms of finding a solution, and how different did you find it working with amateur musicians and singers in terms of the government guidelines? How easy was that to juggle with?
Well, I think in terms of the government guidelines, more recently, you know, it's been so much harder to get amateur groups together than it has professional groups, as we probably all know. And there's been a lot of kind of inconsistency in messaging, which has made it very hard to keep abreast of what is actually allowed in terms of getting amateur groups together. In terms of the project that we worked on, you know, it was another one of these things where we're building a huge amount of kind of click track material that will allow everybody to go away and record their bits and hang together. And you know, as always, the real challenge of it is finding a way to build something that can feel anything resembling organic music making, which is, and it kind of, I'm just scratching the surface of the kind of technology that Jazz is talking about, and that has been the main thing I've learned from it, is just that, you know, sitting and learning how to fiddle around with Logic, but it just feels so far away from like anything where you have to give and take of understanding each other. And like with Nikki and I trying to work out things about tempos or ebb and flow in, you know, big expansive music is so time consuming. And I think, you know, not to be negative, but the main like thing that I feel like I would take away from this is just like renewed awareness of how amazing it is to have that give and take in real life, and how much in a world where it can feel like technology cannot seem to offer everything that you might want, that actually there really is so much value in all of this live stuff. And we, you know, it's our job to kind of show that and talk about that and demonstrate that.
Absolutely. I think it can be easy for us to become blasé about what live music does for the body. I know that when I went to see I'd done a bit of performing myself, but when I went to see the first show, I was really moved. I had this kind of visceral reaction just to hearing people creating in that moment, which is something I think we can all take for granted. One of our first musical outings was together, Gabby, at glorious Mary Bevan, MBE, her lovely Music at the Tower series, when we got together and we did a little Benjamin Britten number. What was that like for you?
Well, obviously a total delight to accompany you, Nikki. That goes without saying.
You have to say that, love. You're here.
With Dylan on piano. I mean, it was fabulous because I think it was the first time both of us had heard a round of applause, and you know, in real life, and it was so gorgeous because it kind of it was as British as you could get. It was, pretty terrible weather. I think we were holding tarpaulin over Dylan by the end of it. But it was, I think after all of those months online, it also just brought us back to the basics of, we do need each other, the audience and the performer, in that sort of, in the same space. So it was very, very emotional, incredibly moving, just to socialize with us, to actually all be together and chat and catch up. That's the thing I found so profound about that series, because for me, lockdown had been personally very lonely because I'm the only adult in the house. So already people kept sort of saying, oh, we're all in this together. I was like, no, you're not. I don't have that other person to share the fact that we're going through history here, another adult. I'm there trying to make sure it's all okay for my children every day. And then on the next level, to be a musician in this, which again, we're not in it all together with everyone else because other people have been furloughed, other people are doing, have that engagement of their work still. So for me, that was the first opportunity to actually discuss what had been happening with people who are in the same boat. And so I think on that level, it was so important for all of us. And the fact that the audience was generally made up of musicians as well. It was just a lovely chance to see everyone again in the flesh.
Absolutely. And I think when there is a listener and when there is a music maker, it has that special connection. I think as long as we always have that, then there will be that special magic, which is obviously very difficult to produce during a pandemic. But it's interesting what you're saying about, everybody being in the same boat, but everybody's boat is a different shape.
Yes.
In terms of, actual empathy for people's different situations. I think we've all grown to have that. And especially when it comes to mental health, I know personally, I was, always almost doing a drinking game every time, an opera came up that I should have been doing. It was like, oh, down we go. And I think for some people that has been a real issue. Does anybody want to share some of their kind of mental health journeys? Sorry, awful word. But the kind of thing which you've maybe discovered about yourself in terms of what music making feels to you and how you dealt with that loss, perhaps, of music.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a musical in Theatr Clwyd when Boris's horrendous speech about nobody go to the theatres, please, or any gigs, meaning that we had to make the decision, do you remember that week when it was just like, so what now? And we were teching on a Monday and we were opening on the Friday. And you can imagine we've been working for years actually on this project and had been heavily rehearsing it for 2 or 3 months. And the lights went down on the theatre and that was that. We all left and we were embarking on a 2 or 3 month tour and no, nothing. So I came home, then the school stopped and then I became a teacher. And I was just like, I don't know how to do this. I don't understand your maths. I don't understand your schoolwork. And I became a little bit like, in my own head kind of thing. I'm just like, I'm not a teacher. I'm a musician. I'm an actor. I can't do this. And then there was that sort of, when my husband suggested we would live stream from the house every week, from the heart and just kind of like open up to all our fans, I was like, what? I'm in my 90 days and days and days after each other. I can't. And then I was like, there'll only be 5 people watching, so it'll be fine. And so I'd kind of do it. And then there was like 500-600 people watching live. It was like, oh, so next week you couldn't use that as an excuse. But then what I was realizing that I was being a bit selfish really, because our fans were really enjoying it. So people would message and saying, this has been the highlight. I look forward to every Thursday night. And then I was getting like almost like dissolving a bit into it and going, actually, this is fine. My kids are involved. It's a family thing we all do together. So like you say, it was a journey in that sense where it was like really sort of scrambled and then you kind of felt yourself relaxing into it. And we did it like consecutively for 10, 11 weeks kind of thing. Every Thursday night it became a thing. And, so I realized then a bit too late, it was quite special what we were doing as a family, because my kids, we couldn't do it without them. They're only 9 and 11, but we heavily depended because, like you said before, the quality was important, the sound was important. So we used about 5 different cameras. We researched a fantastic thing called Switcher Studio, which kind of, works on the Wi-Fi, but means that you kind of live stream and multicam live. And obviously the sound was, so it worked about 4 weeks before we realized this is of quality and now we're ready to do it, kind of thing. So and just sort of, we couldn't have done it without them because my daughter was directing it all and just selecting all the shots, a bit like you're seeing in front of you now. So she would be kind of directing that shot into that shot. Oh, Martin's playing a solo camera on the guitar, and then it was like, oh, no one's singing now, I'll just select that shot, which is a picture of the mountains, because the camera was outside on the coffee table, and just realized I'm so proud of you, because that everyone was in the house together and it was all and then it was always a moment on a Thursday night where I'd look at everyone and go, I'm really proud of you all, and there was that sort of love before the next morning. Everything was like this.
Absolutely, yeah. But a moment of joy and of a bit of collaboration together with your family. That's really special, and you'll always have those memories. I'm sure we can all look at moments like that we've had. We just had a question here from one of our viewers. Some musicians offered music for free during the first lockdown. Do you think it's becoming more difficult to start charging people for online performance now? This is interesting. Raki, have you got any views on this?
I think it's something that is definitely needing to be discussed at the moment. I guess it almost plays into sort of the whole streaming discussion as well. For so many years now, people have just been able to access music for free and will often question paying 79 pence for a song, but buy a £2.50 coffee. And to me, that balance seems so wrong when we know how much time and effort goes into creating all of this stuff. So I guess as an industry, we're going to have more conversations about how to monetize the online stuff and not be afraid of doing that. To be honest, we haven't found an answer for it yet. We haven't engaged with live streaming. We use an archive. We used all of our archives of the concerts to put up during the first lockdown. So we didn't need to spend anything in creating them because it was already there. But we're sort of now thinking about how to tackle this problem. But actually, I don't have any answers yet. I think it's just a conversation that has to be prominent and present, like with everyone involved in the music industry, actually.
And it's interesting in terms of the way that we enjoy music. I've actually loved seeing people up close and personal. I mean, most people, myself included, are not HD ready, but it's that kind of thought of you can really see somebody breathing or somebody, imbibing their music and their instrument, which is special. And maybe there's something we can do with that for the future. But certainly singers are best heard from a distance, especially opera singers. They're like bagpipes, heard from a distant hill. Maybe we should go and join you, Lisa, and you can pop me on a hill, I'll sing away. But that financial burden is difficult. And does anybody want to kick us off with what the actual financial situation has been like for them personally? Gabriella?
Well, for me, as I said, when I said my little opener, it was touring all year, so 12 months of touring. I was barely going to be at home. So one little point about that with the mental health thing is that I think for the last few years, I've spent years sort of preparing myself and my children for life as a touring musician. And it's so interesting that I didn't have that time to prepare mentally for being, as you said, Lisa, a primary school teacher at home. My kids were exactly the same age, so I feel your pain. Raki and I went to Cheetham School of Music for 9 years, and I don't think music school also prepared us best for basic maths. So I've been very challenged. I think with me and finance, obviously with all my work, I only had one contract that actually supported me, and they paid. So that was, and I will always be eternally grateful for that generosity from the promoter, because they didn't have to. It was all very carefully contracted that there was a kind of get out of jail free card, but I got one bit of help. I monetized early on because I didn't have a choice. And it was a really strange one because I didn't have also time to get depressed. We were selling out to 1,000, 1,500 people a night with Rob Brydon, and Rob himself felt that he couldn't continue with that audience size and be socially conscious. So he stopped the tour the same week. Actually, we were on sound check in Guildford when we decided to shut. And so I think I spent the next day in bed, thoroughly depressed. And then the next day I put something on Twitter, just saying to people, well, this is what's happening, because I think social media was our way to tell people what our situations were. And I just sort of said, okay, any ideas? What do I do? And someone said, oh, well, Gabby, it's Mothering Sunday coming up. I'd much rather spend the same amount as I would do on some flowers to have you send a little greeting to my mum. So I thought, oh, well, I can do that. And of course, because I've got no business head whatsoever, I said to people, just choose any piece of music you like and I'll record it, because that felt more authentic to me. All my business friends were like, Gabby, you're crazy. Give one romantic piece, give one jazz, one classical, stick it behind a paywall, no freedom of choice. But I said, no, I can't do that. So for £25 to have me, do a musical postcard, it probably was about 10 hours of research, looking up the most abstract American folk songs around the world and everything. But I got the orders in. And by Mothering Sunday, I got 70 orders. So I sort of thought, oh, my bills are okay now next month. And I went through Patreon, because I think that is an interesting one about how you feel as a musician asking for help. And I've never had to before. Like all of us, we've all worked incredibly hard. We're not charity. We're not charity, but we've been put in this position through no fault of our own. And we do have to ask for help. And Patreon seemed a good way where people felt that they could support us and support our project. So I did a subscription on there. I got some help from the self-employed, which I was very grateful for and very, very lucky. But also I was very careful, and I started, saying to people, well, yes, I'm very happy to play at your dinner party online, but this is what it will cost. And you still get very, very strange people who don't believe that this is a hobby, this is for fun. And those people haven't left us, sadly.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's one of the interesting aspects, is that we all have done our Edith Piaf moments on the streets with a hat, trying to get some money. But now, we've all trained for many years. And when it comes to it, how much of us actually perform for the joy of collaboration and that kind of thing? And when does the money actually get involved? And it has to be involved at some point, because it comes down to the nuts and bolts of surviving. In terms of the government provision, which sometimes has been kind of one size fits nobody, it's been quite a frustrating time for musicians. Jas, have you got anything to talk about in this terms of surviving as a musician during this time?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm bouncing off what everyone's saying. I'm just like totally agreeing with everyone. I think generally so many things to touch on. I mean, in lockdown, it's like a roller coaster of emotions, in terms of mental health, and also what when came back to me was the protests, that we had like in the middle of lockdown for Black Lives, and sort of like long overdue anyway. Like, it's so important that we do that kind of thing, but everything politically like taken over during that time too is just so overwhelming, especially for musicians. And I think also as artists, we have a big responsibility to kind of represent, the political movements of the time and all of that. Not that we have to, but obviously a lot of people feel that relates, and it does relate. So that was a big struggle. But then in terms of, I guess as a musician, mental health and all of that, you have to kind of have a lot of self-worth. And I think, I mean, I'm only 24 now, but I've only been a professional musician. And I guess I only see myself as a professional musician for the past kind of few years, because I only graduated from college like a couple of years ago. So it's been a really hard transition from being like, a 17-year-old who'll take any gig, any exposure, any opportunity for free, to now, having to pay my own bills and having to survive and live on my own without relying on my family anymore. But it's really difficult, because it's, it takes a lot of kind of like talking to yourself or or I think as musicians too, we look, well, for me personally, it's kind of selfish, but I look for validation, you know, like you're saying, when you have an audience and they clap for you after a gig, it's like, you're like, yeah, that was killing. I know that, you know, it's like, that's them telling you that it's good, you know. So obviously with the live streams too, when you don't get that response, it can be a bit, you know, you get home, you're like, or you're already home, you don't need to get home, you're like, was that good? Do I suck? You know, or like,
absolutely.
It's really awful. I think it shouldn't be like that, and I guess we shouldn't think like that, and we shouldn't degrade ourselves like that. But when you have a society that, you know, will put up, you know, say things online like musicians are the first people that can switch their careers or just go get a proper job now and make real money, it's very difficult to take yourself seriously and to kind of, you know. So I think it is, even before lockdown, this whole, you know, financial thing and charging people, you know, a solid amount for gigs and or whatever little work you do for people, or when you're teaching and stuff, it's always been an issue. But when you're selling your music too, it's forever an issue. I don't know how we're gonna get to the bottom of that, you know.
Well, I think there is a view that musicians are adaptable, and certainly as a community, I think we've all felt the strength from each other in terms of empathy and what we have to offer. But there's a certain point where your hustle can only go so far, and there's only so many things you can, you know, think of to do. Has anybody actually taken on side jobs in terms of, you know, Waitrose delivery vans, or, you know, making cards, or has anybody done any of that?
I applied for a job at Co-op.
Fabulous. Were you underqualified?
Yeah, I was underqualified, yeah.
You can have a gig behind my delicatessen any day of the week, Jazz. Now,
legend.
let's look at another question we have here from one of the viewers. Have any of the panel felt overwhelmed seeing what other musicians are creating and struggling to find the motivation to make something themselves? So I wonder if this is maybe a question too about whether it's all the same faces offering, you know, certainly in the classical world, you know, we see lots of the front runners doing things, and lots of other people, maybe it's the music's not being shared around, or a feeling of not having the motivation to do it. Lisa, have you got something to say on this?
Yeah, I was just thinking earlier on how I think musicians, we've been supporting each other. So I wouldn't normally maybe listen to live streams, but because you felt like we've been buying tickets for other people's streams. I mean, we've been streaming for free for 12 weeks, but then that kind of generated paid streams because we were active, I guess, all those weeks. Then so that's kind of a positive thing. Yes, we didn't charge any of our fans through the whole, you know, through the whole time, but then we did then have a couple of promoted gigs where we were paid for. So that's one thing that I do feel that we have been supporting each other in that sense, because then that's made us go, oh, bless, they're doing a live gig, let's pay a £5 to what, like, which we normally wouldn't. And we've certainly been buying more music to be supportive as well. But then also I think that jealousy is a terrible, negative, horrible word, but when there's no denying that feeling of when you're feeling stuck and alone in the house, and then you're seeing other people doing, oh, they're doing this, oh, they're doing that, they're doing this. There's that feeling of like, I don't know, just like your belly just goes, oh, you know, and I'm stuck here being a teacher for my kids or whatever. I mean, I think it's a really complex thing. Like, I'm split in the middle between like all that positivity amongst musicians that I know, I've seen it and I felt it myself. I just want to support, and I felt extremely supportive. But there's no denying that it's frustrating. All this thing, you're going to write the best album in the pandemic. This is your time to be creative. This is your time to write the best thing you've ever. And all I've done is swam in ice cold rivers. And at a point I hadn't, you know, and just kind of stared at the mountains and just not felt creative at all. Then you feel like a failure because other people are writing the best work they've done. Other bands are bringing out a single a week. And you just think, how are you doing that? And so there's no denying that it's a mixed bag of emotions or of feeling totally overwhelmed and underwhelmed and like a failure because you're not creating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is that pressure can be crippling, but it's maybe a feeling that not feeling okay is okay. And I think we've all began to really see actual interest in each other's stories when it comes to that. You're talking a bit about what it feels like feeling good to make music, and we've got a question here about feel-good stories in the press, about how there is a human need for music, and whether we think this is something that will carry forward as we can hopefully get together in places more often. Chris, do you think that's true? This is something which is going to snowball a bit. People realise what music is in their lives now.
I do feel that there is that people are talking about the value of these things, and people talk about it with all arts, and like with the amount that they've lent on TV and things during this time. It's part of, like, within classical music. I'm probably within music more broadly in this country. It's always existed on this quite delicate ecosystem that hasn't didn't have a lot of give, and with the things that we've been talking about with streaming and how one finds a way to monetize this work, it was already right on this cusp, and you do have the feeling that even with this kind of awareness of its value, amongst like the population, it needs such a gear shift in the kind of politics behind it in order to translate that feeling to something that can really allow the music world to thrive. So I think that there is, I think there is a lot of awareness of the value, but there is a big way to go to turn that into something that can be kind of lent on and make the music world more resilient should something like this threaten it again anytime soon.
And in terms of the feel-good factor within amateur musicians, how important do you think music making is to them in terms of a social construct, as a lifeline perhaps to their lives?
Yeah, I think people thought that they enjoyed music, but you take something away and you realize how much you're leaning on something. And like with the kind of mental health things that we've been talking about, I know that I personally kind of link my mental health too much to the kind of arc of a project, and the kind of thing that Jazz was talking about with the not getting the catharsis at the end of that arc is really complicated. When you work very hard for a couple of months or something for something that's online, and that you just never interact with anybody else, and you never have that release at the end of the project. It's complicated.
It's frustrating. I did one of those lovely Wigmore live concerts, and we were just all gagging for a drink at the end. We looked everywhere, went down to the old Cock and Bull or whatever that pub's called, and eventually we just went to a coffee shop, individually, socially distanced, and hung on a street corner like some very well-dressed vagrants. And I think that was so frustrating. And I think it's just that moment of collaboration. Anybody else, I'm sure, businessmen after a big board meeting, we all do. It's that kind of tension and release feel. Raki, you wanted to chip in there.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the how will it carry forward. I think what's been interesting about this whole time is how, especially in the classical music world, we've had to reevaluate the way we present things. We've all learned more about the digital side of things, but also now is the chance to reevaluate how we present things live, because fingers crossed we will get back to that. I have to believe that, otherwise it's too depressing. But I feel like within the classical music world, there's a lot of context where we don't show our love and passion for this music enough, and the way it's presented doesn't communicate that enough. And so hopefully, I have felt for quite a while that our world has needed to be shaken up, and for all the devastation that is going on, I think there is chance for a real skin to be shed and new ways of communicating to emerge from this, because now we have to really fight for what we love and what we believe about this music, and we have to be the new ambassadors for it.
Does anybody have personal experience in terms of finding new online audience for their music which they didn't have previously? I mean, I've just discovered Jazz, and I'm going to be getting down to her dirty beats, you know, very often. So I'm one of yours, Jazz. Anybody else?
We've certainly gained hundreds more followers by doing this live streaming, because obviously what happens when you do a Facebook Live or an Instagram Live or all these things where these platforms, that people share it and then their friends can see it. So it's almost made it more accessible. So like, because we were having like about 500 people tuning in live every night, but then that would get shared. So people would catch up with it the next day and the next day and the next day. And in the end, there was like 170,000 people had watched your gig. Now we can go and play in a venue to 150 people. You know, we're a Welsh language band who tours internationally, but it's very problematic, especially in Britain. The language barrier is the problem here, nowhere else. But in England, for example, it's hard to get the audience coming, because people oh, it's Welsh language band, I won't understand. But what's happened is that we've gained so much more exposure within the UK, I guess. I mean, there were people watching us from all over the world, because we have toured all over the world, and of course they could watch us every week, which was great for them, and there was so much enthusiasm for it. But we certainly gained hundreds more followers on Facebook, by doing it. So that's a positive thing, like doing these online gigs. And like you say, they're not easy. You don't get anything at the end apart feeling of like, was that all right? Did it glitchy? Did it even happen?
Yeah, somebody clap. You got to train your pets to clap for you.
Yeah, and also doing it with the kids as well. You know, they were getting agitated by the end, and of course you were just trying to be professional, and then they would just go, oh, when you would start singing a song that they weren't keen on, and you just like, stop, kind of internally. So the feeling at the end, because it's not professional, isn't it? Is it? Singing from your living room with your dogs and cats all over the leads, and scared that the dog's going to unplug something, and but you are professional, and so at the end you're exhausted because you've kept all that, and you get nothing at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, I was there at the beginning of lockdown, strapping my iPad with masking tape to a music stand. I mean, I'm sure we've all got those, Blue Peter badge moments where we've done similar things and we're slightly more sophisticated now. I thought it was interesting what you said about the footfall of Facebook and that kind of thing, in terms of people coming across classical music almost by accident, perhaps, during the pandemic. And I think there is the actual outlets for classical music in this country to a wider audience. I've been involved in crossover music and things in the past, tends to be over sugared and kind of very saccharine, maybe on Britain's Got Talent, somebody playing, some Elgar, hopefully, or, something. Do we feel that actually just presenting music at what level it is, at a high level, by good people, actually is enough, and actually could give us something exciting for the future, something that we've gained from this experience?
I was just going to say, I've also been involved on the dark side of populist classical music, and the first live stream gig I was part of in the Albert Hall, and with Catherine Jenkins and Jess Gillum, and we did a couple of duets. And I think we've also always never should forget about the popular. I think it's really important. And the thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands of people that tuned in for that VE Day celebration really did show what, I mean, I don't want to generalize, but a lot of Daily Mail readers really enjoyed that. It also, interestingly, did cause jealousy from my peers, going back to that, because I was the first one. And the way it came about, which is you wanted an amusing anecdote, Nikki. This is quite, I got an email. We're sort of talking 7 weeks into hard lockdown, where it was pajama stage. I had not seen another adult for that amount of time. It's definitely in my pajamas. And I got an email saying, we're so looking forward to seeing you in the Albert Hall in 2 days. And I just said, I think there's been a mistake. I'm semi-retired now. Have you got the wrong person? And there was a number. And I called the number and I just said, hello, it's Gabriella Swallow here. I've got a very strange email saying that you're looking forward to seeing me on Thursday. It's Tuesday. What is this about? He said, oh, you haven't been getting the emails. I said, no. And then he said, are you free on Thursday? I said, I'll just check. Made like a rustling paper sound. And it was through Decca I got it. And basically I'd been left off the email chain. And they said that, you know, what the gig was, and it was a live stream for VE Day. It was the first time the Albert Hall had been opened up. And I said, of course, I'd love to do it. And the car came to pick me up, and it was so strange just being in the venue for the first time where social distancing, I mean, they were obviously unbelievably safe because it was really, really early. And it was very sad because Jess Gillam and I had just done an album together in February, and I was delighted to see her, but we could only FaceTime from the dressing room next door to each other and sort of show each other our outfits and sort of say, oh yeah, you look great, go for that one. But that whole thing, I think, my point really is that it did show how important music is to the masses. And then with obviously the stuff that we did, Nikki, and everything else, and when we do watch the Wigmore Hall, and these new audiences, I think it's just been absolutely great. So we should never sort of be too snooty about it. Absolutely, music is music in the end, and that's a lovely story for the memoirs. Yes. Interesting what you were saying about something happening very quickly. I've noticed that because of all these government guidelines changing so often, that there is a feel of, okay, we don't know what we want, but actually now we want everything and we want it yesterday. I think when we're so used to, as musicians, preparing for months and months, have you found this more reactive atmosphere stressful or freeing in terms of your music practice? Well, in terms of what I do, sometimes I have to be in the studio in an hour. And I think it's for session artists, and, you know, we're not like an opera production where it's been in the book for a year. So I think that the timetable still suits me personally. Yeah. Rahi, have you been jumping into opportunities?
Actually, I find recording for online stuff quite difficult. Like I'm quite hard on myself and don't necessarily feel that confident doing it. So I guess sometimes there's opportunities that if I know I haven't got enough time to feel comfortable about it, I haven't done them. So I haven't had loads of opportunities like that flooding in, let's be honest, but I've got colleagues who have been asked to do some online recitals and not been allowed to replicate the repertoire or duplicate the repertoire. So they've had to learn completely new programs, and that's placed them under incredible stress and pressure. And doing something for online is different than doing it for a live concert. I think we have these classical music demons. I mean, I certainly have, from years of being told that you have to be perfect. You know, we're not perfect. And so I'm constantly trying to shed them, and doing stuff online doesn't really help it. I guess what it does help is a certain acceptance, and people are actually a lot kinder on you than you are on yourself. But I think, it has placed a lot of pressure on people to learn lots of new stuff or feel like they can't repeat things. And I think in some ways that's quite unfair to not be allowed to play the same piece. And in some cases it's made people say no to work, when actually if there was a bit more flexibility and empathy in that respect, then people might have engaged with it more.
Yes. Well, I think certainly classical music has been maybe accused of not being particularly flexible in the past, but seeing massive shifts in terms of, the Royal Opera House and, orchestras having to move on a sixpence to a new plan hopefully will bring some more freedom in the future. I'd just like to encourage the viewers who are watching, hello viewers, if you'd like to ask any questions, if you'd like to use the Slido feature on your Zoom, and we're going to be having a question and answer section in a wee while. So please do pop us your questions. We've got some coming up here, which we'll deal with shortly. Just in terms of, again, just the practicalities of the pandemic, what that's been like. Lisa, you were talking about, diversifying, and it feels as if the government system and also the lack of quarantine freedom that other professions have had, it feels as if we've almost been penalized for being flexible. People have not been able to get the government money because they might be, half of a teacher and, half of a performer and all that kind of thing. So many people have fallen through the cracks, which is a huge injustice. And we've all, been campaigning and lobbying to make this different. Do you think we've made enough noise about this to try and get things changed? Jas, have you got an idea about this?
I don't know. Sorry, you were like talking about it and I was still really thinking about it.
I have a mesmerizing voice, don't worry.
Yeah, it's really beautiful, Nikki. It's really
don't worry if you don't. Anybody else?
I think we've been penalised really badly in the sort of in the creative world, in live music, live concerts, theatres. You're allowed to go 10-pin bowling, but you're not allowed to go to the theatre. I mean, it's just so mixed. I remember the artistic director of Theatre Clwyd, Tamara, saying, so why don't we just come to the theatre or go to a 10-pin bowling and pretend we're 10-pin bowling, but then we'll just make a show and that would be fine, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's so hard, isn't it? It's so hard because you won't be allowed to fill a concert hall or a theatre, and therefore it's not financially viable. And performing together, you'd have to be, distance. And it's just, I mean, of course we understand this and we're all sort of, want to make a difference and keep everyone safe. And so it's just, it feels like we've been crushed in what we're doing in that sense. And it's, but you can sit on a plane. I don't know.
I just had sorry to interrupt, Lisa, but I just had a big patch in Japan cancelled in February. Which is very disappointing because of the safe passage for travellers not being extended to musicians. But you can be an elitist athlete, an actor, and it's just like, it's ridiculous. And, that 2 weeks work gone, which has already been rescheduled from April. And I mean, in every sense, it just feels we've been terribly mistreated with all of that. It's just not fair.
Absolutely. There's a kind of general impression that musicians are, artisans who just kind of ride unicorns across the stage, but actually the respect value of what we offer in terms of financial actual money for the government and the service which we offer to our environment and to our country is often overlooked, and that's frustrating. Raki?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that how I really remember the Saturday morning that the pubs opened, and they opened at sort of 7 a.m. and by 11 o'clock there were people drunk walking around, and I just couldn't fathom, I still can't, how that's okay, but then to have people very carefully placed in a theatre or a room or concert hall or something is not okay. It was far safer environment. And it's sort of, I guess it showed to me the priorities of our current government and how they view the arts and that experience. Who knows if they ever go to any concerts themselves, I don't know.
Well, I did a performance, one of the first socially distanced outside operas at Glyndebourne, and Oliver Dowden did come, and I did sing most of my lines directly to him. So hopefully he was listening. And we just got a couple of questions here, gang. Do we feel that when we return to normal, how are we going to capitalize on these new audiences? Lisa, for example, have you got a database where people have had to log on, so you've got their details? Are you going to send some Welsh round robins to people?
Yeah, no, not, not yet. but that's a really good idea, Nikki. Thank you. Yeah, I guess what's with social media, once they followed you, then I guess they get all the information in that sense. But you're right in there, like how do we capture that? How do we utilize that? And how do we sort of, make sure that support network that we've been, that we have felt so supported by our fans kind of transfers then to, when we can tour and when we can do live gigs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think also when we can, I think we will be so ready to go out and enjoy live music. There's nothing more than I fancy is like a big, massive dance, in that sense. I'm craving for a rave or something, like just to sort of like have unity and people in a room together, people together feeling the same and like just feeling that passion for the music. I think we will be ready, and I think when we can, we will as musicians kind of feel that warmth from an audience, I think, which is something to look forward to. That
shared experience feeling.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure Jazz will put on some nice dance music for us. We'll all be ready for that.
Oh yeah.
Totally. Now, looking as Christmas is on its way, ladies and gentlemen, if we could put something on our wish list for 2021 in terms of how our lives could be different, obviously past the obvious, being able to perform. Is there anything you would like to see differently? Anybody got a Christmas wish?
It's that certainty. That's what I would wish for. That when I've been booked for something, it's going to happen. It's just such a simple thing. But the anxiety of, will I be on the plane? Will I not? Will it happen? I just want to know that nothing's certain in life. We know that. But it certainly has been more certain than it has done this year. And even now, my contracts for next year, all my tours have been rescheduled, but they all have a clause which say 2 weeks notice, and it says, if the theatres are socially distanced, the tour will be cancelled and you won't be paid.
Yeah.
And it's next year, which is going to be the interesting one, because yes, I'm totally with you, Lisa. I want that unity too. But I think we're still a little bit, as soon as the vaccines, it's a complicated process. And I think, just knowing I'm going to be turning up and other people will be too, is going to be my Christmas wish list.
Absolutely. And I think my Christmas wish, if I can just whirl in here, is to have something similar and actually to learn in terms of infrastructure from this situation. So we have something in paper about pandemics, because the force majeure is just far too vague. I think we all think about landslides and flooding and things when we think of force majeure, but this actual situation, the amount of operas which I've learned, which have taken 4 months to learn in Czech or Russian, and then for it not to happen, and then not to have a government standard in terms of what people get paid for. Do you get 10%? Do you get 20%? And some people have been okay, they've dodged a death train in terms of finances, and other people haven't, and there seems to be a lot of uncertainty. So yes, that's my wish. Anybody else's wishes? Raki, yes.
I wish I could switch off all of the music for 24 hours so people would really realize how much it contributes to their life. Film, television, retail, cafe. I mean, I know we're not in restaurants and cafes, and actually I feel like there's too much music in restaurants and cafes, but to really give people a sense of our worth and our value and what we collectively contribute to society and to people's lives.
Yeah, absolutely. An artistic blackout. Yeah, I'm sure if you'd all do that, that's not a bad idea. Chris?
Yeah, like just to touch on something that Raki said before about, shaking up this music world. I think it would be so this pandemic has shown, like, yes, how classical music is kind of undervalued politically, but also exposes how much there is a feeling that it's for a certain type of person and is being held by a certain group of people, and as classical musicians, I think that it has been shown that we have such a big job to reach out as widely as we can and to demonstrate how amazing a thing it is to a wider group of people. And I hope that this shaking up allows that, that the immediate kind of pressure of needing to demonstrate the value of this thing will help classical music, look outwards more than it did before this.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a case in point. I think E&O were meant to be doing their Mozart Requiem on the stage with distanced audience. If they couldn't do that, they ended up being able to get it onto primetime BBC Two television. How fantastic. It made me think of, back in the 70s when Lenny Bernstein was just sat at a piano on primetime TV talking about chord structures and making music understood by his passion. Why can't we go forward with that? Jazz, any Christmas wishes for Santa Claus?
Yeah, I wish from Santa something that has been a beautiful thing about this last, not that it's been a beautiful thing, but something I cherish from it is the kind of sense of community and support from fellow freelance musicians. And as a jazz musician, I felt before my career in London was very much just showing up to a random club playing with a trio you've just maybe met or just see once in a while. You have to quickly get a set list together, play a few standards, and just this kind of non-intimacy to the setting. But now, because it is so few gigs, and when we do have a gig, I'm often playing with the same people at kind of Smitty's or in the Jazz Refresh community and stuff like that. And it's you all come across the same people, and you've got big support for each other, I think. And you're cherishing every second you have to play together, that one gig you've had in the past few weeks or whatever it is. So yeah, I do hope that even when things get back to normal, we still kind of have that mindset of cherishing, every moment we have to make music together.
Absolutely. And more collaboration as well. Yeah. Why can't I sing over one of your tracks, Jazz, for example?
Exactly.
I'm not trying to get myself a gig, but I'm just, I want to start dancing. Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, I would love if we could kick the Tory government out for my Christmas wish list.
Tell us what you really think, love.
And I make up a cabinet of music lovers and sort of art lovers, and I mean, but I would love to attend a festival in 21. Just that feeling of just that togetherness. I think it is. I think that's all kind of weaves in all of our wishes. I think is just I don't know. I'm seeing a field, and I'm seeing people, and I'm seeing smiling, and I'm hearing music. That's what I want. Just that simplicity. And like Jazz said earlier on, not only we're in the middle of a pandemic, but I think politically it's been absolutely intense. The whole, Black Lives Matter, what's happening in America, what's happening here. It's been one thing after another that we all feel extremely passionate about, want to make a change. And I mean, I think, what I'm trying to say is politically as well, that needs to be this such a huge, big change. But anyway, that with a feeling of one love. I think it's all related.
Brilliant. Let's get some t-shirts made. I think that's fantastic, and a lovely segue now into some questions from our respected colleagues and viewers. Let's keep our answers quite tight on this if we can, so we can get as many questions answered as possible. Here's one we'll start with for lovely Chris specifically. How has your workload been affected as a conductor? Has everything moved to a virtual model, or has a certain amount of your work gone into hibernation?
I mean, it's there was a little window, between lockdowns when I did some real life things with other people. But I mean, I'm not conducting. Essentially, I'm fiddling around with things on a computer and running rehearsals over Zoom. And I mean, within multi-story, we kind of made a decision that over social media, we were not going to be finding new audiences to the extent that we felt we needed to be doing to justify the work. So we kind of decided to focus all of our attention on our relationship with school children, and so we that's all been with kids, and all of my work has been running. They're called rehearsals, but they, over Zoom, these rehearsals feel more like, just like a big chat, and they're quite, so running them and then sticking things together, and so the work side of it is completely different at the moment.
Mentioning young people there, I feel as if young musicians certainly are some of the biggest casualties in this, especially ones who are really hoping for these opportunities, which would have hopefully formed an early part of their careers. We have a question here. What advice would you give to youngsters looking to go into the performance industry as a musician? What do you wish you knew now? This is not necessarily just COVID related, but any words of wisdom? Gabby?
Say yes to everything. That's my major advice, as I've had to, again, very, very much over lockdown. It's just so important. You never know what opportunity is going to lead to a new venture. And yes, I feel very much for the youngsters and for jazz. It's your generation, I think, that are really struggling, actually, because you're just at the brink, you're starting out. And I think, yes, we just have to be diverse, professional, and keep the passion for music. Whatever happens, we will find a way, as we will have been doing.
Yeah, you're such a great poster girl for being a Renaissance woman. I love it. It's fantastic. Raki?
Yeah, to add to Gabby's thoughts, I would say engage with sort of remote recording and learning about technology and how you can record yourself, and therefore offer up more services for people. If you are inclined or think you'd like to do string arrangements, then start doing that. So you become more malleable and you have more skills to offer. Obviously, the higher the standard you require of yourself, the better, but do diversify into those areas if you can. Like, I'm having to teach myself about technology and stuff now, and being a little bit older, it feels a little bit slower. So I wish I'd engaged with that more when I was younger and sort of followed these things which I'm interested in, arranging, improvising, and just sort of keeping yourself as open a musician as you can be.
Absolutely. And I think we're meant to be kind of quite digitally native as well. I'm sure there's people who are more experienced and advanced in years than we are, who have struggled even more, or maybe learned even more skills. It's definitely a positive thing. Jas, any advice to your colleagues, your contemporaries?
Yeah, definitely.
Hello. Oh, we
don't be afraid.
Sorry, Donnie, we just lost you there. Your words of wisdom. Give us them again.
All right, I'll try again. Push yourself, and don't be afraid to not know something. Ask questions, learn as you go along. Like, it's a whole, as they say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Like, pace yourself. And the best advice I ever got was from Toolkit Carrington, who's this female jazz drummer who I look up to. She's incredible. She's like, yeah, come on, Gabby. Yeah, she's incredible. And I did a performance of her, said, do you have any advice for that? Like, what, how can I improve? And she's like, well, if you're smiling, enjoying yourself like that, you're going to be all.
Brilliant. I think we got the vibe of that, which was to enjoy yourself and don't be scared to look like you're enjoying yourself, as it's the best advert for the music and music making.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Something like that, exactly.
Lovely. Lisa?
Yeah, I'd say, always, work with everyone as well. So just that collaborative feel. Like, if you like someone, if you like what they do, get in touch. Always ask, would you like to do something together? What is it we can do together? I think working with other people and constantly evolving like that and learning from each other and getting the vibe off each other is the most important thing for me. I do love a collaboration and sort of working together to strive for one thing.
Absolutely, yeah. My advice would be to be yourselves. In in the end, I think we can all, especially if you're on a long trajectory, like we're talking, Jas was saying about a marathon, especially as if you're a classical musician or opera singer, we train for far too long, and we should really be, you know, doctors or something proper at the end of it. But we're just sat with our voices, and it's very easy to try and shapeshift and think about what it is that you would like to be for somebody else's means. What do they want from me? And actually think of where you started, because that's actually what makes you the most special, where you come from, etc. Here's another question, gang. We're nearly done here, so we'll try and get as many as we can in. An online piano recital at Wigmore Hall had 19,000 views, but only 4 people donated. Do you think there is a culture of grasping professional performances for free?
Clearly, it's evident in that.
But then again, Ronnie Scott did, sorry, just to say, Ronnie Scott's had the same number, but then got thousands donated. So it's a tricky statistic, because some people will donate more than the ticket price, and some people won't pay a fiver. So I think that's the thing that we're all trying to experiment. So it could be audience related with the Wigmore Hall, with age, with there's lots of different factors. So I think, yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yes, maybe not knowing how to donate.
Maybe I wouldn't want to say it, but you did.
Well, I said it because these things can be can be difficult for sure. And I think there are people that have actually gained in terms of luxuriousness during lockdown and have got more disposable income. So I guess we think of ourselves, because we're in a little bubble of people that may be struggling, but there are lots of people that will still pay for experiences. We have another question here. Watching concerts from the US on YouTube, I see almost all performers wearing masks, even solo singers and choirs. Oh, interesting. What is the panel's view on this, on mask wearing on the platform?
I think it would be very difficult to sing and have the sound quality through a mask. I think if you're at a station on the stage, or you know, and we did something, but we were wearing masks all the time. But once you're at your station, you take your mask off because you're, you know, socially distanced anyway. So I think to me, wearing a mask while singing would be quite pushing it a bit.
Absolutely. We can't quite hear your words, dear. Yes. Etc. Yeah.
Diction, darling, diction.
Yeah, diction, please. Have it and teeth. Gabby?
I think Stephen Islis just did a concerto at a mask in Spain.
Yeah.
And I think that was definitely a good point of his, that if it took wearing a mask in order for the concert to happen, he'll do it. I think, as Lisa said, what we have in place at the moment in the UK seems effective, that we're not allowed to walk around without one on, but when we perform, we take it off. I certainly find it's inhibiting personally for me if I have one on when I'm playing, even if I'm not singing. So that's my personal view.
I think we all want to be safe in the end, and anything we can do, especially to get as filled venues as we can, that we're all willing to do that. I did a studio recording of an opera just a couple of weeks ago, and all of the orchestra were wearing masks, and it can be prohibitive in terms of, you know, music making. And the opera we did at Glyndebourne, we actually made fun of the fact that we're all wearing masks. But most of these places, which are, I suppose, a celebration of what's possible, Wigmore Hall and Glyndebourne and lots of other places, they have got really good measures keeping people safe. And that's really important, I think, and that we share these practices so we can go forward and be safe. We're just running out of questions here. We've only got one minute to go. So I guess it just leaves me to say thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today and offering your different experiences. Coming up, we've got the next session. We have Lockdown Music 2, The View from the Venues, which will be really interesting, which starts at 2 p.m. It's likely to be a very lively and interesting discussion. And if you'd like to join in with us, please do pop your questions to us, or get onto Twitter and use the hashtag #EmpoweredMusician. That would be fantastic. And hopefully we'll see you all in live music venues very soon. But until then, on a music platform of your choosing. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having us, Nikki. Thanks for hosting.
Pleasure. Lovely. Thank you.
voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our Lord. Every valley shall be exalted, shall be exalted, shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill made low, the crooked straight, and the rough places bare. The crooked straight, and the rough places plain, and the rough places plain. Every valley shall be exalted. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill made low,
Thank you all for joining me for our next session. We have just seen an amazing panel led by Nikki Spence, looking at the performers' experience of lockdown. And I think some of those comments were just brilliant. I love the Christmas list, one of the wishes being certainty, so people actually know what they're supposed to be doing with their time. Another one, and I'm not sure Santa Claus has had this Christmas wish before, which is the end of the force majeure clause. So we'll have to get hold of Santa and see if we can just rustle that up. I think there was a huge amount of innovation and creativity going on, but also frustration. And one of the panelists talked about how come you can get on a plane, but you can't go to a music venue or a theatre. And I think that is so, so true. My partner works in the theatre. He has been battling over the last 9 months with venues and COVID and regulations, etc. So I was really, really keen to have the views of venue owners and people who manage venues here today. So we have a great panel of 5 people who are steeped in what it means to bring live music to us. And they're going to be talking about the highs and lows of the last 9 months. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be mainly lows, but we're going to be hearing what it's like actually out there in reality across the nations as well. So we don't just get an England perspective. And I'm going to just start off asking them all just to give 2 minutes of who they are, where they're from, and then we'll kick off the conversation. So if I could start with Kit, just tell us a bit about yourself.
Our venue is called Hootenanny. It does music on 3 floors. We're up in Inverness. We do live Ceilidh music on the downstairs floor, 365 nights a year. The other 2 floors are open on Friday and Saturday night.
Great, fantastic. And then over to Fielding. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Hey, I'm Fielding. So I'm the senior producer at Cafe Otto. We're a venue based in Dalston in London, and it's generally a space that's dedicated to kind of various forms of experimental and underground music, 180 capacity. And like Kit, we have a venue program that's 365 days a week, pretty much all programmed and produced by us as well.
So really diverse and interesting. Just picking up with David, just tell us about your role.
Hi, I'm David Francis. I'm director of the Traditional Music Forum in Scotland, which is a national network of traditional music related organisations. Over 100, encompasses venues, obviously, community music organisations, folk clubs, festivals, labels, academic institutions, all of that. And we're part of a broader organisation called Traditional Arts and Culture Scotland Tracts, which is based at the Scottish Storytelling Centre in Edinburgh. And we co-programme events at the Storytelling Centre, which has 100 capacity small theatre and an open court space as well on one level. And I'm also involved in the folk club in Edinburgh, so can speak to several different perspectives there.
That's great. I mean, it's good to get the perspective of some of the smaller venues out there. Paul, just tell us a bit about Grand Electra.
Yeah, we're Grand Electra in Hastings. It's a grassroots venue, sort of middle of the town centre, which is depleting rapidly. So yeah, we cover, again, performances, DJs. It's an underground nightclub, so it's got a real sort of vibe about it. So yeah, we're down here and we're closed.
Right. Okay. We'll come back to that. And then just on to you, Tom.
Hi, I'm Tom McKinney, and I'm the programme manager at Music in the Round, which is based in Sheffield. We're a chamber music organisation we don't have our own venue, so I guess I'm quite unique here, but we work closely with the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield And we also have partnerships with venues all over the country. The idea is that where there isn't really, in places in the country where there isn't really a chamber music provision, we go there and work with venues and put chamber music on. But I also do other things which feed into this as well. So I work at Radio 3. I teach at the Royal Northern College of Music, which is also a performance venue. I also programme concerts at Kettle's Yard, Art Gallery in Cambridge. And I'm sometimes, but not very often anymore, a musician myself. I'm a guitarist. I've played quite a few times at Cafe Otto, actually.
Oh, right. Brilliant. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm different here, I suppose, today, in that we don't have a venue. But as you'll find out, that's not necessarily been a problem for us. In fact, it's been a definite plus, actually. But we'll come on to that.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting perspective. So just going back to March, when the lockdown started and the Prime Minister told us that theatres were dangerous places, do you remember where you were at that moment? What were you doing? How did the news come to you? Can I start with Paul? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think we were all sitting around the bar waiting for Boris to give the announcement, sort of thing. But I think we sort of already knew, maybe 4 weeks before, that this was something that was going to escalate to, sort of a pandemic sort of size crisis. So it didn't come out of the blue. If anything, it was 4 weeks too late.
Really? Why do you say that?
Well, I just think that it was so prominent in the news and, through January, and like saying, a lot of people were, sort of showing symptoms, to be honest with you. I think it's that time of the year. So there's obviously the flu as well going around. So I think that it was something that we knew was needed to be quelled very quickly. And obviously we could see that through the news and the media that that wasn't really happening. And then here we find ourselves, 8 months, 9 months later, still suffering from some of the incompetence that has been shown from the government, really, in the way that we've been handled, I think.
Yeah. So going to Scotland, you obviously have a different government up there. Can you remember the lockdown in March when that happened, from your perspective? Kit?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't an event when it happened, just the announcement. I agree, we already knew it. And we're sitting ducks. We're an obvious target. We're filmable. It's like we're in a situation where the appearance is very different to the reality. As I was saying before, Public Health England says, pubs are the safest place to be. Well, they didn't actually say that. They said transmission of the virus, pubs, hotels and restaurants only account for 3% of transmission. But they all say they're following the science. They're not. Their reaction is, we live in a visual age. A camera, a picture tells 1,000 stories, or whatever the phrase is. You just do a film of a crowded pub. Well, I'll tell you what happened with Nicola Sturgeon. I'll tell you what happened. A dozen footballers were filmed in an Aberdeen pub. The following day, we were hammered.
Really?
The next day, I can't remember, was it a 6 o'clock curfew or something nuts? Can't actually remember.
Yeah.
Like an emotional reaction.
Yeah. We'll come back to the Scottish government, because you were telling me something quite interesting there. And I also wonder about Wales, actually, at the moment, with their strange, no pub rule that seems to be coming out at the moment. On to you, David, your experience just at that precise moment in March when the news started to break.
Well, it was a gradual thing. My experience was slightly different, because I was due to fly out to Canada to perform at a festival in Toronto on the 13th of March. So rather than me being focused on Boris and Nicola, my focus was on what the situation was in Ontario. And it was kind of interesting, because at the start of the week, of that week, the situation over there seemed to be that people were fairly blasé about it. There wasn't much in the news. It seemed to be a sort of a side issue, but as the days went on, it became apparent that something really quite serious was developing. But at that stage, I didn't even know if I was going to be able to fly or not, if the gig was going to be cancelled, and the gig was cancelled about half an hour before I was due to leave for the airport. So that was my experience of it, and also what really brought it home was when colleagues at work started saying, "I'm not coming in, I'm going to work from home," because they're concerned about contact. And yeah, that was 13th of March was the last gig that I put on. It was a small gig upstairs in a pub, and then after that it was just complete closure.
Going to you, Fielding, down in London, what was going on in London?
Yeah, so I forgot to say, I also do a festival in Glasgow called Counterflows Festival. So we were having discussions about cancelling the festival almost over a month before the whole thing got locked down by Boris Johnson. So we were very much entwined with those conversations. And I had actually gone up to Scotland a few weeks before lockdown as well, just because I wanted to get out of London, because I've got a tiny box flat with my partner, like absolutely tiny, and my parents have a bit more space, but also because of the festival. But it was a really paralysing situation, because we essentially wanted to close, but we couldn't, because we rely on our income coming in every day in and day out. And it's the same thing with Paul. I think it should have been a month before, and I felt deeply uncomfortable running a program of events in this space. But it was venues were, and also generally the service industry was caught in that pincer, wasn't it? Because there was no way the government was like, listen, just lock down, we'll look after you, we'll sort you out. There was none of that. So we were all just kind of freaking out, really. It was awful.
So obviously we're still experiencing various levels of regulation and control. So just thinking about over the last 9 months, and this sounds such a stupid question, because I kind of know what the answer is, but how has it actually been for you? I mean, how do you think the governments, because we're all obviously thinking about Scotland as well, have handled their response to COVID when it comes to entertainment, music, etc.? Who wants to go first? Who wants to pick that question up?
I don't mind saying about it, really. I mean, at the beginning, I think that obviously it was felt like it was a month late, and we were all working in an environment that was sort of like, knowing that they were at risk. And then obviously we didn't have the guidelines or any support to say. They sort of put us in a bit of a limbo between, you can open, but you're near enough at your own risk. So once we sort of got the final on the 20th that we can close and there will be support, I think, like I say, the horse already bolted. And I think a few weeks after that, there was a incident in Seoul at a nightclub that seemed to be, one tiny little incident in a nightclub, but because it was sort of said as a super spreader event, it sort of villainized our industry straight away with right early doors. And I think that sort of has driven through that we seem to be the evil, sort of industry that seems to be the problem behind, the spread of the disease, which, ironically, a few months into it, they're then asking us to go back to work, go and eat out to support the local community. And obviously then we've had another spike coming off the back of that, which I think everybody knew was, going to happen as well. It's sort of like, it's very reactional. There's no proactive sort of like planning. And I think maybe now, I'd like to think that they have got a bit more of a grip on it. But to be honest with you, it doesn't really, week to week, it seems to be very, the U-turns, the change of policies, it doesn't seem like they've still got a handle on it. They might have the vaccination in the background and some very positive stuff to look forward to, but I don't think through their own handling of it that our industry has been treated very fairly at all, considering the sort of the sort of mass closure, the restrictions in numbers, everything we've done since, which has sort of been outdoors, seated and food, and it's been so restricted that there's no money in it. So you're not touching the sides of any of your fixed costs. So it's really about community and keeping the sort of people engaged with the venue. you know, and it just is like one of the other panel said, it's exhausting, you know, and you know, so you know, that's how I perceive the handling, you know, and I feel that we have been very much villainized in this situation unfairly.
So Kit, what's the experience of venues in Scotland and the Scottish government?
It's a nightmare. It is a true nightmare. But on the general thing, God, I so agree with, was that Paul? David? With the industry's been villainized.
Yeah, it's Paul.
I agree with him. And it's completely non-rational. See, the whole thing about this virus, it feels out of control. And it's all about control. And partying feels as if it's out of control. Pubs with drink feel like places that are out of control. It's the most controlled environment where people can meet, apart from churches. That's it. We film one. We can be inspected at any moment. A COVID marshal, a policeman, an environmental health officer. We're public. The clue's in the name. It's called a public house. We're open, not like a private house. Private houses, as Public Health England says, that's where the virus is being spread. It's being spread in private houses, not public houses. I mean, I can go on forever. I'm going to do one little comment. Up here, we're not allowed. I don't know where are you from? We're not allowed background music.
Really?
We're not allowed background music. Okay.
Why? Can you just say why? I don't understand.
I don't understand why, but the theory is that if you have background music, you project your voice, and that might propel an aerosol. Absolute nonsense. The clue's in the name. Background music, it's in the background. The paradox is this. I run a pub, right, where there is no background. It's like, well, I tell you what I do. I have birdsong. I have birdsong coming across the speakers, right? That's as close to music as I can get. Because, as I say to my customers, I prefer to go to a pub that sounds like a zoo than feels like a cemetery, right? And I mean, when I did about 2 weeks with nothing, and what happened, of course, because you can't prevent human beings being human beings because they're not robots. What happened without any music is people were hearing conversations at next door tables. It made it a nightmare. And then ever so often tables were talking to one another. Therefore, they were having to raise their voice to talk to one another. Of course, it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense.
So David, just coming to you, obviously you've got a very broad portfolio there. How was your experience in terms of trying to make sense of the various rules and regulations coming out of the Scottish government?
It's very hard to keep a track on it because Nicola Sturgeon does daily briefings, as you probably know, and probably fortnightly or 3 weekly reviews. So the guidelines were continually morphing. So it was always very difficult to keep tabs on what was happening. I think just picking up the Paul's point about the UK government, I think part of the problem is that this current government is constitutionally unable to recognise a directive role for the state in cases like this of emergencies. It just goes against every grain of their ideology, and I think that's partly responsible for the poverty of the response to this particular pandemic. It's kind of different in Scotland, where we maybe have more of a kind of socialistic outlook. So the government there has been a wee bit more directive and more controlling, arguably too much so. And I think as well that somebody was talking about following the science earlier. The trouble is that because the the clinical directors and the public health people have a great deal of say in this, is that it's like if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So if you rely exclusively on public health professionals, they will constantly point up the problems and not actually see the any potential leeway that there might be.
And anybody answer this question, just how easy is it to make money from a music venue?
You mean in general?
Yeah. How easy is it? What are your profit margins like? Anyone?
It's lovely money.
Non-existent, almost. I mean, the thing is, I think the government thinks that these venues are going to sustain themselves constantly through whatever kind of times we face. And I think this legacy of self-sustainment is something that's really dangerous in the UK, and it's predicated on the basis that we're all in a kind of nepotistic, kind of middle upper class industry. Actually, we constantly exclude numerous people from our industry because of this, and numerous people can't access the industry because of it as well. Yeah,
so,
I keep on about this.
Yeah, well, just let's go through, if somebody could just have a go at margins. So just talk us through margins and what capacity you need to even break even. Who wants to have a go at that? I know it's quite technical, but it's quite important as well. Paul, do you want to have a go at that?
Well, we're putting on some shows now that we've got the restrictions have been, relaxed, and we can put the shows together. We were capacity of 480. We're down to 50 seated. We need to hit sort of 300 to make it financially viable on a live music event. So working it out from there. Really, all I'm doing is making sure that the staff are motivated and keeping in work for Christmas, that the community and the town have got something to experience, but the fixed costs and all of the big bills that the club is sort of occurring every day or every week, it doesn't touch the sides of them. So there's no money in it. It's until we get through this or get more support from the government to see us through where the I suppose the Arts Council grants, which we weren't eligible for. If we had had that, we'd have been okay till March, and then we could have looked forward to, pushing on into the spring, summer. But yeah, at the current circumstances, there's no margins to make any money. It's just about community and well-being, really.
So how, and again, open to anybody, how can you justify, I guess, putting on music, live music, or even stream music, if you just can't even break even? I mean, financially, it doesn't make sense, does it, as a model at the moment?
Can I hop in here?
Yeah, go for it, John.
I mean, because obviously we work with lots of different venues. I mean, it literally is the case of, for example, we put on concerts, say, in Doncaster. If it wasn't for us, there would be no other chamber music in Doncaster. It's not like there's not an option. We're not one of many. That is it. We are chamber music in Doncaster.
Yeah.
It's a value judgment. Is it worth having that in Doncaster? We genuinely believe it is worth having in Doncaster. We genuinely believe that every reasonable sized place in this country and all the nations should have a chamber music provision of which people should be able to access. And it's amazing, actually, even the size of some cities that don't have a chamber music provision. For example, we put concerts on Newcastle-under-Lyme, which is effectively part of Stoke-on-Trent, a very big city that just doesn't have a chamber music. It has a large orchestral concert hall. It doesn't have chamber music. It doesn't have small-scale chamber music. But you can't do this without some support from somewhere else. You simply can't do it because you can't get. We don't just want to do this for the sake of it. We want to give the venues and these places in the country the very best chamber music as well. And that involves booking the best artists. And booking the best artists costs money. you know, and you're very often doing it with a bit of risk because you're putting these great artists into places where you know you're not initially, you want to build the audience over years and build a relationship, but to start out, you're going to get some concerts which have poor attendance. It's just the nature of the way it works. It needs some kind of support, but it all comes down to this: is there value in having this music, whatever your type of music is it worth it? Should every place in the country be able to, should the people who live in those places be able to access that? It comes down to that. We believe, yes, absolutely 100%. And that's why we'll continue doing it. And we can't do it simply. We can't get those great artists and put them into venues unless money comes from somewhere else. It's impossible. You can't do it.
So, Tom, over the last 9 months, have you been working? Have you been performing live? Have you been streaming? What have you been doing with your group?
So, so at Music in the Round, we have a group of 11 resident musicians called Ensemble 360. And most of these players are principals in the top British orchestras. Actually, some orchestras on the continent as well. So we have access to this resident group of musicians. When you said about what it was like back in March, we planned right up until the second we were told we couldn't do it. Even though we could see what was happening in Italy, and then it spread to France, and you could see it, like this kind of these dominoes all falling, they're all heading towards the English Channel. You could see what was going on. We ignored it and we just carried on. Just plan. You've got to do something, and it was finally we hit this brick wall of regulation where we couldn't do it, but I think there was still a belief that we're going to do it still, we're going to carry on, but we couldn't, and it was too late to plan what to do with the rest of our concerts for the spring season. So the concerts that we've got put on for March and April, we couldn't do anything about it. We had to cancel them, postpone them. We are going to reprogram them in future seasons. But we also put on a big chamber music festival in Sheffield in May, the Sheffield Chamber Music Festival. And for that, we immediately set about what can we do in terms of kind of some bespoke content. It wasn't just a case of live streaming. It was, what can we do that satisfies our audience demands? There's people that would have come to that. What do they want? Do they want live streaming? Do they want to just see a concert presented like that? Or do they want some kind of something slightly quirky that matches what their needs are, that works well with the musicians and works well with the venues that we've got? So we created some bespoke content ready for May. But we couldn't do anything about March and April. We just had, because we didn't have the provision at the time to live stream or it was all too soon. It was too abrupt. To kind of hit that wall of legislation and regulations and lockdown, and you couldn't really do anything. And I remember that kind of awful 2 days, which was just spent cancelling stuff. I'm sure everyone remembers that. Kind of those 48 hours of every single thing is cancelled, and phoning artists, phoning venues, phoning agents, and just cancel, putting messages out on Twitter, putting messages onto your website, Facebook. It was really depressing. And I'd say the biggest challenge actually has been motivation, actually. Yeah. It's been that, because there's not been any clarity. I think we don't know when we're out of it. And it's just that sense of, how do we keep going? What do we do to keep ourselves motivated, our colleagues motivated? That's been the really hard part, I think.
So just thinking about the last few months, say the last 4 months, so to date, have you been putting on, all 5 of you, have you been putting on any live music or streamed music? What have you been doing? Tom, I'll come back to you first.
So we planned an autumn COVID secure concert season, which we moved to a different venue. We couldn't do it in the Crucible. It wasn't possible. It wasn't safe. So the Crucible is closed. So we moved across the road to a place called the Upper Chapel, where we have a good relationship with them there as well. And we were able to put on only 56 audience capacity. So we were doing 2 concerts a day, a 1 p.m. concert, a 7 p.m. concert. The artists really, really, really flexible with us and took the same fee for 2 concerts in a day, which was amazing. So we did that. We got 2 concerts in Sheffield, 1 concert in Doncaster, and then we had to scrap it all again. So we got 2 concerts in, but we are back on Saturday in the Upper Chapel again. We plan to have an audience in. That can't happen because Sheffield's gone into Tier 3.
Yeah.
So we scrapped that again, but we are live streaming that on Saturday, because we've taken that time to really get our skills within the organisation up to scratch, build our contacts, and we now believe we're in a position where we can present a really good live streamed concert. I think if we'd gone back to March, all we could have done really is put a camera at the front and hope for the best, which is, okay, it's fine, but now we can take in the time to really think about what we can do and how we can present it really well, and we're ready to go with a live stream on Saturday now. So we had to do something. I say that motivation, and I'm very, very lucky that the people I work with and our chief executive, Joe Towler, has just really supported us in getting us motivated and thinking of, how we're going to come back out of this, because we will come out of it, and what are we going to do when we finally can.
Okay, so moving across the country to Cafe Otto, have you been able to do any live music or streaming or whatever over the last 4 months?
Yeah, so we got the Cultural Recovery Fund, which has been, to be honest, if we didn't have that, I don't think we'd be able to do anything whatsoever. And I think it's important to understand that without that, things wouldn't happen. So we see this as an opportunity to support our community. Just as a brief aside, I feel like there's a lot of talk about supporting venues, but there's also very little talk about supporting artists themselves. And I think artists do make venues after all, and make them what they are. So we've seen that as an excuse for that. So this week we have 4 event live streams that are in the space to no audiences. We've been doing a mixture of live streams, lockdown, and we've also had a few socially distanced events in the space. It's like maximum 20 people audience in the space, all socially distanced. We want to be as safe as possible, and generally it's been a positive thing. It's people responding to it in a good way. We can reach an international audience, and because of the Cultural Recovery Fund, we can pay a bit of money towards artists that we value in our community that we really want to support. It's not ideal, but it's a situation that I think we're actually quite lucky in.
So is the fund enabling you to put gigs on and to pay musicians?
Yeah, it is. Which
is great. Now, Paul, your experience of the fund wasn't quite as positive. Do you just want to talk us through that?
Well, being an independent, we've never sort of done the grants or applications before, so when we applied for the recovery fund, there was a few gaps in we didn't really fluff out we're very culturally diverse, very significant sort of for the town, but we didn't really emphasize it enough in some ways, so that we not failed, but we scored low marks in that area. And then there was a couple of gaps in the finances as well, which now that we've been in contact with the accountant and everything's in place, if we were applying now, we'd most really get it. But without having it, putting on the shows and what we're doing is like pushing water uphill. It really is we're doing it because of the community. We're doing it because of the love of what we do in the club, and everything. We've cancelled over 160 events through the 8-month period that we've been closed, and that's diverse from DJs, to live music, to performance. And yes, it's sort of, if we had that funding behind us, we mostly would be able to do more and create a more of an impact within the community to well-being and sort of to bringing forward the music. But obviously we're trying to fund that within ourselves and make sure that we sort of it's self-finance, well, not finance, pays the staff, the tech and the bands, and maybe a little bit left over for me, but at the same time it's I feel it's really important to keep the sort of the momentum and the morale and the energy within the venue, because it's where it has been closed for a long period, you do start to feel it sort of retracting. And I think people also, it's like we're crowdfunding in one of the most deprived towns in the country. It's a seaside town. I don't expect people in this community to sort of dig deep and put money into what we're doing, because I think, like we said before, there's a lot of misconception that people who own venues are living the life of Riley, and not really understanding that the reason why a lot of us do this is because we love the community, the towns that we live in, and and working with the creative people that sort of gives you it's a really important part of what the town's about, especially like I say, being so deprived. So it's sort of because of, I don't know if it's just because we're stupid that we're doing it. Or, you know what I mean? But it's for the right reasons, but because again, and it's passion. It's the passion that we have for, like I say, not just the community outside of the club, but also the community that we have with the team around us and the musicians around us. There's a real sort of ecosystem that we're a very important part of, and like was said before, the artists, musicians, they are suffering, if not more, because of the circumstances. So it's a lifeline for them. It gives them a glimmer of hope. So it's a really everybody sort of, it's all has a knock-on effect, and so yeah, it's difficult without the support. But hopefully with the awareness and what we're doing, maybe that support will come. MVT have been amazing, so we're really lucky really to have the people behind us that we've got. But it doesn't mean that getting up some days and being motivated for it isn't a struggle.
Absolutely. So the perspective from Scotland, is it different? Have you had government help or the equivalent of Arts Council help north of the border? Kit, do you want to kick off?
Yeah. By the way, I agree with absolutely everything Paul said, including thanking the Music Venue Trust, who've been hugely helpful, especially it's a totally different skill filling in a grant application form. It's got nothing to do with running a pub. And they really knocked our application form into shape. I mean, it was like doing a PhD in a week. It was ridiculous. So incredibly grateful for them, and they helped us get a grant, and we're putting in for another grant to put on 12 weeks of gigs on Friday and Sunday, and a streaming thing. So we got the initial grant of 46 grand. We're hoping to get this, and so we'll just channel all this money through, basically most of the money through to the musicians. And I mean, the way you're all talking about pubs, Jesus, we're not in the charity business, but in a way we are. I had to do some crowdfunding because I was advised by the Music Venue Trust to do some crowdfunding. It's a nominal, I'm applying for 50 grand to raise 5 grand crowdfunding, because it puts the people who hand out the grants in a more amenable frame of mind. I've been trolled for it. People in Inverness think I'm rich. I remember you said, a question about a quarter of an hour ago, you say, well, how profitable is your business? Everybody started grinning. It's not profitable at all. Everybody just shrugged their shoulders and started smiling. I mean, we're full. I mean, look what somebody said, can't remember who, David, I think, he said, his capacity is 400. If he sells just under 300, he's beginning to lose money. To have a 75% capacity, whenever you put on a gig, it's a nail biter to see who will turn up. And you can you can put on some gigs and 600 people want to come. Well, you can't take the extra 200. You put on another gig, only 200 want to come. Well, you've just lost money. You've lost the money that you made on the 400 gig. So yeah.
I must admit, having been married to my other half for 20 odd years, and he's run lots of different venues, I have lived the terror of those, are we going to get people through the door? Are they going to turn up? Am I going to have to pay my staff from the money in the bar? That was a particularly exciting Christmas. I remember that well. So I'm absolutely with you on all of this. So David, your experience from the Scottish government, have you had any support?
Yeah, the Storytelling Centre got some initial support from the Scottish Government Fund. The Scottish Government actually made money available before the 1.57 million Cultural Recovery Fund came from Westminster, and 97.5 million of that was allocated to Scotland. But some of the venue support came before that 97.5 million was available. And there's been a second round of venue recovery money has come from that 97.5. So yes, we were able to access that money, but some of that money, but only enough to keep us going until the end of March. And in the meantime, in the early part of the pandemic, the centre staff were all furloughed, came back to work a few weeks ago and are now part-time furloughed again. They're working 2 days a week and furloughed the rest of the time. Largely because the furlough was extended recently.
So,
I wanted to just highlight. It kind of ties in with something that Tom and Paul were saying about local ecologies, about communities, about provision in places where there's very little provision. And you said earlier that you wanted to hear about kind of raw experiences of how people have experienced this pandemic. A lot of musicians nowadays are quite entrepreneurial, and there's two musician sisters in Kirkwall in Orkney who set up a venue which is also a teaching facility, it's a cafe, it's a shop, and so on, and we're doing that very successfully in a building that they rented from Orkney Islands Council. They were forced to close in the pandemic, but they were paying commercial rents for the use of the building. And of course, as the pandemic went on, the rent arrears went up and up and up and up. They tried to negotiate a rent holiday with Orkney Islands Council, no go. They tried to negotiate a month-to-month rental, a peppercorn rent, no go. They tried to negotiate a retrospective termination of the lease, so that they would only pay the rental up till the point that it was said to have terminated, no go. So of course they've been forced to close with large debts that they've incurred, and no support at all from that Islands Council. And the upshot of that is that an entirely viable, successful venue and business has been forced to close. But just echoing Tom and Paul's point, a crucial part of the music ecology of that town in Orkney has been severely damaged, and the music infrastructure in the islands has really been badly undermined. And ironically, that's in a part of the country that is now in Tier 1, which is the one with the fewest restrictions. So that's a really quite a shocking and heartrending example of how the pandemic has really wreaked havoc.
And it's quite shocking that Orkney Council haven't done more to support a venue which is so important to the local community.
Yeah.
And I guess I just want to kind of cover two last questions, because we're beginning to get closer to the end of our session. The first one is, have your local authorities been at all useful or not? Anybody? Well, you're all looking totally bemused by the question, so I guess local authorities.
Well, I have to say, Edinburgh City Council have actually been pretty good.
Right.
They've been doing what they can.
Right.
Aren't the councils? Isn't there a £2,000 a month grant available from councils? Is that correct? Am I right in saying that?
I don't know.
Only if you're closed.
Only if you're closed, is that right? Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I think the councils and the powers that be, if you're pressing the right buttons with them, and have the right relationship with them, you can get, they are there supporting. I think that, we've had the discretional grant, which was a lifesaver really. So yeah, I mean, what it is, again, it's having that the connection with the venue, and because quite a lot of the people maybe in the council haven't got that, especially at the grassroots level, I don't think they realise the importance of a venue or of grassroots venues in there. A bit like the government, again, like what we said, it seems to correlate down through even into local government that we are the last in the queue, basically.
And have any of you written to your local MP and explained how important your venue and your work is? Anybody reached out to your local MP, and what happened?
I reached out to our local MP. We got a response. I did sort of indicate that music and dancing is one of the last bastions of freedom that we actually have. And, you know, to deny a town such as Hastings, you know, the kids down here to not have that sort of, you know, escapism from the gruel of life, it's going to have a huge effect on well-being and mental well-being. I got the usual assistance letter back just saying it's been put forward and, you know, good luck, basically. So they acknowledge it. And I can imagine if it's something that they can use for their own political move, then it would be, you know, would be more sort of like on the front of the agenda. But I don't think it is. Okay,
well that is all incredibly depressing. Somebody has asked over the chat, is there any light at the end of the tunnel? And I'm going to combine that with, what is your wish to Santa? So if you're writing a letter to Santa, what are you going to ask him for in 2021? So I'm going to start with Fielding. What is your Santa wish?
Mine is remembering, letting the government remember that culture's for everyone and the arts is for everyone, and should especially not be for an elite set of people who should be given particular access. I mean, I feel deeply uncomfortable with the fact that we're sitting here and our venue's been given funding and Paul's hasn't and is going through a horrific time right now. I think that's deeply unfair. I think these divisions exist in so many different quarters of the music industry. So we're talking from education, we're talking from class, and we're building it right upwards to how the industry works itself. It's a deeply unequal and equitable industry, and I think we could all do to remember that the arts and culture should be for everyone. We should all be able to access it. We should have venues that exist that can make it thrive, and we treat the people that we work with, so artists, as workers.
Absolutely. I would totally agree with that. I mean, from the ISM's perspective, what has become painfully clear is that musicians are woefully unprotected because of their freelance status, and there is very little safety net for them. And although we've seen the self-employed scheme come out in various shapes and forms, it's actually very difficult to get any money out of it, and there's lots of exclusions. So we've ended up with a huge number of musicians totally unsupported, and they're now doing other jobs. You know, they've now gone off and, you know, not surprisingly, they're working for Amazon or Sainsbury's. And are we ever going to see them back? Are we ever going to see them back? Tom, your wish for Santa?
Just some clarity and some consistency from the people that give us these rules that we have to follow. Would be absolutely amazing. I think everyone understands that we've got to do as much as possible to stop people from dying. I don't think anyone's denying that. What I think, and right at the start, you know, we were talking about those inconsistencies. It's not acceptable, actually. It's really, really, really not on. And you talk about local authorities. I mean, our MP is, well, for Sheffield, is Dan Jarvis. But he can only kind of provide the support that he gets from higher up. Yeah. You know, he's wonderful. We have a culture consortium in Sheffield, of which he's part of. But we can't, you know, he can't tell us, he can't go over the government, you know. This starts from the top, and there is no clarity. And the inconsistency is what's made this so difficult. And I think that, you know, the fact that certain things which seem to be very unsafe were allowed to reopen, and certain things which seem to be a lot safer weren't allowed to. I'll give you an example. I mean, I went to watch a concert in Leeds in the town hall, which has an enormous capacity. But because of COVID restrictions, it was down to something like 90 people or something to keep the social distance. It's an enormous venue. I went to watch a concert in there. I walked out onto the hedgerow and it was packed with everyone out getting pissed on a Friday night. Yeah. That is what none of us can understand. It's that inconsistency. If there was just some, and there's never any explanation for it. And what we need is clarity. If we have a sense that we are all in it together, you know, whatever that entertainment, whether it's sport or whether it is the hospitality industry or whether it's live music or whether it's theatre, we get a sense of we're all in it together, because it doesn't feel like that. And it would be wonderful if we had that sense that we are actually in it together, common purpose and real clarity on regulation, so we can actually plan, so we can actually have a strategy of what we're going to do when we get out of it. Because at the moment, as I say, it's just fog and it's just haze. So my wish to Santa would be that someone gives us some clarity.
I think also there is something in there about talking to your MP, even if you just get a standard letter back. And we get stacks. I mean, we do huge amounts of communications into government. And we sent in a letter signed by 2,500 musicians about the self-employed scheme and trying to get it extended. And, you know, we just get a pro forma acknowledgement, but we just say, well, sod it, we're just going to keep going. And I think you just have to do that, even though it's a thankless job. Sometimes you're not sure anybody is listening to you at all, but you have to keep going. Otherwise, you get the Fatima advert. You remember the Fatima advert, and her next job is in cybersecurity. And somehow we have to cut through all that rubbish and try and get our messages through. So I'm coming on my screen down to Kit. What is your Christmas wish from Santa?
My Christmas wish is very, I agree precisely what Fielding said. I mean, to be honest, without culture, life is telework bed, you know. Mm. So my Christmas wish is that Britain would become as civilized as France and Germany, who encourage the hospitality trade and everything that goes on culturally. And they have 6% VAT for pubs, hotels and restaurants. So that's called civilization. Yeah. And that would be my wish, that Britain would follow France and Germany's example.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. And it's something we can all ask our MPs to lobby for. Good thing to get them doing over Christmas. David, moving across to you, your Santa wish.
I think my wish would be that the experience of the pandemic has demonstrated just how important music is, and that once it's all over, that there'll be an enormous explosion of music making right across the country. And that venues will be filled, and that there will be new venues found, and musicians will be able to restore things back to something like a fulfilling life, without having to think about where the next penny's coming from.
Totally agree with that. And I think the frustration from the ISM's perspective is all aspect of a musician's life were being hit. You know, we were hearing from the venues, but we were hearing from church musicians as well, you know, that they weren't allowed to play the organ or to sing, or, you know, so, and they were being let go by the Church of England. They were being made redundant by the Church of England. And I kept thinking, surely the Church of England's got some money, or they could at least furlough their singers. What is going on here? So, more work to be done. I think, Paul, Christmas wish.
Christmas wish is, I say, save our venues triggers the Arts Council to save the 30 in the red zone, and they, you know, release the funding to the venues that are really sort of in desperate need over Christmas, because I know the stress levels for those venues and the owners and staff are going to be in the red. So yeah, hopefully the Save Our Venues triggers the Arts Council to save the venues that need saving.
Great. Anything else anybody wants to add? Any positives out there at all? Anything good?
Can I pick up on a question in the sidebar? Because we've had a question which was, do you think audience tastes have changed during lockdown, or will they change after things go back to normal?
Yeah.
Well, we're just saying that, you know, the Christmas wish of hope the venues are full again and we're back to appreciating culture and live music. That's something I really wonder about, actually, whether, you know, you look at your model and go, well, it worked before, carry on as usual, just get through this, whether you use this as an opportunity to transform and change. I think that's the big question that venues and promoters and artists themselves have to ask. And this idea that, we want the venues full, but at what cost does that come with? For example, we were talking earlier about, Deborah, you saying your husband as well, and that kind of sleepless nights every time you put on an artist or program something which is slightly out of the ordinary about whether that's going to be a financial disaster, whether that forces people now to become more cautious in what they do when they come out of this. That I think it can be a positive. We could come out of this, with renewed kind of programming ideas, or we might slip back into what we did, only be even more conservative in our taste. That's my worry and kind of hope simultaneously. And that's everybody is part of that decision. It's the venue, it's the artists that come, it's the promoters, it's the audience taste as well. We all have a say in what that's going to be, but it could potentially be quite exciting actually when we come out of it.
I've got a theory that it could be like the Roaring '20s. If the population has enough herd immunity and there is enough money in people's pockets, which is a big if, given what's going on the high street, but we could see a real hunger for live entertainment. I don't know. What do you think, Fielding? Do you think there'll be a hunger for live entertainment?
Yeah, I think there's numerous ways we can kind of romance over that, but I'm deeply concerned about a lot of things at the moment. We're about to have possibly the biggest horrific change to borders and racist kind of systems that will make our programming far less international and push a lot of people out. I'm also quite mindful of what we have actually learned from this crisis and who's been left out of live music in the first place. Are we going to make this more equitable to working class people? Is it going to be more equitable to disabled people? Is it going to be, are we going to learn anything for Black Lives Matter, for example? All these kind of questions, I'm very wary of seeing, I want things back to normal, and I want people to be able to survive and pay their rent and all the rest of it, and that's an obvious base concern. But also my concern is also just are we just going to pretend like this wasn't a moment in time to really learn and reflect? I think we've got a really, really difficult time ahead in the music industry, and the way that the Conservative government treat the arts in general is so maligned and class-driven that and profit-driven that I don't want to get too romantic.
Can I pick up on what Fielding just said? I think that the difference with this, the only reference point I've got for this in my career is what happened in 2007, 2008 with the economic catastrophe, and then how that fed into the arts as well, kind of staggered. Obviously this was immediate, whereas that was staggered into the arts, kind of drip down effect, wasn't it, of what that was. But I guess that the big difference, and in terms of how we come back out of this as well when it's all over, is that's that horrible thing of kind of capitalism, I suppose, isn't it? That the weak and the injured will fail, and things like a recession will prune out the weak anyway. That horrible way of thinking about things. But that's kind of the way economics works, isn't it, sadly? This is very, very different. And this isn't to do with, whether you were successful or flagging prior to this. This was things that were completely out of people's control. Where you've got the kind of, the Royal Albert Hall alongside a small pub that puts live music on in a village somewhere. They're equal at that point. It's nothing to do with success or failure. And venues and artists, the venues are going to fail, artists are going to change career, not because of the fact that they were failing prior to this, but because of circumstances completely out of control. And that's why it needs to be thought about totally different. And that's why the government response can't just be an economic support package, there's some money. It has to be thought about totally different, because there's no reference point. We don't have something to compare with. Like I say, my only possible comparison is what happened, with the last recession. or double or triple or quadruple recession or whatever it was in the end, and I've lost count of how many recessions there were in sequence. This is very different this time, and it just needs, everybody needs to think differently, I think.
Kit, you looked as if you wanted to come in there. Did you want to say something?
I think the good news is the vaccine is a good news. You couldn't be in this business unless you're an absurd optimist, because it's the most ridiculous financially. It's an absurdity.
Yeah.
Amazingly, despite a hostile economic environment, these venues carry on year after year after year. And what's amazing about the 800 venues that the Music Venue Trust have represented, there's only 30 of them in the red zone. That's actually phenomenal. And what I do think is, unlike the 2008 thing, that's something actually wrong with the economy. Now, there's nothing wrong with the economy. This is just, it's a disease. It's not an economic problem. It's a physical disease. So I really do think there's going to be a bounce back. But of course, we've all got our Sybil's loans. I've now got, 100 grand I've got to pay back. It's just set me back financially 5 years or something.
Yeah.
It's on a loan. I just pay every year. It just gobbles up my profit, or a lot of it. But I do think there's going to be a bounce back. I think the vaccine, that's the end of the damn thing. And I think May the 1st, thank God it's the summer. And I think there is a lot of pent up appetite for culture.
I think there is too. I mean, I may just be an eternal optimist, but I really miss going out. I really miss it. I want to be able to go out to hear live music, to go to a band. I want to be able to go to a concert. I want to be able to go to the cinema. I'm desperate, absolutely desperate. And I'll just tell you a little story. My other half runs a theatre now down in Woking, and he got a call on Friday, is part of the ATG group, saying, Bristol is now shut. Will you take the Panto from Bristol? It's coming in on the 19th of December. Can you now sell tickets? And he said to me, I don't even know if the plant's going to work. So, I haven't seen him for days now, because he's trying to get the whole thing up and working again. And I do, heart of heart, I think you are amazing people working in the venues, because it's so tough. How you do it, I have absolutely no idea. So, keep going, because we really, really need you. So just little lights at the end of the tunnel. We've got the vaccine. We've got, hopefully, everybody's going to want to go out there and do gigs or whatever. Any other bits of hope, or are we finished on the hope front?
Well,
any other bits? Yeah, go on.
I just yesterday I just came across a piece of work that was done by Jeff Ellis of DF Concerts, people that used to be responsible for Tea in the Park and Transmit now, and he's written a really good paper about what's required for a restart, and particularly a restart of reduced capacity but without social distance, making the point that you could announce the end of the pandemic tomorrow, but it doesn't mean that gigs would start tomorrow. There has to be lead-in time for venues to get ready. But I found a lot of light in that particular document. And it's very measured as well. He talks about the kind of mitigations that are required, but actually making the case that that kind of overly cautious approach, particularly in Scotland, could be set to one side, given the right kind of mitigations.
Fantastic. I'm just going to ask the panel, is there anything else they want to add, because we're running out of time now?
The only thing I'd like to add is to sort of like to highlight the MVT and all the work that they've done. Bev and Dave have been, amazing, really, sort of thing. Bev and Mark, sorry, have been amazing. And, so, yeah, if anything that's come from all of this is the community that has been, sort of supporting us all the way through with the MVT. It's been sort of like, without that, I think we would have mostly had a lot less hope going into Christmas. So, yeah, thanks to them, really.
And I think also that just highlights that the musicians need the venues and the venues need the musicians. We all need one another. It is very much a codependent relationship, but a good codependent relationship. So lots of things to ask Santa. He's going to be very, very busy already, 2 sessions in. So I'd just like to thank this fantastic panel, and I wish you all, from the very bottom of my heart, all the very best for 2021, and keep doing your brilliant work and keep the faith, because we need you all. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for this lunchtime session in conversation with David Lammy MP. I'm sure he needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever. David is very well known to those of us in the music sector. He is a huge supporter, has a brilliant music background himself, but also has got lots and lots of other areas of interest outside of music. And I hope we're going to be touching on some of the extraordinary work he has been doing, possibly touch on things like criminal justice, which I know is an issue close to his heart, but also looking at Brexit, which is something challenging most of us, and also Black Lives Matter, and where we need to go as a sector to actually take on board the issues that Black Lives Matter have raised. So an awful lot to cover. David needs to leave promptly at 10 to 2. So do get those questions ready so that I can ask David as we go through. But firstly, David, just let's start with your own musical background. Just tell us a bit about it.
Well, I think the important thing to recall for those who are on is I'm about a similar age to Aled Jones.
Oh, right.
And way back in the early 80s, he got to #1 in the charts with Walking in the Air. And a few folk in Tottenham, it was a time when people were talking a lot about boy choristers, Vienna Boys Choir, that sort of thing. Said, look, you know, David's got a good voice. And basically between the local priest, primary school head teacher, and a wonderful, wonderful music teacher in Tottenham with a huge dedication to lifting the chances of kids in the inner city through music, Mrs. Shepherd, they conspired to send me for voice trials, and I went and had a trial at Southwellminster and Peterborough Cathedral, and chose Peterborough because it was nearer to London. I'd never been on an intercity train, and I was a bit worried about boarding away from home. And so that set me off at a wonderful school in the choral tradition, practicing every day. And I always say to people now doing this job that that business of being prompt, being prepared, trying to do my very best really starts from practice and the frequency of music at that time in my life and the excellence I learned. You know, it's an awe-inspiring and scary thing doing you know, the solos in Mozart in D minor or something in a big cathedral, and the fact that I pulled it off has stayed with me ever since.
So you weren't just a member of the choir, you were also a soloist.
I was a soloist. I had violin tuition at school. I wasn't a great violinist, but I did have a very patient teacher. And I'm still in the parliamentary choir. There's a fantastic parliamentary choir. I'm not able, I like to practice, and I'm a bit of a busy MP, so I tend to be in the Christmas concert because I know all the, you know, all the tunes basically, and I'm a tenor these days.
I was going to ask you, what part do you sing? So you're a tenor, so those are actually quite sought after, aren't they? So
they are a bit, yeah. They're always come back into the choir. Forget the riots in Tottenham, David. We need you, whatever it is.
Yeah. So is there a piece of choral music that you're particularly fond of?
Oh God, there's loads. I mean, you know, I Was Glad, Parry's I Was Glad I Love, Oh for the Wings of a Dove. I mean, there's too many. I mean, too music. I was sort of thinking, if I'm ever asked on Desert Island Disc, you know, a lot of it will be choral, which I think will surprise a lot of people.
But you can't beat it, can you? I mean, are you actually going to be singing this year, the parliamentary choir? Are you not?
Well, I don't. Well, look, we're all caught in the same way that everybody is. I think we're all deeply depressed that music has been caught up in the crosshairs of this pandemic in the way that it has. will obviously come onto the industry, but of course the ability to perform in fellowship with others in a gathered way, in choirs, has been prohibited really for the vast majority of this time. And okay, we've got the news of the vaccine, thank God. There'll be differences of views how much we can trust the government to get the vaccine out successfully and in a prompt way. And until that happens, frankly, we're not going to see music come back in the way that we all want it to.
I think one of the things from the 2 sessions so far today has been, and we've heard from performers, and then we heard from music venue managers who are on their knees basically, and these are the smaller music venues keeping places like Hastings or Inverness together, really. These are not the Royal Albert Halls, but they're all saying that they don't really understand what the government is doing when they say they're following the science. So they say, you know, planes are fine, but going to a music venue isn't. And there's a lot of real kind of what's going on here. And one of the contributors said, we just feel as if we've been villainized, really. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that I think it's been depressing to see these live centres particularly mothballed effectively over this period. I think the sector has not been trusted, obviously, to socially distance, to also work with scientists to convey what is required. Everyone understands that, but has been sort of shut down. You know, I see it from lots of ends as a constituency MP. For example, the football community has lobbied really intensely to reopen football. Again, large gatherings, it's nothing like what they would like. Of course, it's nothing like the numbers, but we had grassroots football clubs effectively about to go bust. That's not that dissimilar in the music sector, is it really?
No.
So there must be a way of opening that is within the rules. We know that other countries have facilitated and allowed it. What I think the government have got wrong is really a sector specific approach, one on the economic support that's necessary, and that's critical in the music sector. And it's been way out of step, frankly, with other bits of the economy, and understanding the ability of sectors easily to come back after this. And I suspect if this goes on right through 2021, music's going to be in a lot of trouble, and it will be very hard to come back. And it's a huge, massive dent on our country. We're global leaders in this area. It's a huge part of our GDP and global output. So we need the sector to come back when this is all over.
I think it was really hard from the sector's perspective when we were told you can't work, you absolutely can't work, you know, your venues are shut, and then to be told and you're not viable, and you're kind of thinking, hang on a moment, the only reason we can't work is you've told us we can't work. So there's a real circularity going on in the government's thinking that makes no sense if you're working in the music sector.
Look, you've got to, when you're in government, and I say this having been in government, I say this having been culture minister, you know, you do need to be robust sometimes with Treasury officials and others who don't completely get the story. My Secretary of State at the time when I was culture minister was Tessa Jow, and Tessa Jow was quite able to have robust conversations with Gordon Brown if required, or indeed with number 10. She was an effective Secretary of State. Now, this was an era where we were investing quite a lot in music, the music education. But we all understand that we've then had austerity. But the point is, this is a major contributor to our GDP. We cannot talk about a creative economy without this sector central to it. We will get through this pandemic. We need it to recover. What is the support that's necessary to get it to that part? And how can we have been in a situation where the freelancers are excluded, and it's so tragic to describe them as excluded, who clearly have been the mainstay of the sector and our economy, are so shut out of the financial support that they're necessary. Of course, they're not. The use of the word viability was incredibly poor, should have been retracted straight away. And frankly, we should not have had to have seen the campaigning that we've seen from those who've been excluded from the proper support. It still goes on because actually hospitality, I know that clearly music is not hospitality, but it works with hospitality, have been really fairly poorly treated and are losing out financially to this day.
Absolutely. I think we still have huge problems in relation to the self-employed scheme, and the latest iteration actually is far less supportive than the previous scheme.
That's right.
And I think what we're seeing is lots of musicians saying, well, actually, shall I just give up? Shall I go and work for Amazon instead?
Yeah, I've got friends who are musicians. I've got lots of constituents actually who, because of the nature of housing stock in London, are in constituencies like mine, because they can just about afford to be in London in a constituency like mine. So I've got lots of representations, and it's very, very sad to see people saying, I've got to leave the sector, I've got to pay the bills. And so I'll take whatever's coming, basically. And very little security, I guess, about when things will come back. And I recognise also the things that you relied on before. You could do a little bit of tuition in schools. You could box, and you might do some extra work in a cafe. The way you could juggle, all of it has been shut down, and so you've not been able to juggle in that way.
So you mentioned music education. It's not been brilliant in terms of music education
for a long time.
For a long time.
It's a long-running story. I mean, GCSE music is down dramatically. A-level music is down dramatically. Never mind, mature conversations, which tend to be what you want to be in government, is about pedagogy and how we teach music and
absolutely
the latest practice and the best practice from across the world and deploying. I'm afraid we're not in having that conversation. It's a conversation about why some subjects are being preferenced over others, largely STEM subjects, and by the way, not understanding that the iPhone I've got, all of those technologies coming together. The reason why we've got great universities is precisely because they're interdisciplinary. We don't just rely on one department, or we'd get nowhere. So this has fallen on deaf ears, and clearly. And it's so, I mean, I've got to the stage now in politics where the ping pong, the cycle is depressing, because, I want to see our government back in power. When we do see our government back in power, people like, now married to an artist, by the way, who care a lot about creativity in the arts, will be lobbying very aggressively. But the strategy we're going to need to get back to where we were, this is going to be a 20-year plan. And it's just really, really depressing and entirely unnecessary. And by the way, we can't afford this. We're now going into a recession. Never mind leaving the European Union. I mean, we can't afford for the music sector and this hugely important part of the economy to be on its back heels in the way that I suspect it might well be.
I think from my perspective, you do end up feeling a little bit paranoid, because firstly we had the EBAC, which has had this huge impact, as you say, on GCSEs and A levels, and then we saw DFE saying just a month or so ago, well, core subjects, those are the things that schools need to focus on. So again, music isn't so important. Then we've got COVID and the music sector and the arts not being supported. And then we've got Brexit, no trade deal. And musicians traditionally have earned quite a lot of their money through touring in Europe. And of course, the end of freedom of movement. So if you were kind of looking at UK PLC in terms of profit and loss, it's a very strange way to be treating a very profitable part of the economy. And that's the bit I don't really get, because it's worth close on 6 billion. And I just don't understand why it's not better treated.
My views on exiting the European Union are well broadcasted and well known. And some of the way I reacted and why I fought very hard to try and get the British public a second vote on the deal, lost that, unfortunately, for lots of reasons, was precisely because I worried that those who were the proponents of this had an idea of Britain, but it was largely based on Britain in the 1950s. And so we see, for example, a debate around fisheries and fish. I don't want to argue that this isn't a significant part of our economy, but I on the numbers I've seen, it's clearly not as important as the creative economy. And if you took a slice within the creative economy and took music, it clearly isn't as important as music financially. So what is the future economy, and how do we make sure that we've got that future economy? You know, very sadly, as people lose their jobs because of technology, you've got to be really focused on that future economy, skilling people up. Music's one of those sectors that transcends, you know, you've got both the classic and the technologies taking music forward in exciting new ways. And I worry that those who are the masters of our country don't particularly or fully want to get this or understand this. I, at the moment, have got responsibility for justice on the front bench of the Labour Party. I've got the same calls, by the way, from lawyers. They don't know if they're going to have freedom of movement in Europe to go and fight cases. It happens that our common law system here in the UK is the most preeminent in the world, and people want to come here. Are they going to be able to get here? None of this clarity has been produced. So all I would say to friends who are musicians and colleagues linked in this afternoon is this is not the only part of the sector hugely worried. I've seen the debate about, I think it's clause 25, whether this actually works for musicians properly. Very little clarity on whether it does. My instinct tells me that when we exit the European Union at the end of December, there is going to be at least 6 months of great uncertainty, huge problems, lots of bureaucracy. And a lot of people will say, I told you so. But I take no credit in saying that. No, it's not no joy in saying that, because this is people's livelihoods on the line.
I think from the IMC perspective, our concern is that we were told this would lead to less bureaucracy, but actually the level of bureaucracy coming down the line, if you want to tour in Europe, is going to be absolutely massive. And again, I think there's a real risk that only the better off musicians are actually going to be able to go across to Europe. So there's also something there about access and diversity and equality playing out.
Absolutely. And it's not just about, you know, the Royal Philharmonic getting across. It's also got to be about our young musicians being able to have exchange. So look, it will sort itself out, because the truth is, across particularly the European Union, there will be a desire from our colleagues to fix these problems. But I suppose it's not my job to water down the problems that I think might ensue in the short term particularly. And I think there will be some short-term issues. I really, really do. And it will damage livelihoods at a time when we can't afford it because of the pandemic, particularly, and how that's affected the economy, and particularly how it's affected the music sector, which won't be recovering in 2021, even with a vaccine. The recovery will be long into 2022. And that's because, of course, you know, it's not just about the music venues. It's also about how it's affected the rest of the economy, how comfortable people feel about spending on leisure, particularly well-being. All of those things will have a knock-on effect. And so, you know, it's a tough period. After a period where I know, because of your figures and others, there'd been a major output, in fact, in music's contribution to our GDP.
So just shifting a little bit to Black Lives Matter, which has really been highly visible within the music community with various initiatives. Just two aspects of that. Where would you like to see the Black Lives Matter campaign going next? And what do you think the music sector should be doing?
Well, look, I mean, I have to say I was initially a little cynical in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd back in May. And that was because it didn't feel to me this was being presented as if it was new, and it wasn't new. I mean, very sadly, Black men, Eric Garner, Ray Trayvon Martin, that story is a very old story. And indeed, the truth is that whilst we don't have the guns here in the UK, David Cameron would not have asked me to do a review on the criminal justice system if there wasn't a significant issue to deal with. And very, very sadly, 53% of our young offenders come from a Black, Asian or minority ethnic background here in the UK. It's very, very worrying. However, and there is a however, I am hugely heartened by the calls I've had, the emails I've had, the requests I've had. I'm really encouraged by the millennials and young people who get this stuff, just like they get climate change. Enough is enough for them on issues of systemic and structural racism. They do want to know our history, actually. And, you know, Britain's been very good at talking about Henry VIII and the two H's, I call it, Henry VIII beating Hitler, and very little in between. And I'm afraid the in between, both the good, the bad, and the ugly, is quite important. And some of these shame and guilt stories can actually be, you know, stories that you build on, because it explains the reason why we're multicultural today, and the reason why we, you know, take fighting for human rights so seriously. And I think that younger people are up for that. They haven't got the levers of power yet. They're not running. They're not running political parties, FTSE 100 companies, orchestras, or anything really. But they will get there, and that gives me some hope. In relation to music, look, I do want to see young people from poorer backgrounds, young people from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds able to get music tuition. I want it in a way that works for them. I'm really worried about the defunding of local authorities and the massive cuts to music education, patchy as it is now across the country. When I was in the job, I loved, and that's why we got pilots, the El Sistema system in Venezuela, the group practice, which I've always believed is much better fit than expecting the inner city child growing up on the 24th floor of the tower block estate to practice at home. Bring them together in a group practice forum. I think there's more to do there. We have seen the birth of orchestras now that look like the country. Not enough, but that's an exciting development. I remember there was just the Sphinx Orchestra out of Detroit that was doing it. So we have seen that development now here in the UK. And, you know, trying to celebrate people's heritage and culture, to get that synthesis of different music traditions is really important to lift spirits, lift hope, lift opportunity, and to have the role models. You do need the role models, and those role models are also now more visible, I think, in classical traditions than they have been in the past. So I think there's stuff to build on, but there's more to do.
And I think that actually links back to the EBAC policy, because it is shrinking music in schools, which means that access is being denied. So if access is denied to children who don't have parents that can afford for private tuition, that is going to make it more difficult for children to follow their musical talent wherever that may take us. So I would hope that the Labour Party does try and tackle the EBAC, even though it's been out there as a policy position of the government for a long time now.
Yes, well, I remember the debates we've had in Parliament about the EBAC and how critical I and other Labour colleagues were about it and remain concerned about it. So, but we're not going to be reaching government anytime soon. It's 2024 before the next general election. Let's be honest about it. I think there are issues about funding for tuition and the need for subsidy that's got to come from the public purse if we want to make, if we believe in a universal entitlement in relation to music, and I certainly do. There's another thing that I've always insisted. Look, I'm not speaking to you as a musician. I'm speaking to you as someone for whom music has been at the center of my life, and I'm married today to a visual artist. But what I always say is, look, if you listen to a David Lammy speech in the House of Commons and you think it's half good, please understand that I learned that literacy, if you like. I learned that ability to have the confidence to stand up and speak, not through the spoken word, but through music. It was being a chorister and striving for excellence and practicing in music that produces a David Lammy. And I see this, the other end of the spectrum. I see this in prisons, the fantastic work that music therapy plays in our prisons, and the arts play, working with people with troubled backgrounds. Music is often a way in when other areas of the curriculum aren't working. So there's an important way to understand music holistically across the spectrum, really. And I just think that understanding has been lost. And whilst, of course, you would expect me as a politician to stress the financial contribution of music, the GDP, and all the rest of it, I'm not backing off music for music's sake, well-being, and not being so utilitarian that we're sort of, unless music can demonstrate outcome financially, somehow it's not of worth. I'm afraid if that were the case, just the names, the successive names from the Beatles to Benjamin, so many names would not be making this country as global as it is. So there's a perversity in this sort of new Britain engaging in the world if we're sort of cutting the legs from under the generation that will go forward and do that in the years to come.
I totally agree with all of that. I mean, we have been using both intrinsic and extrinsic arguments to government, and neither of them work. So even when we use the extrinsic one, you know,
because you're confronted with Philistines, but I can say that because I'm in the opposition.
So we have tried every single kind of message out there, and nothing gets through. And instead, we get Fatima thinking about cybersecurity as her next career move. Can I just finish?
I just want to say there's a small point here. We've clearly gone through a period where I think there have been a number of politicians who've become special advisors. They've done PP at Oxford or somewhere. It's not clear that they ever had a particular passion for the arts in any area at all. And we have generated, it's not just actually in the current government, I've seen them in my own party. So there's also, I think, something to say also about making sure that people who are passionate about the arts, this is broader than music, do stand for office, do get involved, are political. You can't be absent from these political battles because there aren't enough of us who appreciate this stuff, to be honest.
It's interesting because in the last session, I asked all the venue managers, had they written to their MP, and they're all in extremis, you know, all their venues are about to topple over, and only one of them had.
Yeah,
so there's a real disconnect there between the arts and
MPs do respond particularly to volume. If you're getting a lot of emails on one subject, if you're in a marginal seat, colleagues, By the way, you can look at the lists and work out the seats that are marginal, group together and make it clear to those members of parliament. And there are a lot of marginal seats in the red wall at the moment. You know, make it clear Labour's got to win some seats in the southeast. There are quite a lot of marginal seats. You know, concentrate your efforts on those MPs and let them know your ability to shift that vote in a few hundred votes and they've lost their seat. It does command their attention.
And we saw that, of course, in Georgia, Atlanta, with the Donald Trump recent.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And one of the things that the ISM is always asking its members and supporters is to write to their MP. So really, you're asking us to do that, to make sure people are writing.
It does matter. It is noticed. It's more noticed when it's not just one letter. So the lobbying power. I mean, an example of this is I did think that the Excluded campaign was an effective campaign. Look, I know it's not delivered the results from the current government, but the issues have been raised by MPs time and time again because we saw the emails coming in. We looked at the detail and we thought, my God, they've left these guys out. And so it is effective.
Very last question. Have you got any parliamentary colleagues from whichever party who is as passionate and as brilliant an advocate as you when it comes to music?
Well, look, I think my starting point would be look up the members of parliament who are members of the parliamentary choir. It's cross-party, and there are absolutely Conservative colleagues as well, people like Bernard Jenkin and others who are, you know, passionate about music. I got a nudge the other day from Ed Balls. Nothing to do with criminal justice, everything to do with some music policy and something that he wanted done. He's not obviously in the Parliamentary Labour Party. He sent me a text and said, do you know about this? We've got to fix this problem or something like that. I won't say exactly what it is. So we do exist. And obviously there was some fantastic debates adjournment debates in the last Parliament on EBAC. And that flushed out the MPs that care about this stuff. I would encourage you to generate a few more debates on those subjects. I can't participate in the way I could before because I'm no longer a backbencher. So if you don't front benches there, doesn't mean they're not interested. It's because I've got to stick to justice. But it does flush out new friends, and both political parties now have big new intakes of MPs. I don't know these guys, so we got to get some friendly faces to put down debate. So we flush out who are the friends and who cares about these things. It's been a little bit harder, of course, because of coronavirus. It has affected our parliamentary debates. They're not of the quality and the standard that they were previously. People are doing it virtually, which is not the same, clearly, as being in the room, in the same way that music's not quite the same if you're doing it virtually. But I would encourage you to do that over this next while, because there's been such a churn in members of parliament in the last couple of general elections.
Well, good to hear that, because we have a Westminster Hall debate on music education.
Oh, do you?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. I didn't know. Okay, what time is it on Tuesday? I might look in.
We will send you some stuff, even though you're not allowed to participate. But it's to launch our new report on music education, which is interesting, actually. I just want to thank you, David. You have been fantastic. You have been wonderful. And if only you were looking after us at this moment in time, I think we'd all sleep easier in our beds. So thank you so much. It's been an absolute delight talking to you.
Thank you. I really enjoy it. Thanks so much. Keep going. I know how tough it is, and I wish I could say that it was, there were sunny uplands within sight. The vaccine's good news, but clearly we've all got to brace ourselves for a tough 2021. We will get out of it. Keep lobbying, keep pushing, keep raising the issues. We will get there.
Brilliant. Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome everyone to this panel. We're going to be asking, is there a future for the musician? Now, I definitely think there is, but I have an incredible expertise across the panel here today. And we're going to be looking at the value of music in society. We'll explore why musicians will be a vital part of the job market of the future, and looking also at the positive impact of the arts on our cities, our economy, and our health. And I am absolutely delighted to introduce my panelists today. I think it's going to be a really fascinating conversation, but I know that they can introduce themselves far better than I can. So starting with Gerard, would you mind please just introducing yourself?
Hello, it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm an economist. I have a portfolio of roles, some in the financial sector with Bank of China. I'm a non-exec director here in London. Also in university sector, I've been on the advisory board of the Grantham Institute on Climate Change and the Environment since its inception. And so I'm involved in different areas, and I've written a bit recently about the creative sector, thinking that we should support it through the crisis and in the future. Great to be here.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gerard. Welcome. Barbara?
Hello, I'm Barbara Osborne. I'm the Chief Executive of Music in Hospitals and Care. We're a national UK-wide charity that improves the health of children and adults through the healing power of live music. Last year, we shared 4,500 live music sessions thanks to 438 musicians across the UK. So obviously we've got a huge pool of musicians that we can reference, and we're really looking forward to taking part in the panel today.
Brilliant. Thank you, Barbara. Danny, next, please.
Hello, everybody. My name's Danny Keir. I am from a small new company called Enki Music. We are artist management consultancy for music export and for kind of artist development in new markets. I've spent the past 6 years of my life working on cultural policy with a company called Sound Diplomacy, so I can talk a little bit to the role of music in society from a few different angles. And yeah, I've been an artist manager for about 15 years. So yeah, that's me. Lovely to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. Carol?
Thanks, Sammy, and hello everyone that's watching. Great to be here. What a super thing to be involved with. I'm Carol Main and I'm Director of Live Music Now in Scotland. Live Music Now is a charity that was started by Yehudi Menuhin in the late 1970s, and it aims to support emerging artists at the start of their professional careers with fairly paid performing opportunities and training, and at the same time get very high quality live music to people who wouldn't generally have the opportunity to experience it. So that might be older people in care homes, children in special needs schools, people in hospices, people in remote areas, refugees, and so on and so forth. So our name is about live music, but we've had to reinvent ourselves online since March, and have done a lot of video concerts. It was really important for us to keep connected with our artists and to keep connected with our audiences as well.
Brilliant, thank you. And last but by no means least, Stefan, please.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Stefan Vincent. I work at the OECD, the Directorate for Education and Skills. So like Gerard, I used to be an economist, but now I'm more of a social scientist working on education, and actually working on how education systems should prepare youngsters for the skills of the future, for innovation. And part of it is, what is the role of arts education and music education into this?
Wonderful. I had a little look at some of your work, and it's brilliant, and I'm looking forward to chatting about it a bit during this panel. So just before we dive in and pick your brains, all of you, on everything, just wanted to give a sort of a really broad perspective on put it at 5.2 to perspective. Fishing brings in 1.4 billion, and I'm pretty sure the music industry has no such arguments that it's having, over Brexit as we are with the fishing industry. But the music industry as a whole is an incredible contributor to the economy. But no one on this call would be surprised to learn that it's been a devastating year for the sector in many areas, whether that's closed venues, festivals, the ability for people to be able to perform in person. And we're going to dig into some of that today. But I touched very quickly there on the figures, Gerard, but as you are one of the UK's leading economists, I'm going to jump straight in with you, please. Can you tell us a bit more about sort of the true economic value of the UK music industry? And also maybe we could chat around some of the financial benefits generated by a thriving UK music sector.
Yeah, well, following on from your comments, it's very much a case that the music is a significant but relatively small part of the UK economy. It's very hard to measure its full economic impact, but one can try and do that by looking at it both in direct and indirect terms. And let's take each in turn. The direct effect, and to appreciate how it's viewed by politicians and policymakers, one has to accept that music is part of the creative sector. Now, the creative sector is one of the fastest growing parts of the UK economy. Indeed, the creative sector was generating jobs at twice the pace of the rest of the economy prior to this crisis, although it has been hit harder along with tourism than probably any other part of the economy, as well as the hospitality. So creative, tourism, hospitality all hit hard, and within that, music hit very badly. Now, the creative sector covers a vast array of areas, from IT, software, to film, TV, music. And music is clubbed in together with the visual and performing arts. Now, those areas, visual and performing arts, are very different to music, but they're put together from the national statistics. And one of the challenges therefore is that we might well be under measuring the impact of music. Now, that small part of the creative sector, music, visual, performing arts, is about £9.5 billion, which is 0.5% of the UK economy. Now, thankfully, last year, UK Music took it one step further and said, let's break out the music component and see how big it is, which is where that figure, Sammy, you came up with of 5.8 billion comes from, which is about 0.3% of the UK economy. So it's not great in size, but important. It is just under about 200,000 people who are employed within music, so quite significant. And very importantly, it's regional. Given that we have a very imbalanced economy, the regional component of the music sector is vital to stress. And it covers, within the economic aspect, it covers different components. There's the word on the page, there's recorded music, there's live music, and to a lesser extent, there's the sort of brands associated with the bigger names. So there's a multitude of different aspects of the music sector. So in direct terms, it's important. And in addition to generating that 5.8 billion to the UK economy, it adds about 2.8 billion pounds in terms of exports, both overseas and attracting tourists. The indirect part is equally important, although it's very hard to quantify. In qualitative terms, it's become more evident during this crisis. As we've had lockdown, and for the music the business model hasn't worked out of the economy. They've not worked too well with lockdown. But what's become very evident is that the ecosystem of cities is very interlinked with music. Just look at London. The ecosystems that make cities a interesting place to live, work and visit has been highlighted in this crisis, and music plays an important part. Also, the OECD in particular has talked about the fact that the creative sector, including and in mental health, and again, that's been pulled to the fore through this crisis. And the last point I would add is looking ahead, the UK economy is becoming very global post-Brexit. And one important part of that is soft power. And the music industry in the UK plays a very important part, not only in terms of exports, that direct impact I talked about earlier, but also indirectly through its soft power. So it's important now. It's been hit hard, unfortunately, through this crisis. But as we come out of the crisis, music plays an important part, not only in coming back together again. Hello, did you get that?
Yes, sorry, it's a very typical lockdown issue. My Zoom just went in and out for a moment there. Sorry about that.
My side going, that's the fear everyone has. They're talking.
Yeah. No, I'm hoping it will stay throughout this. It was fine for the rest of the day until now. But thank you so much for putting that into perspective, because it is important and it's left out of a lot of stuff. And we're going to dig in a lot further to this today. But there are some areas of the music industry that have thrived during this period. Whilst there's been absolute decimation of the live industry, you know, things like music streaming is up, recorded is up, gaming is up. So it's not all a complete horror story, is it, across the whole industry? There are some parts of our industry that are doing okay throughout COVID.
That's right. In fact, if you take the music sector, really UK music breaks it down into 4 parts. And there's the sort of on the page music, the musicians, that talent, that has done well. The recorded music has done very well. So those 2 parts have done well. The third part, the live music, which is important in terms of live music venues. And that's important at a regional level. In fact, it was reported that each live music venue in the UK tends to host on average 197 performances during a year. So that's been the bit that's been very, very visual and has suffered. And the last part is the brand, which is less important. I think one of the biggest challenges from a policy perspective is that the music industry, I won't say is buried in the detail, but it's seen as one component of the creative sector. And the government has provided a lot of help to the creative sector. Then, as you touched on, Sammy, it looks at the big stars within the music sector that are doing well, and therefore the parts that are suffering haven't done so well. And in terms of the Chancellor, for instance, he's been very generous, and the data are about 2.9 million people excluded from all the various government schemes for a various combination of reasons, but that unfortunately includes many self-employed people, including some within the music sector.
Yeah, and many self-employed have not received any of, if a lot of help at all throughout this period, which we're aware of. And I think that's something that we're going to dig into further, because a lot of, when we're talking about musicians, actually a lot of them are self-employed, and then that can be across a range of stuff. I think it can be very confusing for people to see the big figures generated by the large record labels and to be thrown by that. But there is also a UK parliamentary inquiry at the moment into the economics of streaming that are looking at whether people can live, on an income from streaming, and that's playing out at the moment. If anyone wants to catch up, they've already had one, and they've got another one coming up soon. So just digging further, I guess, into regional. So Danny, and also Jared, I'll probably come to you on a bit of this, but you spoke at TEDx on the concept of music cities, which I think is really interesting, and I want you to dig into that a bit, please, Danny. But also, can you tell us a little bit, in your opinion, what impact music has on inner cities and urban regeneration? And we'll get a few more opinions on this. But Jared, thank you for laying that out. It's good for us to know as a starting point.
Gerard, you stole one of my buzzwords, the music ecosystem, which is something I've been leaning heavily on to describe this kind of concept. I'll try and unpack that a little bit further. But I guess, the concept of a music city is kind of designed to acknowledge, support, and celebrate the environment in which music is created and music can flourish. So it's effectively, I guess, identifying the assets from a grassroots perspective, the support in businesses and infrastructure, the kind of the performance assets, and then all of the other kind of influences that music is kind of beholden to, for example, licensing and infrastructure and policy, etc. So I think when we think about music cities, it's kind of been given a little bit of a bad rap, mainly by the fact it's been used as a marketing tool by many US cities to try and kind of, put themselves on the map for, to showcase how vibrant they are and how great that their kind of, cities are. But I think fundamentally it goes an awfully lot deeper. And if we think about a music city being a place in which artists can freely create, there are access to the tools and the assets and the performance and the rehearsal spaces, the education, and all manner of other support, then we can kind of start to understand the kind of the concept, but also how music is a bit more of a value capture mechanism within cities in order to create further vibrancy. So when we think about the most attractive cities in the world, as I've touched upon some of the American cities, we think about, how vibrant their nightlife is, and the nighttime economy kind of adds not only economic value, but reputational, and kind of how that filters through to the creative sectors, particularly to music. And also how we can kind of look at music being a stimulant for all of the things. Wherever there is a vibrant music economy, there are often, flourishing tech sectors and hospitality and art scenes. It's kind of only recently recognized as a kind of, as a driver of this kind of, or a stimulant of this kind of thing. So I think when we look regionally and we look at our cities, particularly just in the UK, and we think about, I mean, I'm obviously not from London, I'm from North Wales, and I've spent a lot of time across the north of England. And if we think about those cities that, Manchester, Liverpool, Sheffield, Leeds, those cities that have really interesting, vibrant, dynamic, grassroots music creators, we understand kind of what attracts people to those places, and we understand how that investment then is stimulated through that. So I guess, that from my point of view, the value of the concept of music cities and how it can be applied to all places is recognizing its value in the broader ecosystem of a city, how it is kind of a complementary influence and not a challenging influence like it is seen in terms of the connotations, negative connotations around nighttime economy. It's kind of displaying actually music it brings people together. It makes people happier. And I think some of the things we'll touch on in this conversation is about mental health. It's about actual physical health and recovery. And you know, music is an incredibly powerful tool cognitively. And if we think about, you know, the workforce of the future and an actual value to society, as a contemporary value add, that music, if applied in the right strategic way, can be extremely valuable.
Yeah, definitely, without a shadow of doubt. And I mean, we are definitely going to dig into some of the impact of music on both mental health and physical health. I mean, in terms of regional hits across COVID, do we think that one of the big things, one of the big issues with everything that's been happening, especially across government, is them trying to make out that actually music's apparently not viable anymore, and that everyone should go and retrain. And we're going to have a look at some of this. But in your view, does COVID in any way, post-COVID, if we put a post-COVID view on things, I saw that a vaccine had been approved today, so it sounds like we're moving in the right direction. Are things like music cities and the thriving regional hubs, are they viable post-COVID?
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think in terms of how sophisticated the measures are becoming to mitigate any of the potential issues, I know, for example, just to kind of slightly digress, but I'll get back to the point, you know, the Great Escape Festival, for example, the news from there is that they're planning to go ahead in as full capacity as possible. So thinking about how, you know, these bigger organizations that are planning these kind of inner city festivals and how congested those spaces become, the measures in place are rapidly developing. So the quicker that happens, the quicker we can be more kind of educated in how we discuss this stuff. But, you know, I think the biggest issue with COVID is it has exposed the lack of resilience around certain elements of the music industry. That being said, you know, there are elements of it, as we've kind of briefly mentioned, around the digital output and digital kind of infrastructure around music that have kind of accelerated growth, and some of the new tools that have developed, which have meant, you know, a lot of artists that maybe would have traditionally gravitated towards a significant industry center like London may not need to do that moving forward. So, you know, there's that element of it. I think the biggest issue is how the recovery process from the kind of physical assets of a music city in terms of its venues and its rehearsal spaces, how that can kind of play out over the next little time. And that obviously kind of falls into the hospitality sector as well, because the two industries are incredibly symbiotic in that sense. So, you know, I think there's that element. I do want to kind of touch upon the fact that, you know, when we look at our kind of urban centers and we look at how they've been developed over the past, you know, 40 years, they've been built as these kind of avenues of commerce, which has kind of pushed out housing, and it's pushed out kind of a lot of the kind of nightlife into different zones. And I think there's going to be a reinterpretation of that moving forward in terms of access to spaces for creators, in terms of how we can revalue and reevaluate how those spaces are occupied by creators to then enforce vibrancy in these kind of more derelict retail spaces that have been emerging. I mean, even over the past 10 years. But, you know, there's certain examples of that around the country, and I'm not sure, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I'm not sure if any of you have been to Wrexham at all in North Wales, but there's a festival there called Focus Wales, and that's kind of a similar concept to the South by Southwest Great Escape kind of model of inner city festivals. But there's a venue there which is an art space year round, which effectively now occupies a former JJB Sports shop on the high street, which was vacant for a short while. They took it over, and now it's an incredible community asset, incredibly vibrant with local crafts and activities. And what that has done is it's stimulated the whole part of the high street. So the shoe store next door and the bookstore on the other side of it have actually renewed their leases so that they've remained in the street, whereas before they would have left because there's no business. So, you know, I think kind of interpreting these spaces in our kind of urban centers is how we're going to see that change. And that will happen more in the regions than it will in places like London, for example.
Yeah.
And the support from the associations like AIM and kind of people like that, where they're looking for the regional champions, they're looking to stimulate those regional music economies, and they're actually able now, through a lot of the work that's happened over the past few years by the Music Venues Trust and UK Music and Sound Diplomacy, my former company, you know, that there's much more identification around the value of this stuff, and also where the focus could lie to then stimulate growth. So yeah, there's more education, there's more intelligence out there now, and I think post-COVID, it's the need is to focus on these things as new spaces to create music,
and especially the regions. I mean, I'm originally from Yorkshire and felt that I needed to move to London to be within the music industry, but I've heard of a few incredible schemes actually lately. Talyard, where our offices are based, I can only say this until January, but it's Europe's biggest creative community, have just bought an old mill in Wakefield, and they are replicating their entire model with studios, rehearsal space, event space, and it's right opposite a gallery called the Hepworth. But it's regeneration into those areas, and I think we've heard a lot of the government actually about levelling up, you know, up in the north, but the arts presumably definitely has a part to play there, and there's some weird democratization of whether you do or don't need to be in London anymore, which presents a bit of a real opportunity, doesn't it? And, you know, everyone's gone remote. But Gerard, I'd love to get your thoughts around a bit of this, please, as well.
Yeah, just a few things. First, in terms of the post-COVID, it's important to stress that we have a sort of two-speed economy almost. Parts of the UK economy have started cover already. We had the big hit in March, April, and since May the economy's been picking up, some parts of it doing very well, whereas other parts are very moribund, and that's likely to continue post-crisis for some time. And that is very much reflected in the music industry, where one size clearly doesn't fit all. Some people now have very high savings, some people are spending a lot at home. So some parts of the music industry, the recorded music, those bits that are able to monetize the online side are doing very well. But the other parts, and Danny's just touched on it, their business model for the live part does not work in the vaccine gap phase. And that will take some time to recover. But on top of that, this COVID one can look at as a sort of one-off effect. Maybe it was a big shock, it might take us some time to recover, but at the same time there are some structural longer term lasting effects superimposed on top of this. One of those is the change in the future of work, and the COVID crisis, if anything, will accelerate that. That might well mean that less people go to the office to work, although if people do return to the office, as I expect them to city centres, they might be more flexible. That will impact naturally their discretionary spending when they go out after work. It might not be 5 days a week, who knows, 3 or 4 days a week. But also another, and to conclude, the other structural change that's happening is the changing nature of the high street itself. And that could create a big opportunity for the music industry, as Danny touched on, the community aspect. But at the same time, the whole emphasis in the UK is often about residential, build more homes, there's a housing shortage. And the mixed nature of the high street in the future will see more residential properties coming in, and the danger of that is it could crowd out some areas, including the music sector. But the music sector needs to be competing, and it might be easier to do this regionally than in parts of London. It needs to compete for a greater footprint, shall we say, in that changing high street of the future as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We've already seen, my partner has restaurants, and we've seen a real change in terms of our residential area restaurants that are nowhere near a high street. One of them's next to a canal, has survived throughout and thrived throughout. There's one in the city centre in Aldgate, hasn't opened since February, and there's a real, people are gravitating slightly more to staying where they are. And that sense of community, real sense of community, I think that COVID's weirdly given us, that could be used to propel a lot of the creative arts if they fight for the spaces and are given chances to thrive. But does anyone else want to, I'm wary that we haven't heard from anyone else yet, and Stefan, have you anything on urban regeneration or the regions?
Well, not really actually, but I want to say that it's another type of ecosystem, which is innovation ecosystem as well, and how, the industry and the cultural sector actually plays a role in that. We do a lot of work, not us in education, at the OECD on that. And actually there is another meeting which is currently going on this week on that with the European Commission that people may actually be also interested in.
I'm going to jump straight in with you on something else then, because we're looking at the impact on the regions, the economy, but the work that I found of yours online is genuinely fascinating, and I hope that this conference might be able to post some links to it somewhere. But you've been digging into the value of creativity and critical thinking, amongst other things, because when we're talking about creative industries or music industry, I mean, we could be talking about anything. It's so vast. We could be talking about education, we could be talking about musicians, we could be talking about industry, therapy. Can you talk me through that a little bit? Can we just dive into a bit of creativity and critical thinking and a bit of your research?
With pleasure.
And why is it so important?
Yeah, so actually, let me start by saying that all this work comes from an interest in the economy. It all came from, how do we prepare people for innovative societies, how we, prepare them to cope with digitalization, and how are all these things going to change. And so when you start working on that, some of the contenders are, we need more scientists and engineers, we need more entrepreneurs, but also some people say, we need more creativity, and so we need more artists and arts education. So that's really how we started to get interested in that area, and started to look at what science education had to bring to people, what kind of skills beyond the subject matter, what arts education, and which is a variety of different disciplines, had to bring as well. And so we looked at arts education and had a book on that, on the evidence of what type of other skill than actually subject knowledge it would bring to people, and went to these skills on creativity. So first thing I would like to say that the music education, obviously the first aim and why we still wanted to be in school is so that people learn about music. That's not the mathematics or other things. But one of the big questions is how can all these things contribute to all these other skills which actually employers care about. And those currently on top of that list, you have critical thinking, you have creativity, you have complex problem solving. We also know that the people who work in innovative jobs, those are also the skills that they use the most. And so how do we prepare people for this thing? The second aspect of it is actually related to well-being. Even so we like the economy, we are also very much, and actually creativity and critical thinking and some other skills happen to be some of those skills that people enjoy, that we human beings like, so creativity, there is good evidence in psychology that actually makes people happier. I would say critical thinking makes some people happier, but it's good for, our democracy and citizenship, etc. So, there is something which is very important in that. So we've been working on that with the idea of, so how do we actually support education systems to empower people with more creativity, critical thinking, and some of these other things. It's an agenda that most teachers don't disagree with. And so the big question is, how do we make it happen? So some people believe that there is a division of labor. So some disciplines like science and mathematics, will bring critical thinking. Others like music, education, visual art, etc., will actually develop creativity. And what we found, or what we've actually shown and argued, is that this is not the case. That all disciplines have to try to do it intentionally, and you have to develop methods for that, and that's true for music education. So we need actually the musicians, the music educators to try to intentionally develop these different skills and actually do it in their domain. So not by trying to do it in a generic way, but by really changing their ways of approaching music education. And so I would say that's really the most important message, that it's not because you're an artist or you're part of a creative industry that actually necessarily you will develop people's creativity, but there is obviously something in that the medium itself makes it easier in some ways if you actually do it in the right way. And perhaps another point which is interesting from an economic perspective or for the, you were talking about, the crisis for musicians and how they should retrain, etc. I think that, it's not necessarily about retraining themselves, but it's how they can contribute to all other things. And I think that in the case of education, there is one interesting model that actually was developed in England and then spread to other parts of the world. That's this model called creative partnerships, where you have a creative agents, so musicians in some cases working with teachers. They don't retrain as teachers. They're just actually working together with teachers to support them in making the teaching more creative and pay more attention to the creativity of their students by changing a little bit their methods, challenging them in many ways, because at the end of the day, that's really also what this is all about. So there is a lot of contribution that musicians can do right now, and I would say this is as important post-COVID than it was before. I just cannot see why innovation will become less important now, why actually digitalization may continue to accelerate. And so a lot of these skills, we know that we tend to say that we need skills which are, make people more human, and that AI and all these other things cannot touch on creativity. Well, in fact, in music, we know that it is not totally true. But nonetheless, I tend to believe that people will continue to be interested in developing all these new aspects that possibly a machine indeed, will have much more difficulties to do.
Yeah, really interesting. But also, it just makes sense, doesn't it, to some degree, that we need a level of creativity and critical thinking, ideally across any job you want to do. But in terms of music education, I mean, sadly, music education in the UK has been hit a bit over the last few years. There's been a move to remove some of the arts education and music education, which doesn't sound, from what you're saying, like a very good idea at all.
It isn't. It's really, in fact, what we want schools to do is to transmit different facets of human knowledge, the thing that we nurture. And in many cases, the fixation, obsession about content is not, so important, in fact, because we learn a lot of things so that we forget them, and it's not a big deal if we forget them, that's what is important is that we know that we can learn them, and, hopefully we'll remind some of these different things, but, the idea that if we do one less chapter of this, it matters a lot, is actually not true. I must say that I don't know for the UK specifically, but, the idea that the arts education is actually declining. It's not fully true in many places. It's very stable. It has a small room, but it's still there. So I think that's something which is quite important. Where it's more of an elective domain, also actually arts are more hit than music. Actually, music is really the one that is the most researched, and music and visual arts are very stable in formal education curricula, which is not true for other arts like dance or drama or some of the other ones, so that, so it's not, I would say musicians cannot complain too much on that, usually speaking. And actually I would say that, they should be also part of, not so much trying to defend music as something that will help you to do other things, but actually to be proud about what it brings you. One of it, for example, is really conscientiousness, flow. Actually, so there are some other aspects, but actually I don't want to mention them unless you force me to, because I think that's not the point, at the end of the day. But
we're hopeful that, especially, I guess, music education, or that's not going anywhere pre or post or during COVID. That the need for creative thinking and learning is that's here and it's staying. That's viable post COVID.
It is. I believe so.
I sincerely hope so. Anyone got anything to say around this topic?
I just wanted to say that one of the things that we've been talking about a lot within our team and thinking about the portfolio of community musicians that we work with, and just everything that has happened over the kind of lockdown and the period that has been happening most recently, is that we mustn't forget that musicians feel really devalued. And one of the things that we have been exploring is the way that maybe the economy or the politicians or the policymakers are thinking about them is, do they think that because they are creative, they will find a way through it? So I'm quite struck by what Stefan's saying around, the creativity and the critical thinking, is we were wondering, are they not considering that it's such an issue because they believe they are creatively thinking about other ways to adapt and evolve to the current landscape and beyond?
Interesting question. Stefan, any thoughts?
I'm not sure. I think that obviously, we know that musician or artist is not one of the most paying jobs. And actually, we know that in many cases, on average, of course, some of them are well paid, but on average, it isn't. And actually, we know that most of the people who do it actually don't do it know it, So the idea, for example, all the advice saying that you shouldn't actually do, let's say, arts education because you're not going to get the wage that you believe is, telling people what they already know in many cases, that they want to do it nonetheless. But I think there needs to be a change also in the employer mindset in many ways, because they tend to underestimate all the other things that you have learned to become a musician and that you can actually deploy. So there is no, there is now the fact that right now, it's quite difficult, for live music to be out is unfortunately a reality in many places. I mean, there is, not so much, it depends on the country. In some countries, they are currently supported by the state in some way. The question is how long that can last. And what else they can do, that's...
Carol?
Yes, thanks very much. It's fascinating listening to all the presentations so far. Thank you so much for it. Puts our own work in a context that it was perhaps partly in before and even gets more into, particularly thinking about economic recovery. But in terms of music and musicians, that's very much where we are, where we have been since, as I said, Menuhin started Live Music Now in 1977. And I can't speak for the rest of the UK, but in Scotland, there was a debate in the Parliament presented by Tom Arthur, one of our MSPs here, who convenes the cross-party group on music. And there is cross-party support for musicians, undoubtedly, and for musicians getting out of here with viable careers. Of course, being a musician is viable. And that, I think, is something that we just, that's it, no contest. It's how we make that viability thrive in the future post-COVID and how we support our artists in getting through it right now. So we have, as I said, like everybody, moved our work online, and some of that has been paid performing opportunities. So it's keeping, as Barbara says, musicians are feeling undervalued. Our artists had 80, some of them, now I'll have to try and get this right, between 80 and 100%. The majority of their income was on performing, and that went. So of course they've got some teaching, of course they've got some side hustles, but it's about performing, and that's gone. So we've tried to give them what work we can, keep them valued as artists, keep them paid so they can pay their rent, pay their mortgage, pay to get food on their table, all of these things. And there, of course, have been some schemes that some of them can apply to. Some of them can apply to some of the time. It's definitely not everybody applying to all of the schemes. And we're kind of muddling through it just now. The other thing that we've done is we're now doing a lot of Zoom concerts, so there is live work going on. Of course, it's not the same, but there is interaction with that work, and it means that we can get into most of our venues. We also did outdoors concerts when that was possible. And the other thing that we've been trying to do to just keep the spirits up, both of artists and our audiences, is, well, certainly for our artists, we've put training sessions online, we've got social events online so they can meet peer-to-peer, chat with each other. We've done training on things that we maybe wouldn't do otherwise, including to do with sustainability and how to be a green musician. There are huge issues post-COVID in how music works, how international touring works. It's not sustainable if we want to save our planet. So there's quite a lot to look at there, a lot to learn. There's a lot coming up for artists with Brexit, getting their heads around that, how that's going to work, how careers can flourish and thrive in the future. I love this idea about the cities and a regeneration through the arts. It's just fantastic. And I feel that coming out of COVID, we're going to all have to stay a little bit closer to home. I mean, we're already finding that some of our artists are understandably losing some of their self-confidence in what they're doing. And that might not necessarily be the actual performance of music, but it's how they communicate with an audience verbally, which has always been quite a challenge because you're not taught that from a young age. You're not taught that at conservatoire, but that sort of interaction through talking, through verbal communication is also very important. So, it's about keeping that confidence up. And I think if you do it step by step, if we do it a little bit incrementally, we're not going to get back to what we were all doing straight away. And I think keeping it local is very much part of that, these local connections. So for us, the care home that might be around the corner in the next street, or the special school that you know that a relative of your friend goes to, or something like that, just building on these local connections and growing from there and restarting everything from there, but very much with a fresh look at how we incorporate ongoing sustainability into our work, and also diversity, which will be a very much an ongoing theme of my own organisation going forward.
There is, thank you, Carol. There is real opportunity, isn't there, for the industry to take a moment here with itself and look at things like sustainability and technology use. I know a lot of people already trying to factor paid live streams into global tours, big tours, because suddenly they've realized they can reach places they were never going to tour, and people are willing to pay a ticket. So there's potential incremental revenue from there and development. But also something that struck me, you know, when you're saying people losing their confidence, but a friend of mine, a very large promoter in New Zealand, they've just started putting shows on again. And Taiwan, of all places, is already putting on, I think, 20,000 capacity shows again. So it's happening. But they couldn't find any crew. When they went out to do stuff, a crew had taken jobs elsewhere to support themselves. So, I mean, clearly, because we can see countries coming out of this, it is viable. There's an industry there, but are we also potentially at risk maybe of if we don't look after people now, that they're not going to be there at the end of this? To anyone that would like to.
May I just chip in?
Yes,
I think that is a key point. Is, you know, how do we ensure the sustainability of musicians for the future? And live music is a key area, as several of the panelists have already talked about, as being severely impacted by this. And we know that musicians are having to go and find alternative employment or ways to pay the bill, but quite frankly, that's what they've always had to do. They have to do a portfolio of work in order to have a sustainable professional career as a musician, as a live musician. But what's happened is, as Carol already said, the performance portfolio went overnight. So regardless of whether or not they were performing in healthcare settings, if they were performing in a pub or in another venue, all of that went overnight. But also many of our musicians also at various points in their career have had to rely on another job in hospitality, or be a taxi driver, or all these other roles that they've had, or the hat that they've had to put on in order to get them to this stage. So it's not just about looking at music in its own sort of bubble. It's looking about all these other aspects that play an impact on the musicians that are trying to have a professional career with this. But if they are out of the game, if you like, for too long, how can they return to that? And also, what are the opportunities going to be? It's not going to be switch a light on, you know, overnight, and suddenly we're going to be back to performing 5,000 care homes across the UK. It's going to take time, as Carol said, to phase that return, and phase that return in a way that's safe for both the people that are receiving it, but also so that the musicians feel safe doing that as well. So fantastic to hear that some places are already opening up to 20,000, you know, capacity, but for some people, they will not feel comfortable with that for a long time.
Absolutely. And just, sorry, go on, Danny.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to chime in on that a little bit, just to speak a little bit more to the kind of the crew and the supporting factors, because, you know, a lot of this has kind of highlighted the actual roles at play behind the scenes and how fundamentally fragile it all is, and you know, as you rightly highlighted, as soon as the payday from touring or from festivals has gone away, they've just pivoted, found new work, and, you know, incredibly, you know, versatile and resilient human beings, but the actual profession that they've chosen and become experts in to deliver these high kind of you know, these incredibly, you know, dynamic live performances is all gone away. So they've had to find new ways. And I'm absolutely right, Barbara. Like, you know, the versatility from the music sector as a whole is kind of notorious, and how it complements all of these other sectors. I think this is almost, if we're going to try and glean any light or positivity from this past, you know, few months, this past year, is that we're able to see how much influence this sector has on other things and how important the roles are. And not just from an economic point of view, but just from all of the other kind of verticals of the career and kind of, as I said before, the kind of reputational value of it. But I think it's also played an impact on the audience, and the audience has changed slightly because, you know, going from a very kind of digital performance fatigue in the early lockdown period to now seeing really benevolent, kind of engaged audiences from around the world tuning into their favorite artists, donating various ways, and how the artists have then responded to that to be more in tune with their audience, to give them, you know, merchandise in a more bespoke manner, or, you know, not just mass producing tour t-shirts, but actually developing really kind of unique bits of merchandise and content, and how they can actually, I've experienced it firsthand with one of my artists who, you know, we've had to kind of move his whole business online, and he's just taken to it like a duck to water, and he's been able to, you know, kind of almost offer the audience far more value than what he was doing before. And through that, he's got, you know, a really engaged crowd. So moving forward, that will kind of play a fundamental part. But I think, you know, we've learned a lot from what's happened, and that will influence how the sector is seen, how the sector behaves, and also just highlighting some of the other value points across the industry.
Absolutely. And just on value points, because Barbara, we haven't had a chance to dig in, but you mentioned in your comment before on care homes, and you are an expert authority on this, but can we have a little talk about the actual impact of music on people? Can you tell us a little bit about your work, and can you know, explain to us the real benefits, health benefits of music?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite struck right at the beginning when Gerard said, you know, we might be under measuring the impact of music, and certainly on health and well-being, I think that it is undervalued in terms of the transformative effects it can have, unless you're experiencing that yourself. I mean, there's a well-documented bank of evidence and research which shows, obviously, that we all have a physiological and a psychological reaction to music. It's very personal, it's very individual. It plays markers in your life for key significant moments throughout your lifetime. And we know from the live music sessions that we share in a range of healthcare settings, so hospitals, hospices, care homes, community settings such as day centres, that live music helps people to feel relaxed. It helps them to feel connected. It relieves frustration, stress, isolation. It can reduce the perception of pain. And overall, live music helps to improve people's mental, physical, and emotional health. I mean, what I've seen when I've seen it in critical care unit, for example, is just how transformative the live music is in terms of the relationship between the patient, the families and the healthcare professionals and the residents and the carers. And what we find, so when I went to one probably about a year ago now, the healthcare staff nurse said to me, they just love having the live music on the ward, because for them in the ICU and HDU, it's a very stressful situation, it's very noisy, it's very busy. What happens is that it relaxes the atmosphere, it slows down the busyness and quietens the constant machinery. And what that staff member said to me was that it helps her to take a breath, to pause, and as a result, she gives better care. And that's what's really important. So it can feel really simple when you say it, but when you hear from the staff member that is providing that care, the difference that it makes, and also hearing from the patient themselves. So one of our trustees within ICU, and she said that she heard music and it reminded her that she had a life to come back to. So, you know, it's really simple, but it's extremely powerful for people's health and well-being. And we have been able to translate that into, you know, this current era, if you like. As Carol said, we've been able to go online, but what we've been really clear about is it still has to have that personal connection and engagement. So what Danny was talking about in relation to that artist, it's not every single musician is able to do that. To translate how you do that in person to an online session is really tricky. And we wanted to make sure that we were retaining that interactive and personal element, because that's what gives the health and well-being benefit to people across the UK. And with the lockdown, social isolation was only exacerbated, and we knew that that would increase. And for people, almost overnight, they went into social isolation. Most people, it builds up over a period of time, but overnight, a whole population of people were suddenly socially isolated and lonely. And so we were clear that our live stream programme had to connect with everybody for the benefit of their health and well-being.
And Carol, have you seen that also across?
Absolutely. I think it's that profound effect that it's very difficult to explain, because it is actually in so many ways intangible, because it's something that's just built deep into our psyche as part of how human beings evolved. And of course, as Barbara mentioned, there's a lot of evidence that's now built up to try to prove all of that. But I think you get it when you're in these situations and you see someone who has been perhaps suffering from great anxiety, agitation in their care, perhaps not eating properly, not sleeping properly, not being cooperative. And that, maybe sounds a bit exaggerated, but that can just all disappear. Because music can really relieve stress and agitation. And then bit by bit, all the other bits of life just, you know, they fall into place so much more easily. And there is so much in common with what Barbara's organisation does and my own. And I don't know if Barbara would agree with me, but I think she would, that it's still not enough. You know, we could be having music in care homes when we get back to what we did before, every day of the week. And in some ways it still wouldn't be enough, because the power and the potential is just so great. And not just in care homes, in day centres for people with disabilities, people with mental health issues, people that are suffering in all kinds of ways. Music really is just amazing what it does to all of our well-being.
But within, I mean, we're so, even in our panel so far today, we've covered that it's good for the economy. We contribute to the economy. It's great for the regions. There's opportunities for music post-COVID within the regions. It's great for creative and critical thinking, both in terms of education and improving society widely. And it's really good for our health. So, I mean, an interesting place to start from a music, you know, an industry that the government think perhaps isn't viable in some ways. Certainly sounds like it's viable to me. I mean, can we?
The thing is, I think a lot of it is political, because music has been pigeonholed into culture, which is fair enough in a way, but actually music touches every aspect of everyone's lives. And if it could somehow be embedded into every single political portfolio as a part of something that is just part of our lives, then I think we'd be in a different situation. But I don't think we're quite there yet, I'm afraid.
Do we think, or and anyone feel free to jump in on this, what are the biggest opportunities at the moment, do we think? If you put aside perhaps how the governments are reacting or the state of it, what are the opportunities coming out of COVID for music?
I would say there's lots of opportunities, not just coming out of COVID, but just looking further ahead. Maybe the best way to think about them is grassroots and global. Coming back to what Carol was saying about local and what Danny was saying about ecosystems in cities, there's great opportunity. People's behavior is changing, their future work is changing, and we've seen through the crisis how important not having music is, and therefore by implication how important live venues, etc. are. One immediate thing would be to work with local authorities to make sure the national planning guidelines that they have to adhere to offer protection to live music venues. Working to make sure that the industry is measured properly, as Carol touched on, I touched on at the very beginning, it's buried within the creative sector. Hence, within the creative sector, it's also buried with the visual performing arts. All of those are individually important, but the industry almost needs to sort of break out and show how it should be measured, and hence how it should be seen as a standalone. And therefore it needs ambassadors to speak up for it, whether it's from orchestras to live performances elsewhere. But the global aspect is also very important. I tend to say that the three things a country needs to survive in the future, or at least one of them, is one of the three C's: cash, commodities, or creativity. Cash is the financial resources, commodities is natural resources, creativity is the human resources, and music directly comes into the human resources and indirectly contributes to the sort of cash, the financial resources. So it's pushing that. And obviously, we need one aspect of an opportunity is to offset your downside risks. Leaving the EU has challenges because it's a change in terms of the way in which we do things. We must make sure as part of that Brexit deal, and it may well happen anyway, that touring passports are embedded. The EU blue card, I think it's called, is there for non-EU performers to go to the EU. So it should be an easy transition. But also one has to recognize globally, and the internet, the technology aspect, the real dynamic part of the world economy is the Indo-Pacific. Seems like a long way away, but from India in the west to America in the east, English is a natural language, a big part of that. You look at demographics, 1 in 12 of the world's population is an Indian under 27. India's natural language is English. You go to Africa, dynamic part of the world's population. So in some respects, we need to be broadening our horizons as well as focusing locally. So the opportunities are, let's offset the downside risks linked to the uncertainty leaving the EU. Let's offset the downside risks in terms of trying to protect local music venues through the guidelines, speak up for the industry, and then start to think about global in terms of one aspect and grassroots in terms of another aspect. So working together, and maybe if you pulled anyone off from the music industry, they'll point out what the first natural thing is, that average pay in the music industry, if you're a live performer, is well below the UK national average. And that can only be addressed by the industry collectively coming together to address that issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else got what do you think are the biggest opportunities? Stefan, I just saw your hand go up.
Yes. So actually, I just really wanted to support this idea of thinking about it in, locally and globally, and because that might actually be really two different subsectors or ways of thinking about it. But one of the things that actually is quite positive, I would say, out of the COVID is that we have realized probably that, well, we'll have to use more digital tools than we used to in the past in some ways. And so there was a push for that. But at the same time, we could actually really see how much we miss so many of, the life dimension, the social dimensions, the music, the art, the culture, and being together. And so I think that in terms of demand, there is actually something which is very positive as well for the music industry in that. And locally, I would say that, all these ideas of music cities and of the local business, I think that, we've heard about healthcare, education, and so there are a lot of many other things that should be factored in when we think about the music industry, how musicians can contribute to society, and perhaps what are the other occupations or places where they can actually use their skills and contribute in a visible way, to continue to value the profession.
It ties into a question we've just been asked. So I'm going to put this to you all, but it's in the chat if you want to read it. What do you think we need to do in order to protect our performers for generations to come? Is it more government funding and subsidy, culture change, or new business models? And Stefan, it sounds like there you were saying actually maybe looking at new business opportunities, new business models. Anyone want to answer that?
Yeah, if we don't have instrumental tuition built into education from the outset, then I think the logic is that we're not going to have performers for the future. So we've got to start when children are small, when it's the right time to learn an instrument and to learn music. That's a little bit separate from music education in the wider sense, because not everyone who wants to learn an instrument, and nor should they. But I think music education should be available to everyone. And indeed, instrumental tuition should be available. And then it's up to people themselves whether they take it up. It's not just about the tuition. It's then, of course, about instruments, access to high quality instruments, access to group activity. Music is a social, for the most part, a social experience. You make music with other people, for other people. You share your music at every turn. So there's got to be provision of things like transport and venues for kids that are learning music. So if we don't have all that, I'm not quite sure how we're going to have performers in the future. So yeah, that's kind of where I reckon it starts.
I think as well, just to lead on from that, something that that Gerard mentioned before, that I think, and that we've been talking about is this kind of recognition of the kind of the roles at play, and also how the policymakers or the policies that exist don't necessarily facilitate spaces for people to create. So when we're talking about performers of the future, the main issue is that the places in which those performers would traditionally access to learn how to perform, whether it be rehearsal spaces or, affordable rehearsal spaces, the smaller venues where they kind of, I guess, firstly learn how to not do it and then grow into their craft and build audiences. They're the kind of really fragile part of the fabric, which if we don't have more protection around that, I mean, there have been measures over the past few years to help build in different policies or even we've not got it fully into legislation yet, but things around agent of change, which protects places that exist against new developments and means that there has to be an element of mitigation of the potential noise issues, licensing and all of this kind of, we're moving forward into a new age of different spaces and more dense urban centres. That needs to be protected by proactive policy, proactive licensing measures, a recognition on how, as we've discussed throughout this whole time, music plays a fundamental part of the greater value of a city. So that needs to be recognized, from the top down, and there needs to be certain measures in place. Now, the deeper we go in the behind the scenes kind of facilitation of music, the better we're able to not only develop the right kind of policy and measures, but also to educate the people that can become the future crew, the future venue and license holders, the future people who actually go above and beyond to facilitate the performers to occupy those stages and for the audiences to take that away. I think that's the main thing for me. We have the information now. There are studies around the positive values of music in all of its roles. We also have now the acknowledgement of all of these different factors. So now we're able to, I think, move forward with much more kind of informed decisions, and that needs to infiltrate further and be actually built into how we manage cities and countries as a whole moving forward. And I guess just to kind of lean into it a bit as well, talking about subsidies, I think that's a very dangerous path to go down, but there does need to be more subsidized kind of help for musicians, particularly contemporary musicians, because they do drive a lot more of the economic impact of music in that sense, and a lot more of the nighttime economy side of music. So that needs to be recognized further as well as not just a kind of cultural heritage arts thing, but more of a actual value to the economy and to the reputation of the country. But that needs to be kind of, I'm not an expert in that sector, and I don't necessarily kind of suggest we go down a kind of France or a Canadian system where there are quite a lot of funding in place for these things. There needs to be a kind of middle ground that we're still able to have performers that are, you know, can kind of go off and occupy all areas of music creation in order to be able to develop the kind of, I guess, the innovation around music that we've always harbored as a country.
There's also, I mean, the actual use cases for music, there's never been more content generated, and there's never been more music made in any time in history. And we have the success of platforms like TikTok, YouTube, you know, all of the big tech platforms that are quite heavily reliant in some ways on music usage, who are now starting to be licensed. And I think, you know, when we look at innovation going forward and new revenue sources, getting licensing in place across these large tech companies is actually pretty vital to putting some value back into, whether you're someone, you know, there's people making a fortune out of making beats in their bedroom. There's 18-year-olds making a lot of money just putting a beat together in their bedroom and putting that out. And I think there are more ways actually in some ways to make money than ever before, but it's crowded, and like you say, the space is going. I know in London, a lot of the large rehearsal rooms have gone. They haven't survived COVID. So if that's happening in London, it worries me for the region. So we certainly need that. So we've got about 7 minutes left. Does anyone else want to chip in on that one? You're not quiet. No, I've got a very, oh no, sorry, Stefan, go on. I saw your finger there, sorry.
Yeah, so I wanted to get back on the subsidy thing, you know, being French and living in France, so that I guess, you know, it's a different take on that. But I think for the COVID, you know, the question is really of compensating people who couldn't work just because, you know, the situation was what it was, and governments had to take an administrative decision, actually, you know, so it was. So here there are some kind of responsibility that coming with it. Just as wanted to remind us that it's also a question of value, and actually that's also part of the subsidy thing, you know, and sometimes of a social contract, you know, it's, you know, French people like to pay more taxes, and so they subsidize some of the people, the British people like to pay less taxes, and they have different relationship to subsidies, you know, it's, but that's part of a more societal views of, you know, how the economy and society functions, what's covered by whom. And there are different possible models for that, indeed. You know, that's you know, one of the big questions in France is how many artists do we want? You know, how many do we want to subsidize, and which ones, or how? And that are the questions. It's not so much, you know, should the government pay a little bit to have a lively artistic sector, but question is that not everyone could, you know. So that's you have a real a challenge, but we have to keep in mind variations, and actually looking sometimes outside of England is an interesting way to think about this.
Yes, it is, and something I feel like we should probably definitely do more often. But I mean, I've worked with a lot of Canadian acts over the years who've been given small fortunes to bring themselves over here and launch themselves successfully. So there are some interesting ways around it. Just as going, I've had a very specific question that Carol, I just want to ask to see whether you did or not, because someone asked it early on. How have you managed to keep live music in care homes?
I think I probably answered it in the context of another question. Well, when the pandemic started, it wasn't, of course, live. I don't think any of us, seems hard to believe, but we hadn't used Zoom before. So it was recorded, specially recorded video concerts.
Okay, so that's how it was, yeah.
Which were released at certain times. And then we did it outside while outdoor performances were allowed and the weather wasn't absolutely freezing. We were able to do concerts in care home gardens, which was just lovely, actually. It was really nice. And then what we're doing now is via Zoom. But we're not allowed to be in, of course not.
Yeah, no, sorry, someone just reminded me to ask it, and I did wonder how that.
But there, I mean, it's like other things that have cropped up in this conversation. There are advantages as well. Doing it by Zoom, we've found that 2 care homes in the same group can come together. So older people in care who would normally just be with their own group can now join with another group on Zoom, and we can have the interaction. And the video recorded concerts, they invited interaction and participation, whether that might be singing along to a chorus or tapping your feet, clapping your hands, or maybe just sort of sitting back and relaxing and thinking about a particular theme that's recurrent in the music. All of these kind of things that we would normally do to engage people in active listening or just kind of chilled out listening, we could still do. But of course, we didn't have the two-way conversation, which is a greatness.
I think as well, there's sorry to jump in, there's something to be, I guess, unpacked around how music can play a deeper role in, with like social prescription, and how bringing people together and trying to fight those kind of loneliness and depression and things like that through these kind of events in a more, I guess, post-COVID managed way will actually be a way to not only help the cause, but also provide some funding back into the sector if it's proven to play a kind of a benefit with that. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but there's certainly something there. And particularly when we're, again, talking about spaces being kind of vacant, and we can occupy that with things that could work in new dimensions, and being able to, have audiences in different ways, in, not traditional music venues, but maybe in shopping center spaces, for example.
Yeah, in other places. And I'm so sorry, Evan, we could have had this discussion all day, but I can see that we've only got around a minute and a half left. So if I may, I'd like to end this session just asking you all, hopefully within a minute and a half, if I can get this question out quick enough. What would be your one hope for the advancement of the creative industries going forward, in whatever that might look like in your field? What's your one hope, sort of looking into 2021? And if I could start with Danny, please. I'm just going to run through the order on my screen.
I think it's a bit lame, but I think it's just what I mentioned before. I think just greater recognition around the roles and how they are mechanisms to deliver greater value in our cities and in our places. Without dwelling too much, but yeah.
Thank you. Gerard?
Well, the government can play a role in terms of financial support for the arts, extending it to the grassroots organisations through the next phase. But while the government plays a role, ultimately it's got to be industry-led, and it's almost embracing change and putting into practice many of the things we've talked about.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Carol?
I wish I'd thought in advance that there would be this kind of final question. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think for us, it's strive, survive, and hopefully thrive.
Lovely answer. Thank you. Stefan?
Yeah, I hope it remains creative, human, and continues to bring us a lot of joy.
You and I both. And finally, Barbara, please.
Oh, we want to be able to return to sharing joy through live music. As simple as that.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. We've come to the end of our session. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Great pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being here and for joining us at this session, which is called the Musician's Toolkit. My name is Sarah Osborne and I'm Head of Business Development here at the ISM, and I'm very pleased to be welcoming you to this session. We've heard a lot earlier on in the day about the adaptability and resilience of musicians, their creativity, and just how they've contended with lockdown and everything else that the world has been dealing with this year. Over the course of the next hour or so, we're going to be looking at how we can take some of those ideas forward and look at the practical considerations that sit around them. And I'm delighted that I've got a fantastic panel joining me, and I really encourage you to dig into their expertise and knowledge and join us as we uncover and discover what musicians need to be doing over the next year or so to really ensure that their careers flourish. As you know, I hope you've all had a chance to type a question. Please do get involved. The hashtag, as you will no doubt know by now, is Empowered Musician. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our panelists who are joining us this afternoon. So here they are, aren't they a friendly bunch, saying hello to you all. So I will ask them to briefly introduce themselves. We've got a lot of musicians on the panel, so even some of the ISM staff team. We are also musicians ourselves, so we'll give you a little bit of a flavour as to who we are and what we do. First of all, though, if I could ask David, who are you and what do you do?
Hi, so I'm David Taylor. I'm probably best described with the great catch-all term of being an arts entrepreneur. And what I also do is consult for arts organisations and individuals on how to market and promote themselves, particularly focusing around digital. My background is that I'm a cellist, and I ended up creating my own organisation called Yorkshire Sinfonia back in 2014-15. And from there, became fascinated about the journey of being an entrepreneur as a musician, and also why we as an industry and a sector, particularly in classical music, aren't necessarily as entrepreneurial as other parts of the world. And we certainly don't get taught how to be entrepreneurial. So I've become really fascinated about that. And now I do talking at various places and workshops around entrepreneurship in music. And as you can probably tell already, won't shut up about it. But that's me in a nutshell. And I'm really, really fascinated to hear some of your thoughts and questions. So please do fire them away in the chat.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, David. And next, if we can go over to Max, who works for Crowdfunder.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Max Upton. I work at Crowdfunder. We're a rewards-based crowdfunding platform based in the UK. I've worked and seen many musician-style projects go live on Crowdfunder over the last few years since I've been working here. In all aspects of the industry, from musicians through to behind the scenes stuff, through to music venues. All in all, things surrounding the music industry tend to do pretty well on Crowdfunder. So hopefully I can give you a bit of insight into how to practically do that for yourselves as musicians in our chat. Cheers.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Next up, if we could ask Catherine, introduce you.
Hello there, everybody. I'm Catherine. So before March, I was a gigging flute player working predominantly in contemporary, experimental and orchestral performance. But during lockdown, I ran out of excuses to finish writing up my PhD, which is all about breathing and how breath is treated as invisible in music performance and in society. I couldn't have ever predicted that at the time of writing, breath, aerosols and droplets would suddenly become the obsession of the world. So this actually led me to co-write the ISM's Global Literature Reviews, which bring together the most recent scientific research about transmission, as well as bringing together the various guidance for the performance and education spaces. But now I'm focused on all things Brexit to help musicians from the UK and Europe prepare for the changes that are coming quite soon.
Thank you. And it's a subject we'll be coming back to later on this afternoon, as there is a lot that we have to get our heads around ahead of January. So next, if I could go over to John.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Sarah. My name is John Robinson. I'm the head of compliance and legal at the ISM. Under my remit comes our legal department, who have been coping so magnificently with the many hundreds, if not thousands, of queries that we've had as a result of the COVID epidemic. Today I'm going to be talking about some of the issues that may arise out of all of this, and I'm looking forward to your questions, and we'll try and take as many as we can. My background really, I've been lucky enough to have worked in membership organisations for creative people for 35 years. I worked at Equity, the Performers Union, for a long time, looking after the opera and ballet companies. I've worked at the ISM now for a total of about 7 years in various legal capacities. And I was also a musician and writer before I got into all of this stuff. And I'm still an amateur player now. It's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you as we go through this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And last but not least, Ruth.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ruth McPherson. I'm Senior Partnerships and Marketing Manager for the ISM. So I work as part of the marketing team, and we work together to promote all the fantastic work that we do at the ISM, including campaigning, events like this one, resources, guidance, advice, promoting all of that to the music profession, to individual musicians and to music sector professionals. And before I worked at the ISM, I worked for Rheingold Publishing, a music magazine publisher, on a variety of different titles. And I'm originally from Scotland, so I grew up very much in the folk music tradition, and I'm an amateur clarsach player, which is the Scottish harp.
Brilliant, thank you. So I hope you can see from that we've got a lot of experience here. And so, as I say, please do make use of it and ask your questions. To kick off with, I'm going to go to David, because we had a lot in the earlier sessions throughout the day around adaptability, entrepreneurship, resilience. Sort of how are musicians earning money at the moment? Where are they finding their work?
So there's been plenty of things that musicians have been rolling up their sleeves and doing throughout a whole spectrum of different things, which is really fascinating to see where people come up with. So either they're split into two things, one being replicating something that is live, or two is doing something completely unique and different. And for me, something that's really beneficial that's for going forward in life post-COVID is identifying how to have multiple income streams. Some of them are big, some of them are small, and some you'll invest more energy in and some you won't. But having lots of different things you can fall back on, or just continue to tick over, or potentially identify additional revenue streams that you haven't thought of but are there for the taking, it's going to have real long-term impact for, say, for example, if you have illness or maternity leave, or want to take a break from things for various different reasons, or just happen to be having a slower time with work than normal. So for me, it's really fascinating to see that this is now something we can look at. So the two main ones during the last sort of 9 months have been people transferring their teaching to being online teaching, which is a traditional version of just taking something that's live and making it online. We've also been seeing people do digital performances, and it's great to see that now becoming more of a thing. So not just doing a digital concert, but also having one with donations, potentially doing them on ticketed services. So previously it was something like Eventbrite, where you would then have a video call as the digital conferencing thing. On the plus side, there's now platforms like Tides, which is TIDZE, which is a platform where you can actually set up your own streaming service or have your own individual live stream concerts and sell tickets for those. And also then that's then backed up by consumer technology being absolutely fantastic now that we can do these sort of things. Then carrying on from there, we've also seen people do a whole world of different things around either Patreon or Ko-fi, which is spelled KO-FI, around having subscriptions and supporting people. And then in addition, various fundraising and other things. What I think is really fascinating is to look at what you can do on top of this to potentially find new, unique ways of generating income. So for example, one thing that I'd really recommend you doing if you are in the teaching world in any way, shape or form is to investigate something called Amazon affiliate links. And what this is a system on Amazon where if you send a link to a product, you get an element of commission either for that product or for something else if they go on to buy something different. So this may seem something quite surreal, but hypothetically, if you have plenty of musicians, they will be doing grades, they will be needing books, they will be needing strings, all these different bits of equipment. And realistically, you're going to be telling your students to go and purchase these items anyway. So you may as well send them a link where they can purchase it. It comes to them in the post and you get a small commission off the back of it. And this is one of those things that doesn't seem like it's that much, and it's only 5 or 10%, but will really start to build up if you have 20, 30 students. So instantly that can be something that can potentially add to your stream as well. Moving on from there, I think it's realizing as well that you have this whole body of knowledge with you. As musicians, we tend to forget that we have all this incredible expertise, and the potential to share it is huge. So for example, again, there's Amazon self-publishing if you want to write books. There's other platforms for doing that as well, for creating various resources. I know some people who've also then gone on to do that in terms of making their own pedagogy and ways around teaching. It could also be something completely different and writing children's books that are musical. There's a whole world there for you to explore depending on what your passions are. And again, that can be something that can sit there alongside your ongoing output going forwards. Then from there, if you're wanting to, say, for example, try and monetize your performances in a longer term format, you can then create recordings. And again, this is where consumer technology has been fantastic, and your phones are actually quite good, or you can get microphones that are even better relatively cheaply. So services like Bandcamp, where you can sell digital downloads, are really fantastic. And especially when compared to streaming services, where the volume you'd need on, say, Spotify to make £1 is quite significant. But something on Bandcamp where you get 85% of the download cost is really quite incredible. And then from there, there's a whole other world of things you can actually do around just experimenting and thinking outside of the box. So with Christmas coming up, I know various musicians who are creating bespoke musical postcards to people on request, where your customers can commission you to go out and generate art. There's so many potential things that you can do around that, and just try and think of some unique ways of doing things. But on the plus side, we have everything set up here to help you now in this modern day society. So the phone in your pocket is now pretty much as good as some TV cameras. We have all the online payment services like PayPal or Stripe. Websites are really quite easy to set up now with things like Squarespace or Wix. There's so many resources and free apps that can potentially help you get you on your way. It's just one of these tricky things of working out where your talents and your interests lie, and starting to then build up from there in terms of what you can do to help give you these different multiple pillars that can hopefully help support you in the long term.
Brilliant, thank you, David. I mean, there's just so much in there that I want to come back to and explore further with you. And you know, in a way, I'll be guided by the audience as to where they want to take the conversation. But one thing I'm very intrigued by is your comment that it's thinking about ways that you can transfer what you used to do and think about how that works now, but also looking at the new income streams. So I guess my question out of that is, sort of, is online the solution? You know, are there still ways that you can work offline? Because not everyone is confident using tech, and sort of how do you balance what should be online and what can be offline?
Certainly. Initially, my main advice for when things are completely removed and we're having to do things in lockdown is to do things where it's transferring your existing output to being online. The most simple one for that tends to be teaching. We found that performances can be a bit trickier, but with things like Tides, for example, that I mentioned earlier, that then does make performing concerts online significantly easier, and you don't have to be technologically savvy to do those sort of things now, which is a benefit. It seems quite surreal, but I always really suggest Googling things, because if you're having a problem, I guarantee someone else will have done it and will have written a blog about it, because that's the world we now live in. There's so many how-to guides that are out there that can really help and support you. With things that are potentially offline, there are still ways that you can do them as well. So say, for example, if it's musical arranging, that's a service you can still offer offline as well. The same with compositions, the same potentially with editing as well, if you're into audio editing or editing CDs, etc. So there's still plenty you can do behind the scenes that isn't necessarily the outward going out there digital. And I think one thing that's always a fear is that everyone then feels they need to go on every single platform at once and tell the world absolutely everything on YouTube and Facebook and Snapchat and TikTok and Instagram and everything. But for me, even though there are benefits to being everywhere, starting off with the one that you enjoy and the one that you enjoy doing as well. So say, for example, there's someone I was coaching recently who wanted to be on YouTube because that's all she'd heard about. But realistically, when we went through sort of an analysis of the things she loved doing in life, she loved writing. So therefore, going around and doing a blog was something that was more beneficial to her, and she therefore didn't have to have the worry of having to create a YouTube channel. So for me, sticking to things where you love the actual process, the interest that you have initially, that's going to help get you set up online. But the benefits are that things are now really quite simple, where there is support available, even where it might not seem that in the very instance.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I do think the whole idea of how you diversify your portfolio, you know, it's a phrase that could be bandied around very easily, but as you say, it's very much around looking at what your interests are and what your strengths are. And maybe actually I could bring in Catherine again at this point as a fantastic example of someone who, you know, 9 months ago her diary was probably filled with concerts and gigs and things, and now her portfolio looks very different. So how have you found that transition, and sort of how did you come to decide that was the thing you were going to do?
That what was the thing I was going to do?
Sorry, move away from performing and move into you know, finish your PhD and all these other things you've been working on.
Well, of course, like I suppose there wasn't really a whole lot of a choice. I think that research-wise, I mean, I'd obviously embarked on a PhD because I'm fascinated with performance, and it was completely related to my own solo projects, which actually helped me recover from respiratory problems that interfered with my ability to even be a professional flute player. So it all sort of tied hand in hand. I had no idea how I was going to juggle full-time freelancing with this full-time PhD, and to be honest, it was really, really hard. It was, I have to admit, there was quite a long period of being in a downer of not really wanting to research anything and not really wanting to play to anybody. But I think it was necessary because I don't know, maybe I took enough time out and I was able to sort of start to look around a little bit more. And I think there's something that's really cathartic about just reading other people's research. So the timing worked out really well when the ISM put this call out for a researcher to research COVID transmission, and when Deborah sort of interviewed me for it, she didn't really know what the research would look like, but then it just testament to, I think, her forward planning. They had no idea what was out there research wise, and it's turned out to be this incredible document. So I think getting my head stuck right into something and just trying to find out what it was helped me, and now I'm researching everything every day. I think there's some kind of logic to it, you know, just digging around trying to find out a new skill. And earlier Anita Collins's talk was about the sort of the dip that the brain has when you're not learning anything new, and I think that I found that really healthy for me, is just to try and learn some new skills that weren't necessarily about the flute.
Interesting, thank you. And I think my follow-up question for that is back to David, but how do you advise musicians to plan for the short, medium and long term at the moment when so much is up in the air?
It's a tricky one, but I'd almost flip it round the other way. So what is there that you need to do urgently? So it's not that you're planning short term, it's trying to work out where the thing that's going to make the biggest impact as soon as possible. So I think that's why a lot of people went to teaching straight away, because it was what was bringing in most money for quite a lot of musicians, but also what was the thing that we could do immediately. So I think initially trying to work out what you need to survive in terms of the money, and then also what's going to be the easiest thing to transfer doing, either transferring to doing offline in a different way or doing it online in a different way. And then from there, start to try and identify what skills and resources you have, what opportunities potentially are out there, just as we were hearing. And then from there, start to make a plan of what you're going to be able to do initially earliest. And almost, it's a horrible phrase, but there's something called a SWOT analysis, where it's strengths, weaknesses, and various bits. And it's analyzing where you think your skill set is necessarily, where you think you're going to be able to make money, what is the long-term thing that's going to be potentially more weaker than others. So for example, live performance at the moment is something that I think would be pushing back into the long term, because you can't also plan with certainty when they're going to be, and trying to identify that sort of level of priority and level of certainty that you can do with projects. So what can I do now, what's definitely going to bring money in, and what is going to be predictable. I think they're the most instant things. And then once you have those things in place, then starting to identify what you can start to add to this on top of there without taking significant amounts of resources, either financially or in terms of energy and the workload you have. So what can you just start to add on in sort of a piecemeal way it's going to start adding and building things up. And then once you start to build these other additional strands, then you have a nice level of support going forwards.
Fantastic, thank you. I think it's really interesting that in Catherine's answer, she talked about sort of the skills and the sort of the value in learning something new. So at this point, I'd like to bring in Max, because a lot of people have been investigating and trying out crowdfunding for the first time. So perhaps can you just give us a bit of an overview as to how crowdfunding works and sort of how can musicians make best use of crowdfunding platforms?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think crowdfunding, in essence, is a way of raising some money to deliver a certain project. There's a bit of perhaps a misconception that it's about you need to raise some money because you're in trouble or there's a problem that's happened and you're trying to get some donations in. There are platforms out there to do that, but I think what Crowdfunder does, sort of opposed to some others, is offers rewards-based crowdfunding, and that is giving you the ability to offer something in return for a donation or a pledge. Now, I've seen lots of musicians, raising money over lockdown and before lockdown, and hopefully I'm going to see more coming forward. If it's just raising money to sort of fill a void, and you're just asking for donations, that's not very sustainable. It might help you now, but it's not going to help you in the long term. So what I've seen is lots of projects and musicians doing well is when they're offering something in return to deliver something. I saw a band go live at the start of lockdown, and they ended up raising 50 grand from the Northeast. I think they're quite a well-known band in the area, the Unthanks. They offered a whole range of different things that people could buy into and get on board, from copies of their records, more exclusive test pressings, even posters of live performances over the past year. David mentioned teaching. You could even offer teaching experiences in return for money. A whole vast range of things. Some musicians are even offering live performances once lockdown is over. Some musicians have been doing stuff online and working with live stream platforms. Some of the live stream things that David mentioned again, selling tickets through Crowdfunder, raising some money through Crowdfunder, and then offering the link to their fans on the day of the show. And ultimately, what they're trying to do is raise a lump sum of money so they can do something. What we often see with the common one with musicians is so they can go away and do a record or make a record. And what crowdfunding does perhaps enables them to raise some of that money up front so they can go away and deliver it. And then in the aftermath, they can offer all their supporters that help them do that, the end product, in this case, the record, or it could be a live event. It could be like, we want to put on a show, but it's going to cost us money to do so. It's almost sort of pre-selling those tickets, and something else to make it happen. Something that, I think is quite important in crowdfunding is that you have sort of a clear project aim or clear project goal. I think if you're just trying to raise money, the day-to-day raising of money, that's not really going to work. There are many other ways that you should be doing that. Crowdfunding isn't your one stop to raise all the money you need, but perhaps you might have you might be that record you're trying to do, or it might be something that that new project you're trying to do. I think someone mentioned going into doing stuff for schools and creating. You might have a project which is you're trying to deliver in a school and you want to raise a certain amount of money to do it, or it could be doing some sort of musical lessons for kids. You need to raise some money up front. That could be your project. It costs £3,000. This is what you're trying to do, and you have a clear aim and a target, and you're trying to achieve it over a closed sort of period of time as well. I think that's something important to remember. Set yourself a deadline and work towards it. We're going to be talking about marketing, and I'm sure what comes on about how you market yourself is exactly the same things how you'd market a crowdfunder campaign. Exactly the same way that you'd market a concert, or you market a gig. The same principles apply with a crowdfunding campaign. So there's so many similarities. I'm sure we'll talk about in this chat, but it's definitely a great way to raise some money now, perhaps at a time where the other sources of finance are proving difficult.
Yeah, can I ask you to expand a little bit more on, if you're starting out, I mean, how do you choose whether you're asking for £200 or £2,000, so how do you determine what's a realistic amount of money to have as your target?
I think it ultimately goes back to what you're trying to do. So, I think about what the project in hand is, and work around that, and be honest and open and transparent about what this project you're trying to do and how much it's going to cost. People are only going to fund you and give you their money if they know what that money is going towards. So if I come out and say, I want to go write a record and get it recorded and it's going to cost me 50 grand. Okay, what, give me some, show me, put it down on paper, break down those costs. And I think it's sort of, that's not going to fly. Be realistic with what you're trying to do. Like I said, it's not your only source of income. But what it might do is show sort of public support. You've got your fans on a public-facing fundraiser, crowdfunder. You've got hundreds of your supporters on board. It demonstrates that people care about what you're doing and like what you're doing. It really validates your project. It means that you should go ahead and do this. And maybe, you might then use that and present it in front of other opportunities. You might have that public-facing crowdfunder with all that support, which might encourage perhaps people to give you a platform to perform at or something like that in the future, because it's there. You can show, look, I've successfully raised this much money from all my fans. I'm here, I'm around. So,
just lastly on that, I mean, how does the crowdfunding work in terms of genres? Are there genres that are more successful on crowdfunding? I mean, I know, for example, you've done a project with brass bands. You obviously work with pop groups. Yeah. Obviously, crowdfunder is open to everyone, but do you find that certain projects work better than others?
I think, I think that it ultimately comes down that you've got a clear project that you're trying to do. So, I think there's such a benefit of crowdfunding, is there's so many different industries and types of projects on the platform succeeding. Perhaps there are certain industries that might be more difficult. Apps, people launching apps, I always find them really difficult to crowdfund for some reason. But musicians have got so much that they can do and so much they can leverage to make succeed. I talk about being rewards-based crowdfunding. You can offer so much in return, and you can use it as a platform to get some of what you're doing out there. You can use it as a platform to get your record out there, to make money from your records. You can use it as a platform to maybe diversify, pivot into something else. Like I said, at the start of lockdown, you're not doing any more gigs. What can I do? I'll start selling, every Friday, I'm going to do a live stream. And I'm offering tickets through my crowdfunder at £5. And it's not everything, but it's a little something. It's a way of engaging with your supporters. A crowdfunder campaign, you've got the option, you've got the ability to engage with everyone who's supporting with you. So it really is a short, sharp marketing exercise, and you really be putting yourself out there. First of all, you're working with your own supporters and networks to sort of get that momentum building. But then once that momentum's building, you start to tap into new audiences. People start to take notice. For example, you might start off, I'd encourage you to start off with family and friends. I think we spoke about this before, Sarah. It's like people always want to get their project in front of the Guardian before they've got it in front of mum and dad. Start small, work with your local networks, people that do come to see you perform, perhaps friends and family and all this sort of thing. Have a bit of a plan in place and then start bridging out. Once you've got that momentum, once you've got a bit of money on the board, people will start, turning heads and look at it, and maybe you get some wider press and more wider networks and industry networks start to jump on board and want to tell your story for you. So it's a great public-facing platform to get out what you're doing, not just a way to raise money.
Thank you. That seems an opportune moment to bring in Ruth as our marketing expert. So Ruth, take us through, how would you go about sort of, you've got your crowdfunder page, or you've decided on your new projects and your new avenues of revenue that you're going to try and generate. how do you go about sort of marketing those and getting them out into the world and for people to take notice?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, that we've had a lot of conversation already about planning, and I think that's so important. You know, David mentioned SWOT analysis, and Max mentioned, you know, your crowdfunding plan. I think that absolutely comes into marketing. It's really important just to take a little bit of time at the beginning of the process to consider what it is you want to do, what are your objectives, what are your aims, you know, what does good look like, what are you trying to get out of this exercise, and think about your audiences as well. So often in marketing, we think about sort of product, place and promotion. So you're thinking about, you know, what is it that I'm promoting, and are there other things that I could be thinking about? You know, can I, as other people have said, can I pivot and can I think about new products that I perhaps haven't considered before? This is a good time for us to be inventive and creative. And, you know, we've already heard about people like Gabby Swallow, who spoke on the performers panel earlier about her musical postcards project. That's a fantastic example of pivoting and creating a new product. And then you think about place. So where am I promoting it? Who is my target audience? And perhaps, again, think out of the box there. You know, COVID means that a lot of the marketing channels and opportunities are different to how they were before. You know, we're all working online. So audiences are changing. You may not be reaching the same local audience that you might have been reaching before. You can be a lot broader in the people that you're talking to. And perhaps you might also want to consider resilient audiences. Who at the moment is more resilient in terms of being kind of open to whatever you're trying to promote to them. So for example, if you're a music teacher and you're looking for new audiences, you might think about, well, who's got a lot of time on their hands right now? You know, perhaps it's professionals who are working from home and have lots of spare time in the evening because they can't go out. You know, maybe they want to re-engage with music and pick up that guitar that's been sitting in the corner of their living room for ages. Or maybe it's retired people who are a little bit more financially comfortable at the moment and have the opportunity to do some music lessons in their spare time. So consider your audiences, think outside the box. And then in terms of promotion, put together a plan and consider all your different channels. You know, there's so many digital opportunities to promote gigs, to promote teaching practices, to promote, you know, you as a musician, you are the product. That sounds, you know, doesn't sound great to describe a person as a product, but really that is the reality. And you have, as we've already said, so many talents and so many strings to your bow. So think about yourself as the product, and then put it out there in your plan. Think about all the different channels you want to use. Where are your strengths? You know, which channels are you comfortable with? As David said, you don't need to use them all. It's good to start with a few that you're comfortable with, but it is also good to put yourself out there across a number of different platforms. So I'd say everybody needs a website these days. It's definitely good to be on social media, but you know, start slowly, start where you feel comfortable. And as David said, again, there's lots of advice out there for you. You know, there are how-to guides. The ISM has its own series of how-to guides that you can access advice from. There are lots of blogs online. David's got a fantastic blog about how to be an online musician. People like the Unsigned Guide have fantastic advice for musicians thinking about marketing and promotion. CD Baby have a great blog series as well. So get online, have a look, do some research, and get your plan in order.
Thank you. Lots of top tips there. One thing I did want to pick up on is that in pre-COVID times, we would often talk about how networking is really important to a musician. And I just wondered if between Ruth, David, Max, actually any of the panel, you wanted to pick up on sort of what does networking mean when we're all stuck at home and not really able to go out, and sort of, yeah, how do you approach networking at the moment?
Sure, well, I can start off if you like, and then perhaps pass over to others. But yeah, I think networking is so important for musicians and music professionals. You know, it maybe sounds like a slightly pretentious word, and some people are a bit afraid of networking, but really it's just about connecting and having relationships with other people in the music industry. And we're all networking all the time. I mean, we're networking right now. You know, you guys are networking by interacting, chatting on Slido, chatting on social media. It's a lot easier to do than people think, and it doesn't have to be scary. And it has changed post-COVID. I think, you know, the face-to-face networking opportunities aren't there anymore. We're not, you know, going out and physically meeting people, but there are lots of ways to meet people online through events like the Empowered Musician. You know, there's lots of online events going on and Zoom calls you can join with other musicians and artists. The ISM puts on a webinar series where you can meet other musicians and learn about different topics and chat and ask questions. Social media is also networking, and I would say, yeah, engage with people on social, you know, tag other organizations, respond to people, thank people, be nice on social media. We have a saying in our marketing team, tweet others as you would like to be tweeted. So yeah, always be nice and engage, and just put yourself out there as much as you can. I mean, the worst that can happen is you know, somebody doesn't respond to you, but that really is not all that bad in the grand scheme of things. You know, I think just get out there and remember that everybody started out in the music industry once. You know, even, you know, the big music industry execs, they were starting out in their careers at one time. So I think people are often a lot more approachable and friendly as you might expect. So give it a go.
Fabulous. David, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I honestly couldn't agree more. And it's a theme that I hear constantly whenever I've spoken at any events or various bits and pieces. And one thing I found more and more interesting is the more I speak to people, and the more I speak to people who are further up as well, the more you realize that everyone isn't a massive fan of networking, and everyone kind of finds it a bit hard and awkward. So everyone's in this same collective boat where it's actually something that we all kind of want to support each other through. And it's great to hear Ruth say about using social media. And I reckon around 75% of my connections and work comes from direct messaging people on social media, which seems really surreal, but I find personally for me that format of just sending nice messages that are conversational to people is more beneficial than sending an email proposal that never gets to the right person. And one thing I think is a really good advice for doing it is actually being really genuine and open and trying to meet people who are interesting rather than have an angle per se. And I say that as someone who will reach out when I have an angle. But if you try and do it in a way that is a bit more unique, of I'd love to have a coffee and just hear your thoughts about X, Y, and Z, and great to chat to you at some point. It's amazing the amount of people who will say yes. And sometimes people that you never even think would pick up their phone to you. For me, I think it's such an incredible thing that we can do this and reach people regardless of who they are, wherever they are in the world, with what they have in their pockets. It's just one of these things. I think it's the potential's there for you to take. As one final little thing, networking is a skill that you develop and get better at. So I know that now, after 5 years of deliberately networking, I'm better at it than I was at the beginning. So if you treat it as a skill, it's going to make it less scary. You'll make some potential typos or put the wrong name in at some point, and I definitely have done that more than most people. But by treating it as a skill and a journey, I think that's a more progressive way of looking at it. And hopefully that means that then you've got permission to develop and grow with it.
Sound advice, thank you. Talking of skills, I think that leads us nicely on to one of the other skills that we need to cover in this session, which is thinking about contracts and negotiating, and just sort of how you navigate contracts, particularly in light of COVID and also with Brexit coming up. So at this point, I'd like to bring in John and really ask him to sort of maybe just give us a sense of how you've seen contracts change, or sort of how do you feel contracts are likely to change in future when there are so many things which are a little bit uncertain at the moment. You know, the classic instance is going to be a performer who then, is booked. The promoter has every intention of the gig going ahead, but then something happens and that work could disappear. So sort of how does that play out in contractual terms?
Indeed. Many thanks, Sarah, and thanks to Max, David and Ruth for everything that they've said. I think what we're seeing here is there's a world of opportunity out there, which is fantastic, but we need to pay attention to the contractual business elements of that, because we need to make sure that if you're going to enjoy the rewards from your endeavours, that your contract actually allows you to do that. I think one of the things that we've seen through the pandemic, obviously when it hit, there were all these bookings. You gave the example of the performer, Sarah, We dealt with, for example, people who were booked for weddings. Later on in the year, suddenly we weren't sure if they could take place because of lockdowns. As we've seen, the pattern of lockdowns has varied across the 4 nations in the intervening months. So what we were dealing with at the beginning a lot was the claims that contracts had been frustrated. Just very briefly on the legal concept of frustration, effectively it's a mechanism which addresses unforeseen events and what happens in those circumstances. And it happens after a contract has already been formed, so there's a contract in place, something happens that makes it impossible for that contract to be fulfilled. So the effect of all this is that it can end the contract. And legally, it would put the parties back into the position as if the contract had never existed. So what does that mean? It means if you had a booking and you'd received a deposit or been paid up front, you may have to pay all that money back because you can't perform the contract. So obviously we were dealing with claims around that. We then have to take into account, well, what does the contract actually say about that? Are there specific clauses that deal with unexpected events? So force majeure is another one of these concepts that comes into play that addresses unforeseen events. There's nothing kind of magical about force majeure, and it doesn't have there's no English or UK law of force majeure. It's a contractual device, basically. It's about allocating risks between the parties. So they can be good and they can be bad. So I think one of the things that we would need to think about, and I think this is changing the way contracts are being drafted now, is how will people provide for cancellations arising through things like national or regional lockdowns in the future? Who gets to bear the risk? Who takes the hit? Can you balance it? And force majeure clauses might be one way of doing it. There may be other things that can come into play here, like termination clauses, or there might be the contractual ability to vary the contract. So, okay, you've got a date for the future. What happens if you can't do it because there's a lockdown? Do you want to argue frustration of contract or force majeure, or do you want to have a contractual mechanism whereby you as a performer may be able to offer some dates further down the line to the other party? If that's the case, then the contract could still be performed, therefore it's not being frustrated. So there's the possibility that you will get paid and they will get the music that they want for their event. So these are the sorts of things that are beginning to play through, and I think we'll see more of it because people are recognizing that, unlike at the beginning, COVID is kind of here for a while, we think, and the responses to COVID at government level are going to be here for a while. So it will affect contracts. What we need to do is make sure that the contractual mechanisms are going to be as favorable as possible to you as musicians. And I think from that point of view, my general advice would be the advice I always give to people when considering contracts: always get something in writing. Make sure that you take advice on it, particularly in these new areas that Max and David have been talking about. Don't sign anything or agree to anything verbally if you don't understand it. Just be sure you understand what you're getting into, what the effects are, what's going to happen if you have to, if you're faced with another lockdown, what's going to apply in those circumstances. So you need all that stuff to be written into your contracts. I think the other thing to pay particular attention to in the sort of the opportunity scenarios that David and Max were talking about is, what about your intellectual property? What is it that you're doing in these environments? What rights are involved? So are you creating a recording yourself? There might be rights in that. Are you performing in another recording? You've got performers' rights. Have you written a new piece of music, for example? Have you written some text? Are you supplying images? All of these things have property rights attaching to them that you, as the initial creator, could own. So what's going to happen to them in these contracts? You need to be absolutely clear. Are you assigning them? Are you licensing them? So who will retain ultimately the control over any of these types of copyright work and your intellectual property? We would always want you to maintain your rights over as much as possible, but you will need advice on that. So I think overall, Sarah, I'd say get advice. We are seeing changes. It's about balancing the risks, and is it going to be in your favor? If you're not sure, that means you need to take advice. ISM members can always come and talk to us and the legal team about what they've got and what they want us to look at.
Thank you. You pick up on an interesting point there, because I think as lots of people look at new ways of working, particularly in the digital and online space, it's an area that people might not necessarily be familiar with in terms of rights. There's a perception that it's an incredibly complex area of law, and so can we tease out a little bit more around sort of how do you approach working in an online world?
I think the thing to be aware of at the fundamental level is that the copyright law creates certain rights for you all as creative people. There are certain types of work that are protected under the law, and they're considered to be your own property. It's just called intellectual property, but it's the same idea that if you own a house or a piece of land, it's your property, and if other people want to use it, they need your permission. In the creative industries, this is normally called licensing, so a term that many of you will be familiar with. So what you need to be sure of is what's going to happen to my intellectual property, my copyright works. This could be a piece of music, as I say, it could be a literary work if you write lyrics, it could be a sound recording, if you make your own recordings. If you're a performer, there are certain performers' rights that are treated as property rights in certain circumstances. So all of these things you potentially have control over. What you need to understand is what's going to happen if you have a discussion with somebody who wants to turn your work into, an ebook or something amazing online. What happens? Are they going to be taking the rights off you? The detail will be in the contract. So in terms of how you protect yourself in these online environments, again, it comes down to, if you know your stuff and you're confident in what it says, that's great. But if not, don't struggle with it on your own. Come and talk to us, for example. You need advice, because these things can have long-lasting effects. And if you're not sure of what those effects are, don't sign anything away, because you could be giving up something that will generate a revenue stream for you in the future. You could have just given it to somebody else inadvertently by virtue of a contract that you didn't understand. So again, we come back to what's the core thing in these contractual scenarios. Take advice and make sure you understand it before you commit to anything.
Thank you. Wise words there from John, and certainly the ISM staff team talk a lot to John about these subjects, because he does know an awful lot about them. I want to move over to Catherine now, because in less than a month, Brexit will have happened. And I'm very keen that we spend some time looking at sort of what this is going to mean for musicians as they think about whether they can work abroad. Obviously, if there's not much work in the UK, one of the logical things is to look at whether there's work abroad. Obviously, traditionally, musicians have crossed over to the continent all the time for whether it's a single gig or whether they're going on tour. But obviously, in a matter of weeks, there are lots of things that are going to change. So perhaps if I can just ask Catherine to give us a sort of overview of what is changing and what are the sorts of issues that musicians need to be thinking about.
Sure, I'm going to do my best. Obviously, with everything I'm saying, there are technicalities everywhere. So I'm going to do my best to do a brief overview. Obviously, we know that international touring is an essential part of musicians' livelihoods. We know that around 44% of musicians earn up to half their earnings in the EU, and obviously this is before the pandemic happened. First, I'm going to give an overview of how UK musicians can travel to Europe for short-term work. We see different stories on the news every day about Brexit, where one day a deal might be on and then the next day it might be off, but at the moment it's all about fish. However, there are certain things that are going to change no matter what is decided or not at some point this month, and this is because of the end of the freedom of movement. So going to Europe for a visit, which can be up to 90 days in any 180-day period in the Schengen area, requires 6 months validity on your passport. If you're driving, an international driving license, health insurance, because the EHIC will cease, and at the border, being prepared to show a return ticket and evidence of sufficient funds for the length of your stay. Now, working in Europe will require checking each country's regulations on work permits, because each member state is likely to have different conditions for third country nationals, which is what UK nationals will be viewed as. For example, in France, cultural, artistic workers are allowed to come in to work without a permit for up to 90 days. In Switzerland, a permit is not needed for fewer than 8 days of work per year, and in Italy, a work permit is needed for any length of time. So clearly, this is going to make touring extremely complicated. To add to this, some countries, including France, will charge tax on earnings in the country, which means that musicians will be facing some double deductions. There used to be a form called the A1 that prevented this from happening, but so far HMRC have not confirmed if this is going to be replaced with anything equivalent. Now to tell you about travelling with your instruments and equipment. From the start of the year, certain documents will be needed to temporarily transport instruments and professional equipment. This is called an ATA carnet. It certifies that the goods in a list, you have to provide the list, are not being transported for sale, and it needs to be physically stamped going out and coming back. These are already in use for other countries. For example, bands that travel to the States have to get a carnet. The carnet is valid for 1 year, and the cost starts around £350, but it depends on the overall value of the goods that you're transporting, and these can be obtained through the London Chamber of Commerce. If your instrument contains a certain quantity of endangered or protected materials, such as Brazilian rosewood or elephant ivory, another permit will be needed, and this is called a musical instrument certificate. It comes through CITES, which stands for a big mouthful of words, which is the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Again, these certificates already exist and are used to transport animals, plants, and old instruments to and from other countries. The application is free at the moment, but it is a bit cumbersome because the form is the same for transporting a cello as it is for transporting a live animal. Only ports that are set up for CITES inspections can be used to travel with these permits. There are currently 29 of these ports in Great Britain. Unfortunately, this doesn't currently include the Eurostar, and we have had confirmation that CITES checks will be in place between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now I'm going to cover some of the routes available for European musicians coming into the UK for work. So from the 1st of January, they will be viewed as third country nationals. So like Americans or Canadians, they'll be known as non-visa nationals, meaning they don't need a visa to visit and they can stay for up to 6 months at a time. To come in for a one-off work engagement, they can turn up at the UK border with an invitation letter from the organiser, along with documentation that proves themselves as a musician. So this could be a printed off CV, press clippings, promotional material for the event, and also proof that they can financially support themselves during their stay. And this is called a paid permitted engagement, or PPE, and it allows a stay for up to 30 days. For work that lasts up to 3 months, the Tier 5 Creative and Sporting Concession Visa can be obtained by, again, just turning up at the border, armed with even more documentation and a certificate of sponsorship that has to come from the organizer. So this means that the organizer must have applied in advance to become a sponsor. The most important thing is that you do not go through the e-gates, because then your stay is invalid. You have to actually find a border official and say that you're coming for this PPE or Tier 5 concession. The full Tier 5 creative and sporting visa grants a stay of up to 12 months, but this needs to be applied for in advance. It costs around £95. The caveat for both the Tier 5 visas is that there can only be up to 14 days between engagements, so that might require some extra planning. There's also permit-free festivals, which is a relatively short list of festivals that have been certified to allow international artists to come in just under the visitor route. But of course, all of this is on the basis that gigs even become a normal part of our lives again. So if you're European and you're already in the UK, or you will be here by the end of December, you're eligible to apply for the European Settlement Scheme, which is free and offers a route to settlement and ability to work just as before. And conversely, if you are settled in Europe already, you can apply to stay there. I don't know if that's too much information all at once, and if there's any questions about that. There are certainly more areas I can get into if there's the appetite.
Thank you, Catherine. I mean, just a huge amount of things to think about there. We have had one question from the audience, which I think we'll take now, if we may, which is, do these arrangements regarding instruments also apply vice versa, i.e. if musicians come over from European countries to the UK?
I believe so. So these, is this asking about the CITES materials? If it is about that, then yes, because of the end of the, because the UK has left the single market, it means that they've exited the customs union, so new customs checks apply both ways.
Good to know. The other question I have for you at this point was whether you have any indication yet, and again, it might draw on your background as a performer, but who is going to be responsible for all these additional costs? Do you envisage that they're likely to have to be shouldered by the musician, or will promoters pick up some of these costs?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, the ISM have been working really hard behind the scenes, lobbying government to try and get some kind of exemptions for these additional costs, because based on what I've said, between the carnets and the health insurance and the only being able to travel through certain ports, if your instrument has these certain protected materials, it will cost hundreds and hundreds of pounds more per year to just be able to have the ability to go. We haven't had a sort of response yet as to that, but organizations will also have higher fees, so they have to register to become a sponsor to issue these certificates, and it costs for every artist you then sponsor. I don't know who's going to pay for it.
One to keep an eye on, I think, and obviously, as Catherine says, this is an area that the ISM does a lot of lobbying and campaigning on. So, you know, we're always keen to hear about people's experiences. So particularly once we get to January, and assuming that we can actually get to Europe to do any work, you know, please do send through, support our campaigns, and share with us your experiences if you have work that takes place abroad. I want to just pick up before we've got a couple of audience questions lined up, which I'll save for the very end. But I did just want to go back to John, because throughout all of this, and particularly in relation to contracts, you know, we've been talking about how you can protect yourself, all these new kinds of work. but at the end of the day, you've got to make sure that you get paid. So is there anything that musicians should be doing either at the outset when thinking about signing a contract and taking on an engagement to ensure that that the engager, the promoter, is going to be good for the money once the service has taken place? And equally, kind of once that has happened, is there anything that people can be doing to ensure that they do get paid?
All right, thank you. I think before entering into any sort of contract, particularly if it's with a startup company or a new kind of tech environment, it's worthwhile doing a bit of due diligence, really. And the internet is a fantastic research tool for these sorts of things. So what you could do is check whether the company is actually registered at Companies House if it's a UK company. So do they have any sort of existing legal status in the UK? Through Companies House, you can have a look at whatever accounts they've filed. They may be subject to an exemption, so it may not get you that far. And ask around. Use the internet, use social media to ask questions. You may find that people have had experiences with them that are wholly positive. You may find that it's a mixed bag, or that people have had lots of negative experiences. So use the tools that you've got at your disposal to research as much as you can. I think the next stage obviously is getting advice on, well, what are the terms of the contract that are being offered. Obviously you don't want anything in the contract that says that they can't pay you, because why would you ever agree to that? But it's worthwhile looking over, getting the contract looked at to make sure that there isn't anything that says that they have the contractual right to defer payment or to part pay, anything like that. You do not want anything in your contracts that gives them that right. So if anything looks like it might have that sort of flavor about it, get it checked out. In terms of at the other end, even if the contract's absolutely fine, we are in difficult times. Even established commercial entities are struggling and indeed going bust in some cases. So what can you do? Something that you might want to consider is whether or not there's any insurance available to you to protect you in the event of liquidations and so on and so forth. COVID is now a sort of known entity, so insurers are likely to try and exclude it, but it is possible you may find that there are insurances available that would help you. They just might be more expensive than they were before because of the high level of risk. Depending on what the situation with the company is, you may be considered a creditor of the company if they've gone into liquidation, but you may be a long way down the list. And you may find that there's not much chance of getting that money back. So I think if upfront, make sure there's nothing that gives them the ability to defer or delay payment at all. And at the other end, insure if you can. But if something does go bust, companies do go bust, and there may be nothing that you can do about it, or there's maybe limits to what you can actually achieve.
Thank you. Lots of sound advice in there. That's really helpful. Thank you. In the last sort of 10 minutes or so, I just want to bring in some of the audience questions because we've got quite a few lining up. So I'm going to go back to the ones that were asked midway through the session. And maybe if I could ask Ruth and David in particular to think about this one. So the question is, social media is great, but it's really difficult to find the time to post effectively. Are there any platforms in particular I should be focusing on?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I know social media can be a bit daunting. And as we said earlier, you might not be comfortable on every platform. So I think, as we said, focus on the ones that you're comfortable with, but also think about where your audience is. So consider, what's your following like on each of those platforms. If you already have a substantial following, it's probably a good idea to focus on that platform. So if you already have lots of Facebook followers, for example, it's probably a good idea to put your efforts there. You can also look at insights. Most social media platforms offer the chance to look at your insights, find out more about your audience. Where are they? Who are they? What age are they? So you can kind of use that data in your planning and decide where you want to focus your efforts. I think also you don't need to be posting all the time. You can post maybe once a day, particularly on Facebook. There's no need to do multiple posts per day. You can post as much as you like on Twitter, but for Facebook and Instagram, keep it kind of to 1 or 2 posts a day is absolutely fine. So really consider what you're comfortable with, where your audience is, and the age of your audience as well. I mean, you probably don't need to think about TikTok if you're marketing your music or your teaching practice to people over the age of 50, for example. But if you're marketing your music at people under the age of 20, then TikTok is probably a good idea. And TikTok's somewhere you can have a lot of fun and be really creative. So it depends on you and your personality as well. If you're really creative and you really enjoy coming up with fun videos, then go for TikTok. But if you're someone who wants to just use that platform as a place to promote events, then it might be better to go for Facebook. Or if you're using it to engage with organisations, then Twitter's a good place to do that. So yeah, think about what you're aiming for, who your audience is, and what you're comfortable with.
A couple of little extra things that may help with all those. I totally agree with absolutely everything that Ruth just said. It may also be worth investigating a social media management tool, which is something that means you can schedule things all from one platform. So Hootsuite and Buffer are very good and have free versions. And with those, you can have your Instagram and Facebook and Twitter accounts and everything in the same place. The benefits of doing that means you can schedule things as much in advance as you want, which takes the stress off, and I'll get back to that in a second. Also, hypothetically, you can tell that same post to go to every single platform. And in an ideal world, it's best to have content that's sort of created especially for Facebook and especially for Instagram and especially for Twitter. But it's not the end of the world if they all do happen to be the same on every platform. So if that's what gets you started and gets you going and makes it an easier process, then I definitely recommend it. But going back to the scheduling, in times where I'm busy or times when I deliberately disconnect from social media just to give myself some headspace, I will allocate myself a social media time as if it would be like doing practice time, and either have 30 minutes at the beginning of the week or 10 minutes a day or something. And we'll have that as sort of a time where I'll sit down, I'll write my content for the week, schedule it all out, and then just not touch it and not look at it. And it will give the impression that I'm there constantly during that time. But in essence, it's just been a 30-minute slot of my week where I've got all my headspace out and I'm then going to ignore it. But if you do tweet me, I am going to get back to your tweets instantly, I promise.
Good. Okay, thank you. Following on from that, another question we've had is, in a time when lots of us are struggling financially, where can we make the best career investment? Equipment, tech, marketing, coaching? What would you recommend? David, maybe that's one for you.
I was just about to say, can I jump back in on it? I don't know whose quote it is, but it's something from the camera world, and it's the best camera is the one you have. Absolutely exhaust everything on your phone. There's no need to go out and start purchasing big expensive equipment. And I do content creation for various different things and do have some fancy gadgets, but more and more I'm using my phone just for convenience, and it's amazing what they can create, both visually, audibly, anything on it. So for me, experiment with what you have and what you have for free, and only when you really realize something you cannot do, then start to invest in the tech. There's so many incredible apps that can help you. Moment for photography is exceptionally good. Snapseed for editing photos and things. There's also some free video editing software that you can get as apps as well. So there's so many things there that can really help you to start getting going with those. So I'm a huge believer in just using phones nowadays to go forward, especially as for someone who has all the gadgets and will spend time arguing with all the settings that goes with them. The ease of just hitting record if you're not someone who's technically savvy or don't want that extra level of stress in recording is huge. So I'd really recommend in not investing in equipment until you desperately need to. Then what were the other options? I think coaching was one of them, marketing. I think potentially marketing, if you think it's something that's going to get you going, it's very easy to spend marketing budgets quickly without it being effective. So for example, either spending money on adverts on Facebook when you just put something that's content that's not very exciting and hit boost and money just disappears, or if you're buying print advertising. So I'd only really spend money on marketing when it's something you know is going to be beneficial. That's probably an entire seminar session and conference in itself. Potentially something along the lines of coaching, I think might be quite an interesting one if it's going to be skills that help you going forwards and something that you can, if you feel there's a good finite element there. But again, going back to the idea of existing everything you have already, I'd completely try and exhaust Google first. And if you don't find that process overwhelming and you're excited about research, do that. But again, there's nothing wrong with them reaching out for help and asking where needs be.
Yeah, I would totally agree with David there. I think invest in time rather than in equipment, particularly with marketing and promotion. There's so much you can do for free, whether it's building a website, starting a mailing list, social media, streaming platforms. You can get a lot of your stuff out there for free, and there's so much advice online. The ISM has lots of advice on marketing and promotion in our advice centre. So do that research. Look at the advice and invest your time in planning it properly.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm going to move back to sort of Brexit and contracts because we've got a number of questions coming in on that. So back to sort of Catherine and John. So first up is one for Catherine, with someone asking whether the regulations and the situation that applies for EU nationals, where do people from the Republic of Ireland stand? Are they counted as EU citizens? Obviously, there's a special relationship between the UK and Ireland. What happens if you're...
Yeah, so the Republic of Ireland remains in the common travel area. So the policy is that Brexit will not affect our Republic of Ireland nationals at all.
Right.
Which is good.
That feels like a slight bit of positive news. And the other question on Brexit at the moment is a duo touring in Europe next year. One is European and the other performer is British. Could the payment and contracts go through the European?
Well, I think that's a little bit technical. Oh, I mean, a little bit specific. I'd have to sort of know, I think, who arranged the performance. So it depends if that went through an agent and what and where they are based. So it really just depends on who has gotten the work to happen. I don't know if John maybe has a little bit more about that, but it depends on who's gotten the work and where they're based and what kind of tax might be applied to it, I think.
Absolutely, Catherine. I think it's a broad question. We'd need to know more detail to be able to answer it, with any justification. But yes, absolutely. Who's the promoter? Who's the engager? Where are they located? What are there any issues affecting contracting, non-European Union nationals? We don't know, but it's something to think about. In terms of the payment, again, it's if it's a European promoter or engager, if it's a European Union national, then potentially yes, the payments could be routed through there. But it depends what the contract says as well. So is it a joint contract? Are they two individual contracts? It's a duo, so it's probably going to be one. What's the relationship between the members of the duo? That's something to think about as well. So all things are possible, but we would probably need to know a little bit more about the actual facts to give a comprehensive answer. So sorry if we haven't answered that fully, but if you want to get in touch with us subsequently, we'll do what we can to help.
Thank you. John, another question for you, and I'm aware we've got 2.5 minutes left, so we're going to keep this one brief. But is it acceptable to ask for payment up front or at least a deposit?
Okay, well, if we take the question to be in relation to a gig or a live performance of some description or a wedding or whatever, yes, absolutely. It's just a question of whether or not you can negotiate one. There's no reason why not. It's probably a good idea, because again, it sort of balances the risks between you and the other party. Bear in mind that if the performance can't go ahead, if the contract itself cannot be performed because of another lockdown or something, then what's the situation? Is the contract frustrated? In which case you may have to pay that deposit back. On the other hand, if you've incurred costs, you may be able to keep them and justify them. Or do you have something in your contract that says this is what's going to happen in the event of a further lockdown? So this is something which I would urge you to start thinking about, so that you know what the arrangements are in advance. But yes, you can certainly ask.
Great. Okay, we've got 2 last questions, which I'm really going to try and see if we can squeeze in. So the first one is, what should I do if a promoter refuses to pay me because he has had to cancel the gig and there was no physical contract?
Okay. I think one of the questions you'd have to look at, is there a chain of correspondence? Are there emails that say what's going to happen in these circumstances? If they don't pay you, but you can prove that there is some sort of arrangement between you, then we can try and recover the money for you. If you're an ISM member, you may be able to take something through the small claims court, depending on the value of the claim. Really, your life will be so much easier if you do get your contracts in writing, even if it's just an exchange of emails to begin with. But if it comes down to your word against the other parties, because there's no written evidence at all, you're just going to have to take your chances. The courts can uphold verbal contracts, but it's a question of the evidence. How can you prove that that agreement was ever reached verbally? So get something in writing. That would be my advice to you for the future.
Fantastic. I'm afraid we've run out of time for the very last question. But I just want to say a huge thank you to the panel. Lots of topics that we've covered. Thank you equally to our audience for all the questions, and stay tuned for the final address from Deborah Annette. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody again. I hope you've had a really interesting day. We've certainly had some highs and lows. Everybody loved Dr. Anita Collins, and I think her book is going to be selling very strongly in the run-up to Christmas. I think I was really struck by the flexibility of the performers and their sheer resilience and optimism. So lots to learn from our fellow performers. In terms of the venues, it was a little bit dark, I guess, and we wish them all very well in 2021, but clearly the pandemic has not been kind to them. We heard all kinds of interesting aspects around automation and the fact that we need to remember that music is the answer. Music is something that can take us in all kinds of different directions and can have fantastic extrinsic and intrinsic value, a point that was made by David Lammy in that wonderful In Conversation. I really enjoyed interviewing him. And I have to say, I did want him to launch into a solo. I really wanted to hear that tenor voice. So perhaps we'll have to ask him to do another in conversation, but with a little bit of singing as well. And we've heard plenty of kind of guidance in terms of understanding how to market yourself, what the options are out there for social media, and of course, all the contractual stuff. And we mustn't forget Brexit. Who could forget Brexit? Less than a month to go. Please do keep your eyes on the ISM website. We are working very hard to make sure that you have all the tools you need in order to navigate once we get post the transition period. Tomorrow, we've got another action-packed day starting at 10 o'clock and then into a wonderful keynote with Dr. Kadiotu Kane-Mason. So really looking forward to that. And she will probably kick off a bit earlier than in the program, I would say 10:05. And then we run through the program, finishing with a fantastic in conversation with Roderick Williams. So please do join us tomorrow and keep your questions, comments, thoughts coming. Engage with us on Twitter, on Instagram, via the hashtag, and do have a very safe and peaceful evening. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.